Hello and welcome to the Digital Marketing course by Intellipaat. 2025 isn't just another year, it's the year attention became currency. The year AI didn't just enter marketing, it started leading it. It changed SEO and added new terms to the marketing dictionary such as GEO, Generative Engine Optimization. Instagram, YouTube, Google, LinkedIn, Snapchat have become the most important channels that every business is leveraging now. Today, marketing teams are thinking more about where they're discovered, talked about, and sold over just increasing the top of the funnel traffic. And guess what? Everything is marketing now. From the hook in your ad to the email subject line you write, to the Instagram reel trend you write, to the data you decode from a single click. But are you ready to ride the wild chase of evolved digital marketing? Are you ready to drive high ROI campaigns that make your brand a winner in the market? Well, this is your opportunity to learn the most influential digital marketing trends in 2025 and crack DM roles with this detailed digital marketing course designed by Intellipaat to help you thrive in your marketing career. This is the only course you need to learn social media marketing, build paid ad campaigns that convert leads into loyalists, use AI tools to be 5 times more productive, understand analytics so deeply even algorithms won't surprise you, crack social media algorithms, and go viral on purpose, not by luck. This is the course that gives you skills that businesses are desperate for, skills that make you the revenue magnet every brand needs. So, whether you're a fresher, a freelancer, or just a marketer looking to upskill and become future proof, this course is your unfair advantage. Let's dive right in.
Let's understand about what is a digital marketing. I hope you've heard this term called digital marketing, and which is so aggressively we use in different businesses, right? Today, you go to any business, we have digital marketing practices there. Now, what is digital marketing? When we talk about marketing, we all know it is basically when you try to sell a certain product, when you try to market a certain product, right? So the approach of marketing has different, areas, different verticals. So we have one vertical which is direct marketing, wherein you do billboard marketing, you do let's say promotions through various direct measures, or you can say offline measures. So in digital marketing, the process is little different. Here we will try to do the marketing, the tactics and all the things are similar, but it is through digital platform. So if you travel by a metro and you see certain advertisements there, like let's say you see a hoarding of Blinkit, okay, Zomato. Now that doesn't mean that it is a digital marketing. It is basically offline or direct marketing, because there is nothing digital, right? Digital is when you are able to see that in the form of web. Either you come from mobile, you come from desktop, but it is online. Okay, so in digital marketing, we will discuss about all the different processes, all the different services wherein you use the internet to promote that. Okay, it can be through mobile phone applications, it can be display advertising, or it can be any other digital platforms. Okay, now moving ahead, see, in digital marketing, these are different components that you see here, different components or different areas that you see here. Okay, so there is something called SEO. So SEO stands for search engine optimizations. Okay, whenever we talk about SEO, it is nothing but doing your campaign, doing your process, doing your activity, wherein people come from different online media through search engines. Okay, so we'll discuss all of them in very high level understanding. We should have around all of the different components that you see here. But SEO is your search engine. It can be Google search engine, it can be your Yahoo search engine, it can be Bing search engine, right? So let's assume we go to a website. Okay, so when you go to the website, I mean, website means when you open, say digital is again anything that you browse online, right? So let's suppose someone is looking for a particular keyword, let's say flight booking. Okay. So when you look for flight booking, now when you look for flight booking, so flight booking is the keyword. Flight booking is the keyword, and then this is also known as search keyword or keyword. And then corresponding to this, you see the search results. These are the results. When I search for this particular keyword, I get a list of different search results. So here I have something called Skyscanner ad. Sponsored means advertisement. Okay, paid. Always remember, when you see sponsored, it means paid ads. Okay, so in Google search engine, this is my search keyword, this is my search engine, which is a Google search engine, and these are the search results. So when you go with the search results, here you can see there is a list of Skyscanner, sponsored ad, Cleartrip, sponsored ad, Ixigo, sponsored ad, MakeMyTrip, sponsored ad. So these four are what these are known as paid ads, because sponsored means paid. Okay, even though they are displayed in your search engine, but these are paid. Okay, the moment you come here, see now no sponsored is mentioned here, right? So when there is no sponsored mention, this is free ad or organic. So we are discussing about SEO, right? So what is SEO? SEO can be said to be free or it can be said to be organic. Okay. So that means we are not paying any single penny for this particular display. We have to only make sure that we do certain activity very good, very properly to get the position in the first page. But anything that is sponsored is a paid ads, which we limit it to the time you want to run this ad. So, but this one has no limitations. You do not have to pay anything. This will be available to you because you have done good. Organically, you are able to rank higher. So you are doing good here. Okay. Now let's try to do an exercise. You will understand things better. So I'll open an Excel and I'll show you how we run different digital marketing approaches. So we are discussing about digital marketing, and digital marketing is what? It is basically digital marketing is any marketing techniques that you do through online media. Okay. So digital is online. Okay. Anything that you can measure in the form of online media is digital. Okay. So we have multiple sources. You can say that there are multiple sources and channels which form a part of your digital marketing campaign. So what are those? We are discussing about few of them. So I've started saying that there is something called search engine optimization. Now search engine optimization is also known as SEO. Okay, then I have discussed about search engine marketing, which is your PPC, pay per click, or you can say paid also. PPC, there is a pay per click or or paid, anything you can mention. Then you have social media organic. Look at the different activities you can do. Then social media paid. Okay. Then you have email marketing. Okay. Then you have let's say what are the different? Then you have influencer marketing. Okay. Then you have affiliate marketing. Then you have in YouTube and all come under social media only. So look at this. These are the different digital marketing tactics that we normally work on. Okay. So whenever we do search engine optimization, SEO, it is something wherein you type the keyword and you come from here. But now let's understand one thing in this particular case. See, I have a data of Cleartrip as sponsored. Okay. This one Cleartrip is a pay per click. Okay. Which is paid campaign. Now I might have Cleartrip here also. Cleartrip is here also there, but it is organic. So my question to you all, how do we understand that this particular user is coming from organic and this particular user is coming from sponsored? Because now look at this. I am clicking on this URL. Okay. So when I click on this URL, my Cleartrip will open. My cleartrip.com is open. Okay. So this is my sponsored. Now, secondly, I'll click on this Cleartrip as well. So when I click on this Cleartrip, now this is also open. Okay. Now, both this page, look at this Cleartrip, this is organic and this is paid. Both this page are same. How do we understand? Like you have to at the end of the day provide a report also, right? So organization will ask you, guys, I have spent $10,000 in the year for your paid campaign. Now I want to see how much you have given me the revenue from the paid campaign. Will you be able to do? Because now what is happening? You have the paid and the organic campaign coming from same search engine. So how do you present that data is my question. Is there any possibility I can understand that, okay, this is organic and this is paid? So see, I'm coming from flight booking, right? I clicked on clear trip. This one is organic because no sponsored is mentioned here. In this case, clear trip is there, but it has a sponsored mentioned here. So when you click on the sponsored ad, now when I click on the sponsored ad, look at the URL. Okay, this URL has cleartrip.com flights, then then question mark, you have UTM parameters. Okay, so UTM stands for Archkin Tracking Module. This is done in order to track your campaign. Because when you launch a particular paid, it is nothing but a paid campaign you're launching, right? So UTM will help you generate the paid campaign performance report. Okay, so in this case, look at this. There is something called UTM source, UTM medium. Okay, UTM source is Google because you are coming from Google. UTM medium is CPC, what Shoaib mentioned earlier, cost per click campaign. Okay, then you have other parameters also. But this data is not there in organic. See, you do not have any data here. No question mark, nothing. So look at this. If I delete this question mark and all the parameters that you see here, okay, you will still be coming to the same page. But the problem here is this data will be considered as organic data. Because what Google does, like when you come from this particular search engine, your analytics, your data will cluster every visitor from this particular page, that is search engine page, as organic. They will try to complete every data of the user as organic. In this case, it is not organic. These are paid. And look at this. It's not about clear trip. You click on this one, Sky Scanner, you will see, again, you will see question mark and all. See, UTM source, Google UTM medium CPC. Why? Because it has to be understood from the data side that this is an effort of a digital paid campaign. It is not an organic campaign. It's not organically I'm doing anything. Organically, Google will try to give every data to organic. So I have to make sure that every time I launch a paid campaign, I use the question mark UTM parameters, okay, that will group under the paid campaigns. Okay, how to do this is very simple. See, there is something called UTM builder. Okay, there is something called UTM builder. You click here. Now let's assume that you guys let's suppose you want to run a campaign for Intellipaat. Okay, so I will open the Intellipaat.com. So Intellipaat.com I have opened. Okay, so when I open the URL, campaign ID is optional. Okay, it is not mandatory, but let me have a campaign ID 224466. Campaign source, I will say it is Google. Okay, campaign medium, I will say it is CPC. Because I am doing a paid campaign, so I'll use a CPC here. Okay, then campaign name. So let's assume I want to run a particular campaign, okay, for the month of this May. So I can mention the campaign name as May, okay, May campaign. Campaign term, I can select that, okay, I want to run this, the term I want to prioritize is let's say offer 10%. This is my term, okay, and content I'm promoting is let's say executive course. Okay, so I'm mentioning something called executive course. Now look at this. The moment I update each of the parameters out here, okay, the moment I update each of the parameters out here, my URL is generated. Ideally, what happened? You should keep everything in lower letter. Google, CPC, this is May, this is offer. Okay. So now I updated this and look at this. Whatever you will make the changes, the parameter will be changed. Like let's suppose if you want to create this is for MBA. Okay, it will update MBA only. Whatever informations you update here, automatically the URL will be generated, and you can copy this URL and okay. And what can I do? I can directly go here in the browser and type it. Now look at this. My Intellipaat.com will open. with this parameter, UTM source, medium and all. Okay. So now this is how the query string parameter, see, if I do not use this, it's fine. But the problem is this, if you are launching a paid campaign, please understand this part. If you are launching a paid campaign, then for paid campaign, you would need the data to be updated as a CPC and Google and all. Okay. If you do not update it as a CPC, Google and all, so that then your report will consider like, to be updated as. So now let me tell you what is cost per click model. Okay. See, every campaign that you see here, every campaign, Skyscanner, ClearTrip, Exigo, and Make My Trip, 4 ads are there, right? All these ads are paying money. So let's assume, just an example, let's assume ClearTrip is paying for for this particular ad, ClearTrip has allocated 100 rupees. Okay. So 100 rupees for this advertisement, ClearTrip has allocated, and one click, because every time you click, you have to pay money. This is why it is known as cost per click. So each of the click cost is 10 rupees. Okay. 100 rupees they have allocated for this campaign. For each click, they are spending 10 rupees. In total, 10 clicks can happen. Okay. After 10 clicks is done, like let's suppose you have allocated this particular ad for 2 days. For 2 days, this ad will run. If in one day your all the 10 clicks completed, then this ad will not be visible because you have consumed 100 rupees. You have to refill or your ad is gone. Okay. So this is why it is known as cost per click. So always remember that when you click here, when you click on this particular sponsored and all this, these are nothing but like, the click activities. These are the click activities that sponsored means that for each click you are paying money. Now, if ClearTrip, I'm just putting an assumption. So if ClearTrip is paying 10 rupees, so that means Skyscanner is paying either 10 or more than 10. It cannot be less than because they're in the top. And Exigo is either paying equal to this one or less than. It cannot be more than ClearTrip because ClearTrip is in the second position. If you see the ad, it is known as ad impression. Please understand there are two technicalities. One is ad impressions. Okay. Ad impressions means you have seen the ad. And then there is ad clicks. Ad clicks means you have clicked on the ad. So did I click on Skyscanner? I clicked on the ClearTrip, right? So my like how many impression ClearTrip will get? One impression because I'm one single user. I've seen this ad, one impression. So impression is one, and what will be the click? Click will be one. Okay. So for this particular ClearTrip, it is one. Now I have given you the the full form of CTR. So CTR stands for click-through rate. See, please understand one thing. CTR stands for click-through rate. So what will be the CTR here for let's say ClearTrip? What will be the CTR here? Click-through rate. This is basically impressions divided by clicks into 100. Now, can anyone tell me what will be the CTR for ClearTrip? Because the formula for CTR, the formula for CTR is impressions. Sorry, I'm very sorry. It's basically CTR stands for clicks divided by impressions. Okay, into 100. It is 0% because I did not click on Exigo. So it is something like 0 divided by 1 into 100. Right? 0 is clicks. Impression is 1 into 100. So that is 100%. So see, in this case, what will happen? I've clicked on Skyscanner and ClearTrip. So they will be charged. They will be charged. Okay. That is why it is known as cost per click. CPC model. Cost per click. Because for every click, you have to pay the money. I did this intentionally, unintentionally, I did this. So they have to pay the money. Okay. Now, for this Exigo and all, they have to not pay anything because I have not clicked on that ad. Okay. So SEO is clear, SEM is clear, pay per click is clear. Now, see, video. Video is again a digital marketing tactics because if you promote a video, YouTube video, I have to come digital only, right? I have to come through digital and watch the video. So it is again a digital marketing. Similarly, mobile and tab. If you are browsing through mobile and tab, it is again a component of digital marketing. Your return on investment, that is your digital marketing ROI and all, again a component, right? Content. So what type of content you are writing, what type of blog you are writing is again digital, because you will be able to digitally manage those. Then social media. So look at this. We have mentioned that in social media also. So now I'll just mention something here. Always remember one thing, guys. Whenever you see this particular, paid campaign. So, okay, these are paid CPC, PPC, whatever you mention. But for always this paid campaign, there will be, this is organic campaign. Okay. So, let's suppose I created this one. So whenever there is a paid campaign, there will be UTM parameters and all. Every time these parameters are there, it will be after a question mark. It will be always with a question mark. I am clicking on some other end. Okay. I'm clicking on make my trip. Now look at this. It will again have a question mark. See, question mark is there. Okay. I'm clicking on Ixigo now. I did not click on Ixigo. Now I'm clicking. Again, it will have a question mark. Look at this question mark and all the UTM source parameters and all. So this parameters is known as, query string parameter. Okay, this is known as query string parameter. Okay, so now if I come to the Excel and if I ask you that query string, okay, do we need a query string for search engine optimization? So what I'm saying, that query string is query string is nothing but you have that question mark and then you have the UTM and all the other parameters mentioned. So do we need the query string for search engine optimization? So my question is, see, when I come to this particular page, search engine is this one, right? Go Ivivo, okay, or Indigo. I click on Indigo. So do we need a query string? So now look at this. This is organic, right? Organic do not need a query string parameter. Always remember, okay? So I can say no. Now, do we need a query string for PPC? For pay per click or for paid campaign, do we need a query string? Cost per click, pay per click, whatever you want to mention that. We would need, right? That's what I have been discussing. We need a query string for paid campaign. See, question mark is there. Okay, so yes. Now, do we need a query string for social media organic? I'll tell you what is social media organic. You go to Facebook. Okay, when you go to Facebook, let's suppose you want to, do not worry. So when you go to the Facebook account of Zomato, then and you log into your Facebook account, then you go to the Zomato page. Okay, in the Zomato page you see different different let's say displays. There are different template is there which is showing you 10% discount, order today get 1+1. So these are organic. These are organic because you went to that page. You directly went to that page of Zomato. What is, so in that case, we will not need a query string. But what is social media paid? Social media paid is, let's suppose I am searching Facebook. I'm going to my Facebook account. Suddenly I saw an ad of Zomato. Okay, which is providing let's say Sunday offer, 50%. I clicked on that ad. That should always have a query string parameter. Okay, and I can show you. So let's assume I will show you with one of the LinkedIn campaign. Okay, so let's suppose if I go to linkedin.com, I'll show you paid and organic both. Now, in this case, see, there is this particular ad, Databricks ad, which is showing promoted, right? So this is a Databricks ad which is showing promoted. Let me click here. Okay, so this is the ad which is showing MIT technology review. So I want to download this. When I click on download, look at this. There is this question mark, query string parameter. Okay, UTM, medium is paid, social, and UTM source is LinkedIn. Okay, so but it has a question mark. If you do not include this parameters, still I'll be in the same page, but they have included that. Look at this. Still I'll be in the same page. But they have included. Why? Because they want to see how many times people are coming from this paid campaign and filling up the form. Okay. So this is LinkedIn paid. Now, what is LinkedIn organic then? LinkedIn is social media. So social media paid, I have shown you what is now. Let's suppose if I go to data break. Okay, if I go to data breaks, now I have not seen any ad. I have just go to the I went to the data breaks page. Okay, and then there are so many listings. Say I click on one of the listings. Okay, when I clicked on these listings, okay, I click on this particular page. So, or I click on any of the post, this post does not need any query string because this is organic data. Okay. So, same thing I am asking here, that whenever you come from social media organic, you do not need any query string parameter. But if you're coming from social media paid, you need a query string parameter. Okay. So now let's understand about email marketing. So do you think email marketing need a query string parameter? Yes, no. In email marketing, it is mandatory. It is mandatory to have a query string parameter. And I'll show you. See, I go to my email marketing. Let me open promotions. Okay. That means campaign. So here there is let's say your guide to smart credit card. Okay. So this is from one of the SBI credit card email. I click on this email. Okay, this is not a campaign actually. This is not a campaign. Let me click on campaign. Promotions. HDFC investing without panic. Okay. Read now. Now look at this. I clicked on HDFC campaign because SBI was a different one. It used to log into my card actually. Now I came to HDFC mutual fund page by clicking on read now. Okay. So when I clicked on this, it had a query string. Look at this question mark UTM sources, Netcore, UTM campaign is weekend, byte, investing without. So it has something. See, ultimately what happened, UTM medium is email. So now I will have a data from the UTM medium, which will show email and the name of the email is also there. Okay. So this is how you will be able to identify. The problem with email campaign is, like, let's assume if you forgot to update the query string parameter, in the case of PPC, all your data will be grouped under SEO. Okay. Here, please understand, because both of them are search engine. So if you forget to update the query string, which you should always do, your data will go to SEO. Okay. And then it will be very big problem because organizations will say, I am spending money, you are not able to give me the data. Social media, same thing. If you miss to update the query string for social media paid, the data will go to social media organic. Again, a big problem, but at least your source is same, right? In email marketing, if you forget to update the query string parameter, like let's suppose in this case, if you have not mentioned the query string parameter, this data will not go to email because email will only come from here. Because see, look at this, I delete this. Okay, now you are in the same page. So you have missed to update the query string. This data will go to which source? This will go to direct because your analytics will not capture any data call from which source you are coming. Here the source is email. So be it Gmail, Rediff mail, Yahoo mail, whatever mail you are coming, your analytics will never be able to group that data in a particular query string unless you have mentioned that. What it will do, it will try to consider that as a direct. Okay, so it is very, very important that you update the query string parameter in the email as a necessary step. Okay, now influencer. I know everyone know about influencer marketing, so I'll not go deep into what is influencer marketing and all. But in influencer marketing, what we are doing basically, we are hiring an influencer, right? We are hiring some professional. We are hiring some professional to present our data, right? Present our data to present let's say performance and all, right? So let's suppose I have apparel business. So I'm asking let's say celebrity to promote my apparel. So you have let's say a sports athletic product. So you're asking some influencer or celebrity to promote that. So what they will do, they will try to promote your product by let's say showcasing in the Instagram. See, Instagram or Facebook or any mode that the influencer does is very popular nowadays. Why? Because see, look at this. Whenever you do an email campaign, you have to send that email to 10,000, 20,000 people, right? Whenever you will do some paid campaign, so it will be viewed to some. Whenever you do Insta campaign, whenever you do Facebook campaign, it will be viewed to someone, right? Some group of people that you will select that I want 10,000 people as my impression. So that means how many people will see your ad? 10,000. So for that you are paying money. But when it comes to influencer marketing, let's suppose I want to promote a particular product with the help of an influencer, and that influencer has let's say 5 million, 5 million followers. So the best part is whenever that influencer create a particular post with your product, okay, then your uh, product will be viewed by 5 million people because the 5 million people are following that. So when this particular product, this particular post or Facebook post or any other social media post comes, it will directly be visible to the 5 million, right? So here, influencer marketing has a very good reach. Okay. So this is one again form of digital marketing. So affiliate marketing is when you try to advertise for some other company, right? So that means Vasu has a particular website. Okay, let's assume Vasu has a website called vasugoyal.com. Now, Aman, vasugoyal.com has let's say 10,000 visits daily. So Aman thought, and vasugoyal.com, what Vasu does, it's let's say a banking product. Okay, so Aman is into insurance. So Aman thought that okay, Vasu Goyal has a very good people visiting every day. So let me promote my product in Vasu Goyal so that 10,000 people who comes to vasugoyal.com will see the advertisement of Aman also, right? So here you have to pay Vasu Goyal because you are exploring the opportunity of visitor visiting. Now Vasu Goyal will say that guys, you whatever business will come from my site, I will take a share, or you have to pay for every click. Okay, affiliate marketing has a lot of different processes. Just Dial is one of them. So Just Dial is there. Then there is Bajaj Finserv also. I can show you. Bajaj Finserv also has a lot of options like this. So when you go to bajajfinserv.in, I think might be their affiliates is not visible now. They keep on changing. Loan against yourself. This is Bajaj products only. The partner page. Okay, it's there. Agio, right? So I click on this one, Agio. Now look at this. Agio is a different one. It's ad only, right? So when I click on this, look at this. It took me to Agio page. Okay. Now, when you go to the Agio page, look at this. Agio page is actually using this query string parameter, right? UTM source, UTM medium, affiliate, UTM campaign. Okay. UTM term is click ID. So Agio will also try to manage this data. Now tomorrow Bajaj will say that Agio, you have generated 10,000 clicks in a year, right? So then Agio will say, no, it's not 10,000. So they will also like to have the data, right? So this is how you generate the data. So here what is happening? Your Agio is trying to get the data with the help of query string parameter. Now you understand what is the purpose of a query string? whatever digital marketing tactics you do, now even for influencer marketing also, influencer marketing will also will try to use the query stream. Affiliate marketing, more of a partnered marketing, it's also very much important. Okay, now let's go to the next slide. What is the objective of a digital marketing? To increase the direct sales, right? Because see, ultimately, why do we spend so much money in the PPC? Because see, so if you look at this data, guys, I no one why did Clear Trip will sponsor this particular ad, paying money for this ad when they are already ranking here, right? Why did Make My Trip will pay money when they are already there? Right. So it is done intentionally because see, big companies like ClearTrip, MakeMyTrip, they have enough money. Okay. So they will think organically I'm ranking at a very after almost 7, 8 searches. I have money, let me put that and get into the top. Second is let's suppose sometimes what happen, you have look at Amazon, they have so many festivals, right? So many offers, so many campaigns that come from time to time. So they will always try to make sure that whenever there is a campaign, they will spend additional money because that campaign is again going to drive some let's say performance and all, right? The campaign is always going to give them some benefit in terms of revenue and all. So they will try to manage those, and to manage those you need certain campaign to run. Okay, so this is why it is very important, to run sometimes paid campaign also. So ultimately, the goal is very simple, that we have to increase the sales. To increase the sales, I am right now coming at the 7th or 8th search. Let me spend money and get into the top, right? Improve the conversion rate. What is conversion rate? That people coming, filling up the form. Like if it is a B2B, the main goal is to fill up the form, right? So if 1,000 people are coming, I have to get let's say 5% conversion rate. So I would need 5% people to fill the forms, right? So I will try to develop a lot of meaningful campaigns so that people understand, fill up the form, and I get a lot of benefit from that campaign. Agree. Then percentage of return with the help of campaigns or with the help of digital marketing, we try to bring a lot of visitors from time to time. Repeat visitors. People see, ideally what happened in the first and the second go, no one will book a particular let's say product. No one will purchase a product. No one will fill up the form. Okay, so they will need to understand few things, that whether this particular website is genuine, whether the product that they are selling is good. So ideally, what I should do, I should always try to bring repeat visitors to my website, because if people are repeating to my website, then I can get a conversion from them. Okay, so that is why percentage of repeat visitors is very important. Organic traffic volume, because when you try to increase the organic traffic, you gradually become more and more famous in terms of the product. Flight booking, I search, I saw Clear Trip there, Make My Trip there, but I saw them in the organic, so that gives me more authentic. Because see, paid anyone can do. Tomorrow Rana can have his own travel agency and be in the top by paying money. But if you are not ranking organically, that means you are not so let's say versatile in your field against your competitors, so you are not there in the first page. Okay, and reduce the bounce rate is also important. Reduce bounce rate means people coming to the website and leaving the page without doing any activity. There is bounce, right? So when people come to the website and they leave your page without filling up the form or purchasing the product, is the bounce rate. So it is very important to understand that I have to reduce the bounce rate, because if I do not, if my user do not engage with my page, do not engage with my content, then I will have very less options of conversions of the business. Okay. Key features, this is the last slide I will cover today, and rest everything is same. I will provide the PPT. You all can go through. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay. So what are the key features of digital marketing? It is wide reach. It's very high reach. See, I want to do a campaign today. Okay, across all the Asia country. I can launch a campaign in the next 5 minutes and make it live across Asia. But if you have to do a, like, let's say, a metro campaign, okay, so that means, like, let's suppose you want to do a offline campaign promoting your particular product in a metro. Will you be able to do across Asia? No. You can only target, like, places where metro is convenient, metro ride is there. So your reach is very high with digital marketing. The cost is very less. If you go to metro, doing a metro advertisement or television advertisements, they are very costly compared to digital marketing. Facebook campaign. Try to do some Insta campaign. You will see it's so easy to do. Hardly it will take 5 minutes. Okay, then targeted marketing. It is again targeted. If you are selling a product in Singapore and Middle East and, in the other regions in Asia, you can easily do that. Okay, so your targeted marketing is done. Real time you can get the data. So you can get the data, real time analysis. You can have a better engagement because you will know what type of product the user is looking for and you can target them. Okay, when I search for flight bookings, that means I am interested in a flight booking. Right. So if you're doing a campaign, that means you're doing rightly. I will not search for flight booking unless I'm interested, right? Then engagement is high, brand awareness is also high. Brand awareness means people know about your brand, they will come. Okay?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So the topic of discussion is going to be marketing mix decisions. Okay. So how it's going to be and what are we discussing about it? All that will be there. Okay. So we are going to discuss how it's going to be, right? So the first thing that we should know here with regards to, the session, that we are going to learn is let's try to understand, what is this? All right. So I'm not going to give you all that boring definitions of what is marketing mix and all of that, but let me give you a story. All right. So everybody knows Coca-Cola, right? Across the world, I would say. So basically, this is something, where you should understand how brands work and how businesses work. Okay. So till now you have been consumers. So the first thing that you should be doing basically here, within these sessions or maybe outside the sessions also, your mindset towards any brands or products. Okay. So the first and foremost that you should be knowing is you have to stop thinking like a consumer. All right. So you have to start thinking like a producer. So what is a difference between a consumer and a producer is specifically consumer is we don't care what, the process is going through behind the product, right? So we just go, so it could be an OTC over the counter product. We go there, we pay money, and then for whatever product that we are looking for, we just take it and then consume it, right? So that is the physical product, and it comes also with the digital products also. We go out, we spend time, we give our attention to YouTube, we give our attention to Facebook, Instagram, and everything, or LinkedIn for that matter. And then we are consuming content, right? So now you have to flip the coin. You have to become a producer of it, right? So you have to start thinking, how do I create this kind of a content? How do I make sure that my product is right? What kind of ingredients must go into this product, right? So how do I make sure that I'm marketing this right? Only then your product is going into the market and then getting into the right direction. Got it? So that's how your thinking methodology has to change. All right. A nice, interesting story of what happened with Coca-Cola, right? So it was back in 1985 where Coca-Cola basically made that interesting story. And, it has thought that, okay, I made a very perfect marketing decision. Okay. So what they did is they had everything at hand, right? So they had research, they had data, and they had taste, testing that is being done. Okay. So they have done everything, somewhere in the year 1985, made sure that, okay, the new formula was better than the old one. Okay. But, once they researched data and everything, proved that, okay, everything is good. Yet they still lost almost close to $4 million, and then they received very huge backlash in the market. Okay. So what is that, one thing that these guys missed? What is that one thing that these guys messed up is something called as very crucial element, something called as marketing mix. Okay. That is exactly what it is, right? So every time when a product, so this happens a lot in India as well. Right now it is happening with all the entrepreneurs. So everybody thinks that I have a great product, I had done my competitive research, I have done my product research, I have data supporting that yes, I am absolutely going in the right direction, and you have done little bit of testing, right, digitally or maybe physically in the outside market. You must have done everything right, but still you will see lot of entrepreneurs always saying that I have everything done right, but still I'm failing in some direction. What is that? So that exactly, if you think of n number of possibilities, one possibility which is very sure where you will go wrong is marketing mix, right? So you cannot literally be 100% confident in terms of yes, whatever I did, it's gonna work out, right? So but you can be 100% sure that if I don't do this, I'm gonna fail here, right? So that is one of such thing called as marketing mix as well. Got it? Now, okay, let me show you some successful, let me talk about some successful products. Okay, so successful products which had beautiful marketing mix done, right? So think of an iPhone, right? Think of Netflix, think of Starbucks coffee, think of these brands, right? So why do you think these are very successful? Marketing strategy, product is consumer centric, generation gap is filled, trust, different ideas that these guys are coming up, customer point of view is different, uniqueness, price, brand reputation, quality and customer experience, targeting the correct people, they are targeting always the right audience, brand promotion, value for money, customer satisfaction. So there are n number of factors, correct? So now when you talk about all of these things, basically multiple marketing strategies, local marketing strategy, segmentation, they are fulfilling the customers needs and wants, changing according with the times, they are adapting to the new tech, new industries, new mindsets of customers, right? With all of these things, yes, but if you have to combine all of these together, okay, so basically there is one thing that you should understand, that if we all bring this together as a collage, right, then there will be the major perfect recipe for all of these things. Okay, so which I call it as basically the 4P model. Okay, so 4P model. So what is this 4P model? So that is product, price, place, and promotions. Yes, the 4Ps. So which are very, very, very important, ingredients in the recipe, right? So product will be your main ingredient. Okay. So in this entire recipe, product is going to be your main ingredient, and then price, what customers pay for the meal, okay, and then where can they enjoy it, correct, and then how you tell them it's delicious, correct? So now if you can think of all of these three brands that I have written here, and if you can relate to all of this, you will see that everything is perfectly served in these three products, in these three brands, right? So this was till now, what people or the brands have been doing, all the way, since I think, hundreds of years, since the evolution of the entire marketing systems. So people have been following the same kind of a model. Okay. This, according to the latest, AI generation or AI marketing, I would call it as, this has transformed itself from 4Ps to 7Ps. Okay. So 4P to 7P model, right? Basically, so what is that, modern 7P framework, right? So can you guess what are the three things that you have basically? So this is three additional things along with this product, price, place, and promotion. There is people, there is process, and there is a physical evidence. All right. So you should know all of these things very precisely so that you understand and then deliver your product in the right direction. All right. So let me write those as well. And the narrative also a little bit changes here compared to the older ones. People, process, and physical evidence. Okay. So again, here, literally product now is not just, the main ingredient part of it. It's about what you sell. All right. And what they pay, where they buy, okay, how they know about you, all right, who delivers the experience, how the service is delivered, what they can see or touch, all right. So these are the new things that we have in place, okay. So technically, what is the thing that has changed? So Hemant, I totally understand the 4P model, but what is this new thing that I see? So let me, give you that consumer experience, okay. So consumer experience previously was just, a little different, right? So somebody used to look at a product, they might get a little bit of understanding of the product. Then they would think of a price and they would think of where I can buy this product. And then, when they're trying to buy that product, they have all of these hoardings, signboards, billboards, and everything portrayed across all the city and town. And that is where you get all the promotional activity done, right? So that was happening till, the smartphone revolution. So after the smartphone came in, so product is very clearly visible everywhere, right? Price is manageable. I mean, you have multiple places where you can find a better price for whatever for the same product, right? And you have multiple places also to pick up the product, okay? And the advertising is everywhere, promotions. So whatever promotions that are happening basically, so you have everywhere, right? So you have it on Amazon, you have it on Flipkart, you have it on Myntra, you are being advertised on YouTube, you have been advertised on Facebook, Instagram, everywhere, websites, Google search, right? So that promotion is also now everywhere. Things have changed. And people who deliver the experience are no more people. So basically it's all systems, right? So there is no face-to-face interaction. There is no something where someone is pitching you about a product, explaining you about the details of the product, how it works and all. So nobody is there. It's all landing pages, it's all chatbots, it's all, the content that is publicly visible. And that is what users are accessing, to make sure that you are getting the right experience delivery. And now, along with that, we have the process also very clearly defined, right? So first you go to a website or maybe you find something online. So you go there, you research about the product, then you go to YouTube, then you go to different places, understand, do your own research on that, and then make sure that the company is also following you wherever you go, right? So these companies or these brands, they follow you wherever you go. They are coming to your mailbox. They are coming to your Facebook feed. They are coming to your Instagram feed. So they are presenting everywhere possible, right? So, and finally, now you are looking for a physical evidence, correct? So you are now convinced that yes, I love this product. I think I'm gonna buy this, right? But still, there is something which will keep you, little backward, trying to give you that kind of fund that boss, you are investing almost 0.5 lakh. So when you are trying to invest, this 1.5 lakh basically, so how are you going to, buy it blindly? You want that experience of how this actually works, correct? So for that, you are trying to get that kind of a physical evidence of, what this product is, looking, and then giving you this kind of a feel and everything. All right. So let's now talk with an example, right? So now let's take, some product. Let's take iPhone only, for instance, right? So what is the customer journey that usually goes through? So if you want to buy a phone, you are not even decided that you want to buy an iPhone. Okay. So your journey goes like this. Okay. I want to purchase a phone. Okay, so this is step one. Okay, so let's say you wanted to purchase a phone. Okay, so this is the first step, which is a thought. So once this is here, once you think of it, you are not even decided. You are just think of it. Okay, what do? You go online. Okay, so you start with your online research. Correct. So what do? Maybe you might go to Google or you might go to Amazon, okay, or Flipkart, whichever you are comfortable with. You go to these places, okay, and then you try to research something like best phones under your budget. So you have your budget in your mind. You have a predefined set of number, right? Like a pseudo number in your mind that, okay, I want to buy this phone within this budget. So you try to do that, okay? When you go onto these places and then you search for it, so you have a list of, exhaustive list of products, okay? So now within the exhausting list of products, basically, right? So what do? You're gonna you're gonna check whichever products you are gonna break down. Okay, so you're gonna pick up the maybe top 10. Okay, initially you are going to pick up the top 10 in that list. Okay, and then you are going to go in depth like specifications. Yes, you're going to check the specifications. You are going to check the features. You are going to check the reviews on those platforms. Yes, you check the reviews, how they are working and all of that, right? And then you're also checking everything basically. So all of this is also there, right? And then availability also. You will also check whether these are available for longer time. I mean, do you have all of these things? Okay. Now, once you do that, basically, once you are done with all of these things, right? So you're not stopping there, correct? So after you do all of this also, then you are checking, okay? You are going to YouTube and then checking that unboxing videos. Yes, unboxing videos specifically you must have also done with that technical Guruji, if I'm not wrong. At least you must have gone to this guy. Okay, is there any video that this guy done? So you are going to go to these videos, check that unboxing videos of how it is actually looking, handy features and everything. Okay, you want someone to get that kind of a trust, right? So even after watching that YouTube video of your favorite influencer also, you are not still going to stop it there, right? So now you are again going to that website, okay, checking those colors, something. You are going to check all the other ones, right? And then after that, now you are trying to do the comparison, okay? So usually in this comparison, you have already now picked up the top 3 out of 10, correct? So you have already picked up the top 3 out of 10. So now previously it was 10 in that list. Now you have made sure that you are now, removing all the other ones which are not that okay impressive for you, right? So that is how it is. Now you have picked up the top 3, and now within this you are going to do deep research. You are going to do much more deep research here, and this deep research is where you are trying to now figure out if there are any known people in your circle who are already using it, right? If it is an existing product, correct? So you'll definitely try to reach out to some kind of a people or a person who is actually using the same phone. You try to check with them, how is the functionality, is it good, are there any issues and all of that, correct? You do this. So if it is an existing product, I mean, market already has seen that and there are a lot of people who are using it, right? But if it is a new product, basically you just go out there and then go to these online communities, you try to do research and all of that. So that is a different thing. You try to do this deep research, and finally now you will go to a physical store. Okay, so you are going to a physical store and now you are going to get that touch and feel of it. Okay, then now you have made a decision. All right, so this is how the entire users, I'm not saying 100% of the users or digital users or offline users, majority of the users go through the same process. Yes, everybody will go through the same process. Some might be doing before and after, like some might be directly going into YouTube and then doing it. Some might be doing exhaustive list of products later, but most of the consumers do this, correct? And you might also directly relate to it. You might have done this in your life some way or the other for maybe a different product, correct? So, but we are talking about the consumer market right now, which is anything that is available out there. All right. So this is precisely how, the consumer side is looking at it, right? But now when you look at the marketing side of it, right? Now all these 7, P's will be followed here, right? So you have a product, you have a price listed, you have the place where it's going to be presented, and you are doing the promotions, and you have all the people supporting you, right? The website, the physical store and all of that. The physical evidence is anyway there in the last of it. So the process of website, comparative models and all of that is already there. Now that is pushing you to the decision stage. Got it? So I specifically call of this user side of it as something called as ZMOT. Okay, zero moment of truth. Okay, I don't know if people are still terming it right. Got it? So this is something called as ZMOT. So people might not call it differently, but yeah, this has been the industry metric worldwide. So we call it as zero moment of truth, where the user will do all that research online before making a purchase decision. All right. So that is how it is. Okay. There is something called as remarketing. I mean, so imagine you are on Amazon today. Okay. I'm sure you must have got this experience anytime before. So let's say you went into Amazon, you have logged into Amazon, and then you search for Nike shoes, for instance. Okay. When you search for Nike shoes and then you clicked on that product, you went into that product page, you searched everything, you checked the size, colors, specifications and everything. You checked all of that, and then, by some reason you didn't purchase it. Okay. You simply, exited the Amazon application. All right. So if you have carefully observed, the product which you have exactly opened and seen, and then you showed a little bit of interest, you will see the same product on Instagram as an ad. You will see the same product on some other website where you are trying to blog something or research something. You must have also observed that it is following you on YouTube as an ad. Have you experienced this kind of this thing? You are trying to do some research online, and these are somehow following you like a shadow, correct? Yeah. So all of this is happening through a concept called as remarketing. Okay. So if you have observed, so if you go to any website, you will see a very nice pop-up saying that, we'll be, dropping those cookies onto your browser. So we'll be able to understand where you are going, and these cookies will follow you. You have seen that tiny pop-up window where you will simply, without reading, click on that. Yes, I accept all those these things. Yes. So that is exactly how it happens. All right. So that is one of a technique that the product owners or the brand marketers, they do to understand what the users are doing, and then they keep following it. We call it as remarketing. Okay, marketing the same product again and again to the same user multiple times, so that the user will not remember, and then it will come to their mind that, okay, I have thought of buying it, so let's go ahead and then purchase it at any moment of time. Got it? So that's one of a tactic of many. There are hundreds of tactics. That one of the biggest tactic is this remarketing process. Got it? So it's all linked with everything. Everything is linked with everything. So that's exactly why we are discussing this marketing mix. So the mix itself is you are putting all the ingredients together. So ingredients here are, it could be your website, your social media, your product features, your pricing strategy, your promotion of place, the people who are trying to do the marketing for you, which is us, basically the digital marketers. So who are those people who are doing all this activity? It'll obviously be us. And then where are you presenting it? All of this will matter. Okay, not directly but indirectly right now, because we are doing everything online. Got it? So yeah, now let's take another example of Tesla. Basically, it's a similar kind of this thing at a broader level. Okay, so now let's break down the case study. Okay, so what is the product here? Electric vehicle. But it is not just an electric vehicle. Okay, it is also an autonomous driving vehicle, right? And it's a energy driven or energy storage kind of a vehicle, right? So this is a product. If you think of lot of things, what are the features and everything, we don't need that. The product is, it's an electric vehicle, it can drive automatically by itself, and it is driven by energy. Okay, so technically electric energy, correct? Now the second thing, price. Okay, so these guys have used literally premium pricing strategy, right? So what is the premium kind of strategy that they are using? Anything, it is starting from $40,000 basically. It's starting from $40,000 and it is close to $1 lakh also. Sometimes we call it as on road here, right? So close to, this is the premium range. This is the pricing strategy that they have implemented. So what is the actual price, right? And then place. It's always direct to customer. We call it as D2C, correct? And the place, basically it's mostly direct to customer, right? And recently they have opened online sales. Initially it was there, but they somehow shut it down and then did it. So you can also order online and then book this. Okay, and you have the company stores, obviously, right? So right now it's not in India right now, but yeah, eventually it might come to us, so we'll have all that experience, right? And then the promotion, what are they doing for this? CEO itself is a brand ambassador. Yes, Elon Musk is only promoting this. Nobody else is doing. He is the brand ambassador, right? And then word of mouth, everybody talking about it. And most importantly, social media, the biggest buzz creator. So they used all of these tactics. Now, what is that major differences that you see with the Tesla when you compare with the traditional car companies, what they are doing versus what these guys have done, right? Now let's try to identify that. So what makes Tesla's approach different from the traditional car companies? How is it different? So think of all the car companies and any of your personal car experience, right? So how the approach is different? What is that model that they have thought differently? What they are doing that? Okay, think like business. Not much advertisements. They have never advertised. That's one of the biggest approach with the traditional car companies. Yes, they never advertised too much, or basically they have not put on this regular, the advertising style, I would say. Okay, no traditional billboards, okay, or hoardings, no big hoardings, right? Yes. And their approach is, yes, the second thing, they are only targeting premium customers. They said that, boss, this is not for everybody. I'm just putting it only for this thing. Yes, direct sales. They did directly. Direct sales is a very fantastic thing. And then they typically use social media for this. Which, tell me one brand company which is using social media for promoting their car. You will see skincare regimes, you will see, Ayurvedic products, you will see all these kind of regular B2C, over the counter products online. But you will never see a car company doing this. Correct? Yes. So they have used social media very effectively to get this product running. And who made this social media buzz? Customers and buzz people, okay, and buzz creators or content creators, I would say, right? Which was literally shared, by all these people. Yeah, of course, the CEO. So who, the CEO did this, and then obviously that is being shared by multiple people, right? So that now what is the learning here? Okay, so in the entire thing, what is the learning? So everything is possible with the right marketing mix. Okay. But the only condition is think innovatively. Don't, try to be, there is no such condition that you have to always think innovatively, but you have to understand that, okay, you can do multiple things. There, you don't have to go to or use that standardized model of, okay, you should do only this kind of an activity. Got it? So you must have to go to that edge of doing it. Again, there are a lot of parameters at play. You might think that, okay, Hemant, you're saying all of this, but, if the product is not right, if the product is not great, so we'll not be able to sell it right. Right? So we'll have tough time doing all of that. Right? Let me give you one standardized, format of doing this, guys. Okay? Never try to sell products which have the capacity to, get sold. All right. So you as a marketer or salesperson, you should never pick up products believing that this is good in the market, I'll be able to sell it. You will become a very bad marketer, right? So as a marketer, I have been doing this since my beginning of my career, which my mentor said to me, and I'm saying this to you today, right? Never take a stand, okay, or think that, okay, if I go to a good company and then try to pick up the best product, then my life is easier. No. Okay, that's what 95% of the marketers do. All right. As a marketer, you will never have a choice to pick up a good product or a bad product. Okay, it's your job, it's your responsibility to make sure that whatever product it is, you have to market it right. Whether it's a bad product, whether it's a good product, it doesn't have the features, it has the features. Okay, so it doesn't have the features that you like, it might have the features that you don't like. It doesn't matter. Okay, your personal opinions on the brand should always be positive. Only then you will be able to market it right. Okay, so don't play the optimistic pessimistic side of it. It's not going to help. The only responsibility as a marketers, as a salesperson or marketing strategist of any of it, your responsibility is to make sure that however the product is looking, you have to make the best of it in terms of sales or in terms of marketing it right, in terms of making the best product out there. Got it? Clear, everybody? So this is a takeaway for today. You should remember this, keep this in your mind, right? So you will never take a choice that I'll only pick up the best product to sell. No, sell the baddest product on the market and you will be the best marketer out there. Got it? So when I say best marketer, the digital marketing side of it, not the traditional side of it, the digital marketing. The mindset is what I'm talking about. Got it, guys? So never pick up sides that, okay, I like this product, I can sell this product, and so I am going into that company. No. If you are given a responsibility by any kind of a business saying that, Hemant, I have a really big trouble, with regards to selling this, I don't know what to do with this, then, it is my job, it is my responsibility to make sure that I'm selling this product in an innovative way possible, and the sales are going. That is the only responsibility. Got it? So be very clear with that, guys. Don't get confused. Don't get carried away with all the other aspects or theories. This is the only fact that you should remember. All right? Perfect. So this is the customer journey and all of this. Okay, so far we have done a little bit of very detailed understanding of it. Now let's get to the heart of it. Okay. So the heart of the product mix or marketing mix. All right. Now, again, let me give you one good example of what or how it changed the entire model of it. Okay. So everybody knows sticky notes that we usually keep to remember certain things. Yeah. We all know sticky notes. Have you ever thought of where did it all start? Never. We don't. So we see a lot of good, beautiful products around us, but we barely think about it. Okay. So I'll tell you, let me, give you a very interesting story. It all happened, I think somewhere in 1970s. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, but yeah. So this was casually, a mistake. So right now you must have seen in certain places, there is something called as a brand 3M. Okay. These guys are very good with glue, sticking things. Yeah. Heard about this? 3M. You will see usually in, car accessory zones. Okay. Something which is sticking easily. So this is that company which casually created that kind of a sticky notes, and then, they casually try to think of how we can make this product very exceptional. So this is one of that kind of a product which is now $1 billion business. Okay, which everybody is now trying to copy, and then they are, even the people who have copied the model also are effectively working in the market, right? So it all just started in a garage with casual glue, which can go into the aeronautical space also. I mean, if you can even use that glue in aero space as well, it is still going to effectively work. All right. So now the reason why I'm saying all of this is basically there is something which I usually call it as onion model. Okay. So when you are thinking about a product mix or a marketing mix, all right. So there are very innovative products which you feel like, "Arey, this maza aa gaya isko dekh ke." So I feel like this is really great, right? And there are certain products which are really great but terribly fail because of some issues, correct? So this was one of such only. 3M was one of it. And then, if it is really hard to resonate, think of Tata Nano. Everybody knows Tata Nano. At least you must have heard about it, right? Let's look at an engineering side of it. Okay. So if you look at an engineering side of it, all right. So this is a masterpiece. Why? Who would create an engine? Who would create an automobile engine? My bad. So who would create an automobile engine under 1 lakh rupees? Isn't that marvelous? So the product is literally great. Yes. Nobody could achieve that kind of a model where you can create an automobile engine, okay, which has 4-seater capacity, okay, and very much, again, this under 1 lakh is literally affordable, okay, and then it fits any traffic zone perfectly, right? And it's a family car, right? Now this is the engineering side of it. I literally call it as a masterpiece, right? Now if you take consumer side, what is the comment that you got on the consumer side? Yes, it's very cheap car. Yeah, this is completely negative. It created a negative market. So for a price sensitive markets like India, okay, so India is very price sensitive market. I mean, we even think for 10 rupees of charge, right? So if Parle-G suddenly increases the cost of biscuits from 2 rupees to 5 rupees, we stop eating Parle-G, right? You agree with this? Suddenly you increase that 20 rupee Coca-Cola bottle, or Pepsi or Thumbs Up bottle, and then you suddenly increase that to 25 rupees. Nobody will buy it. You stop taking it only. You find an alternative for what can I get it for 10 rupees, correct? And then ironically, I'll tell you another side of it, which will be surprising and probably it might also keep you thinking. You go to McDonald's and then you order a McD burger or that meal, whatever, and then you pay 300-350 rupees. You never bargain with them, but you bargain with a street vendor who is trying to sell vegetables, correct? Make sense? All these are real hard truths, correct? We try to do that. I mean, that's how India is, right? We have been using this kind of a process or a mindset since ages, not right now, okay, since ages. So probably it is transformed from our elders from last generation to this and all of that, okay, that's a different story. But yeah, so India being a very price sensitive market, all right, so the moment you hear something called as "Arey wo cheap hai," it's looking totally cheap, your entire narrative changes. You never think of all of this at all. Someone said it a cheap car, you start believing it a cheap car. You never think of it, you never question it, you don't understand the capacity, you will not check anything at all. You simply start marketing it, right? And the marketing here is happening with the customers only. Not even customers. They are, just bystanders. They have not even purchased the product. Correct? All of this happened because of, projection as a cheap car. Instead, Instead of projecting as a cheap car, basically, if we can, if the Tata, marketing team has come up with something called as affordable car instead of cheap, then people would have entirely accepted it. Yes, make sense, guys? That's exactly what I call it as narrative. What you show is what you believe, what you say is what people believe. Okay, so that's exactly is what we need to think when you are thinking about a product mix. All right, so I'll give a very basic example also. Let me give you, I can go on and on. I have tested these kind of things like crazy in all the businesses. Okay, I dealt with B2B, B2C, consumer level, retail product markets, consumer products, apparel, you name it, whatever industry, pharma, you name it, I have done everything. So basically you kind of project it in a way and people will start perceiving it that it is of a highest value, right? So I'll give you another example. So basically, if you take two bottles of wine, same bottles, okay, one you put it at maybe maybe 1,000 rupees, and then the same product, the same wine, you put it in a very nice premium kind of a bottle with a very nice labeling around it, very nice beautiful this thing, and you put it 10,000 rupees of wine, even though the wine is same. If you give tasting test that this is $150 product wine and this is a $5 product wine, people somehow start liking the $150 product. Okay, that's how the consumer psychology works. The moment you put some price tag to it, by default you start feeling that okay, this is something better, though the wine is the same. So you choose the right words and automatically the whole new opportunity opens up. Okay, that's the whole intention here. Got it? So you need to make sure that you are understanding this entire procedure very perfectly right, and for that there is a process that is what we have been discussing all this time right now. Okay, so though this all may sound theory, guys, but these are the ones which are driving the entire marketing decisions. Okay, not even a marketing decision, I would say entire very actual process of getting the brands becoming so influenced by the marketing decisions. Okay, so there are a lot of other things like we usually call it as micro environments and macro environments. So that's a different topic, but yeah, I'll try to bring that also in the discussion now. So that's what I'm talking about, the narrative side of it. When you present it right, so everything looks really fantastic. See, I can give like a number of examples. Think of Fair and Lovely. I think now it is changed for Ever and Lovely, right? Previously it was Fair and Lovely. So there were cases where women used to crazily use Fair and Lovely and then think of themselves that they are getting fairer. Correct? Everybody. Think of any product. The real problem is basically the narrative. Trust me, with the Indian skin tone, right? Based on wherever you are born, wherever you have been raised, based on the climatic conditions, the water and everything plays a very critical role in your skincare. Okay, you put n tons of cosmetic creams, your skin is never going to be fair unless it is coming from within. Okay, that's a fact. This is truth. But how come Fair and Lovely made those kind of bigger revenues, bigger markets, and everything out of this thing? Purely the narrative. Think of Boost. Boost was never the success of Sachin nor Virat Kohli. Do you think Virat Kohli and Sachin are using Boost to increase their performance? Never. But it's a narrative. Boost came up with this narrative that if the biggest player in India for one day international, Mr. Sachin Tendulkar is suggesting this, then let's do it. That's a narrative I'm talking about. Got it? Think of Gillette. Yeah, Complan, everything. Think of every product, you will understand what I'm talking right now. Think of Gillette. Okay, that is the only thing a man can ever get in the best way. But think of Gillette. That's the same thing. It's just blade. Do we don't have any other blades? Yes, we do. But the narrative. This is the only thing of the only best thing that a man can ever get. Narrative. Old Spice, narrative. Think of Philips, narrative. Amul, yes, narrative. It's all narratives, guys. Think of everything that is out in the market. Every product today you are using right now, it's all narrative. It's all a marketing strategy. It's all a product mix. It's all marketing mix that is carefully crafted so that people don't get that negative side of it. Got it? Think of Zomato, think of Swiggy, think of all these fast forward, delivery services. Everything is that only. Correct? Every day, Zomato will remind you in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and in the night saying that, boss, why are you struggling? You don't have to struggle. I'll deliver it to you within 10 minutes, within 15 minutes. I'll bring that favorite food of yours to your desk. You don't struggle with your food. Trust me, I'll bring it to you within 10 minutes. Just like that, I'll give you the delivery. Narrative, correct? That's how you do it. Yes, again, thinking of Fevicol, yeah. I don't know how many of you remember these kind of ads. There were two elements. I mean, even if the logo of Fevicol, you will see two elephants dragging a chair, furniture chair, and it is not coming up. It is not tearing up. They say it's Fevicol, correct? Yes. Parle-G even. Parle-G actually follows a very crazy strategy, which you'll be like, I don't know if you have gone through these kind of case studies before. Parle-G is a very fantastic example. When I was a kid, right? When I was a kid, I had the same size of Parle-G. I mean, I used to get these Parle-G biscuits for 2 rupees. Even today, they are 2 rupees only. How? How are they benefiting from the business? How are they making revenue out of it? All the costs have gone up. The cost of production has gone up, right? Everything has gone up, but people didn't realize the fact that the size of the biscuit has come down, and it is very hard to identify that also. Very hard. You will get the same 10 number of biscuits, and you will get the same count. I mean, I used to get the same count, and now it is also the same count, but it's all changed because of this thing, right? So these are all things coming from the marketing department. Okay, so it's not the company which is taking care of. Company only does know how to create a product. It is all in the shoulders of this marketing and sales department, who is going to take out this narrative very effectively, and that is where the revenue kicks in. That is why companies spend a lot on marketing for innovative ideas, everything for the production and all of that. Got it? Great. Perfect. Okay. Right. So I was talking about that onion model, right? So let me, give you how that onion model works. Okay. So imagine, you have an onion, so you will understand what it is. Okay. So there are three things in an onion, right? So there is core, and then there is a little bit of outer layer of it, and then there is, the extreme outer case. Okay. What is the core of any this thing is basically what customer really buys. All right. So what is customer really buying from you, right? So most of the cases you think that, for example, if you take Starbucks, okay, I love Starbucks coffee. So I'm taking that as an example. Okay. Everybody thinks that you are, buying coffee. You are going to Starbucks for a coffee, is what everybody thinks. No, that's not the case. What you're actually buying is you are buying a third place experience. I call it as. Okay. It could be cafe coffee day also. I mean, that is one of the this thing. Okay. And specifically not coffee. You're not just there to have a cup of coffee. You are there to sit, relax, enjoy, have your own time with your loved ones, with your friends, or with your partner or anybody. You're trying to have very nice conversations over a coffee, right? So that is what really customer is buying. Got it? So this is what you need to understand. So this is always the core of any kind of a product. If you think of any product, the core will be something else. It is not something that is clearly visible. The experience and value that is created with that coffee is something that the model is built on. All right. And then the second layer, little bit of outside of core, is the actual product. Okay. So we usually call it as tangible features. Okay. So tangible features like, the brand name associated with this. All right. It could be the features of the product, right? It could be the quality, packaging, all right? And these days, it is mattering a lot. The design of it. So if the design is not great, if you're not liking the colors, combinations, and everything, you feel like, okay, this is very cheap, right? So one of the beautiful thing about this design is IKEA. I can think of IKEA, for example. So when I look at IKEA, the kind of packaging, quality, features, and the brand name, all these combined together is the actual product. Okay. And then along with actual product, there is outermost layer of it, which, we usually call it as augmented ones. Okay. Augmented product, I call it as. So what is this augmented product? So by default, when you're buying something, you have something in your mind that what if this goes wrong, right? What if this product doesn't work? Then you immediately think of something called as warranty. Yes, guys, you think of warranty, you think of customer service, right? You think of, is there any free installation? Make sense, everybody? So this is something what we call it as augmented product. So anyone who is buying a product or who are trying to experience that product, they are actually thinking of all of this without they even knowing it, right? They never think it very seriously, but they always think in back of their, at the back of their mind that this is what all we are having, right? So this is something basically nobody talks about, right? Everybody talks about how to create social media calendar, how to create Facebook marketing, how to create all the, effective ways of, getting online, how to make money online. If you go to YouTube and then do all of this research, you will see thousands of people talking about it, but they'll never talk about the process, right? So this is the core. All this that we have been discussing, I mean, you have not realized that we have discussed so much. See, so this is really important when you're thinking something. All right. So all this is happening. Why? Because why everybody is not talking about, this kind of core levels of procedures is exactly, very simple logic. People are impatient. The users, the marketers have somehow turned impatient, right? So you never, get to get this understanding of how this entire thing is working, right? So you are always on the side of how do I get revenue? How do I make money? How do I generate revenue? How do I make profit out of it? When you are in that rush, right? When you're constantly thinking that in a rush, then obviously you will forget a lot of things. And that's exactly why India is losing in the entrepreneurship models, because they are not thinking of any of these things. They are not prepared. They don't understand the concept. Even if they understand the concept also, they are not getting that platforms to test and iterate that this is how it is done. Got it? So if you're an entrepreneur right now, if you're thinking of your own product to develop and then do something, then you must, not even have to, you must, it's a, definite thing. You have to, and you must make sure that you are going through all these processes, understanding it right. Okay. So the framework, this is what I'm going to give, for you guys to very clearly understand, but you should know very clearly how this is done. Okay. Now this part is clear. All right. Let's now take the actual products mix decisions. Okay. All right. Okay. What do we take? Let's pick up a product here. Okay. Let's take a B2B product. We have been discussing more on the B2C side of it. Let's take a B2B product. Okay. So when you are trying to buy a software, okay, whatever software that you think, let's say for example, yeah, hosting. So everybody understands hosting, right? Hosting is basically you have a website, and for that you are taking cloud space. Okay. So you are taking cloud space to save all the digital work on the website. Okay. So you are basically taking, cloud space called as hosting, right? Where you can save all the digital work. When I say digital work, basically your text, blogs, images, videos, whatever that you put on the website, all of that is stored in a digital space. That is what we call it as hosting. Okay. So when you try to take this, basically in any of the hosting procedures, you will have multiple models. Okay. So, basically you will have a basic version of it. You will have standard version of it. Okay. And then you have premium version or a professional version of it. Okay. And then you have enterprise version of it. Okay. So what are this is basically they are giving multiple features for multiple use cases. Okay. Let's say, for example, I am just doing a WordPress website. I am doing only for one website where I have a limited space and all of that. Okay. So I have this as a customer. Okay. I'm a very new digital marketer. I'll use this. Standard is something where I'm little bit experienced. Okay. So I have little advanced features needed. Okay. But at a low cost. Okay. I want to get it done at a low cost. Right. And the premium or professional is for agency. So, digital marketing agency. So they are doing this kind of an activity. So what the digital marketing agencies do is, since they'll be serving a lot of clients, so they take a bigger package. Okay. With regards to hosting. And then enterprise is for big businesses, something like IBM, okay, Wipro or TCS. So these kind of companies, big enterprises take that. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm, giving you this thing is every company, gives multiple models in place so that everybody, gets that features and everything according to their personal needs. Okay. So if you are a new digital marketer, for you, basic will do. For standard, you will have to, I mean, if you are advanced and if you want to promote something on yourself, then you can use standard. So all of these, are very clearly given because the marketing segments are little different. Okay. So this guy has a different expectation. People who are using standard, they have a different expectation. People who are using premium has a different expectation, and the enterprise has a different expectation. Now, why is this being discussed is basically if you give multiple options, then you will have multiple segments opened up, multiple customers opened up, right? So if you open the models for multiple set of audiences, okay, or audience markets, it is easy for you to build the product. And I say build the product, it is easy for you to penetrate faster in the market. Got it? So that is what we call it as market coverage. Okay, so I'll be able to go to almost everybody. So now if you think of it properly, I have covered everybody here. You're understanding this, guys? So don't think of what is this product and everything. Okay, so think of I have used different kind of models to reach different kinds of audiences, and I am serving all the audiences, and it will be easy for me to penetrate faster. Why it is easy for me to penetrate faster? The basic version of it is talking about me. There is advanced guys who are talking about my standard business. There are professionals who are talking about my product online, and then there are big companies who are talking about my product online. Got it? So I am catering to all the audiences together, and it is easy for me to everybody talking about my product. Got it? The biggest example that I can give you is GoDaddy, right? You must have heard about this GoDaddy everywhere. GoDaddy is something which is selling domains every time. So they have recently, I think they endorsed Mr. Dhoni for this, MS Dhoni for this. So दुकान खुलना है, ऑनलाइन पे बिजनेस करना है, देन सिंपल GoDaddy पे जाओ, वेबसाइट ले लो, खत्म हो गया, everything is good. That's what they have been suggesting, correct? So that way they are trying to enter the consumer markets faster, and they have established themselves in the market that they are the biggest domain providers. So now, even if you think of Apple also, it's the same case basically. So now we have talked about the B2B side of it. Now B2C side of it, we have a number of things. So think of Apple. Apple always launches 3 models, right? At least I don't follow Apple right now, but when I can think of, it used to launch 16 GB, 32 GB, 64 GB kind of models before. Okay, I think right now it is doing 126, 128, 256 and bigger ones. But previously they used to always launch 3 kinds of models, right? So each serves a different segment altogether, right? So people who are looking for low cost, this space is fine for me. I want to just showcase to everybody that I am a glam guy. They used to buy that 16 GB wala thing or 32 GB and 64, right? So obviously, there is something called as decision paralysis. When you showcase 3 things to a person and you confuse them which one to buy, they always go with the middle one. Have you ever thought about it? And it works every single time. Every single time it works. Why do you think there is a 3-point strategy here? So this 3-point pricing strategy works because you now don't think of whether to buy or not. You think of which one to buy. That's a strategy that marketers use to manipulate the user in terms of buying something. Didn't understand? Cool. So it's a simple thing basically, right? So all these are, see, whatever that I'm teaching here, guys, it's all rightly in front of your life experiences. It's all there. You have experiences everywhere, and you must have done this in a day also, recently in a day or two. Okay, so only thing is we fail to detect it, we fail to understand it, we fail to process it in our mind, right? Only if you do that, it is easy for you to create something better version of whatever that is existing. Okay, so that is how you need to think through all of this. And think of Coca-Cola and Pepsi, right? Imagine, for example, you are in an airport and you are trying to drench your thirst, right? So when you're trying to do that, and if you are going to a place where there is what do you call that, you put a 10 rupee note or a 20 rupee note to it, and then you'll have that can coming out of it. What do you call that? Yeah, so the vending machine. So you have a vending machine which is purely on Coca-Cola. Okay, so the whole vending machine is filled with Coca-Cola, and you have different sizes of it. Okay, the moment you see it, what happens in your mind right now? Imagine that you are in that position where you are seeing that vending machine right in front of you. There is a vending machine, and you are just 5 meters apart from that vending machine. You are just sitting in that bench, and from that bench, in front of you there is this Coca-Cola vending machine. Okay, now how is your thought process? Your thought process goes something like this: should I go for it? Should I buy this right now? Or that's okay, it's just 1 hour flight, I might drink later. I don't want to upset my stomach eating having this drink right now. I don't want to do it right now. This is a kind of thought process that goes. Okay. So the decision making here is basically whether you should buy this or not. Correct? This happens in railway stations. This happens in everywhere. Any of the public transport, this happens. You look at it, you feel that confusion, whether should you buy it or not. Okay. And then in that moment of decision, you take a decision that, okay, if you have decided to buy it, you will go and buy it. If you don't, then you'll be thinking like, a couple of minutes, should I buy or not? All right. But now here comes the kicker. Here comes a different scenario. So now you have a Coca-Cola vending machine, and next to it, you have a Pepsi vending machine. You have both combined together sitting next to each other. Now your thought process goes something like this. Should I buy Coca-Cola or should I buy Pepsi? Your thought of should I buy this or not is gone. Now you are making a choice out of both. When that is in place, you will definitely go something buy for it. Okay. This is a consumer market strategy. You make the user come out of that zone of should I buy this or not to which one should I buy? Think through it very clearly. You will understand the difference. Think of any product that you are buying online. Everywhere you will see this kind of a methodology. So previously there was a case where you were thinking about should you buy this or not. But after, we put up that Pepsi vending machine next to Coca-Cola vending machine, you are now, trying to make a choice between two. You're not thinking of whether you should buy this or not. You are thinking of which one to buy. So that is the biggest marketing strategy ever. If you can think of any things, if you go to a local kirana store or whatever, you go there and then you look at two things. You don't look, when you're trying to buy chips, for example, if you have Lays and Bingo, you will think of which one to buy. But if you have only Lays, you will think of, that's okay, that's not needed right now. You get it? Even the kids are also victim to it. You take the kid to their to the this supermarket or a super bazaar or Ratnadi, for example. You go there, and then they'll always have this decision making thing which is happening between two things when they're trying to buy a chocolate. So you will remove the objective of any brand is to remove that confusion, is to remove that decision of should you buy it or not to which one should to buy. Got it? So that's something. This is a little bit of mind bending. Okay. So when you put people in confusion, they'll make a choice. When they are making a choice, they have already decided they should buy it, but now they are thinking of which one to buy. The concept of supermarket is that only. The concept of drinks is that only. The concept of comparison is that only. Everything is that only. When you put only one product, so you will always tend to whether make a decision, should I buy this or should I not? But when you put two products, then your mind starts thinking which one to pick up rather than this is needed or not. That's exactly why supermarkets sustain very faster and they'll make good revenues, because your objective of going to a supermarket is to buy one thing, but you will come back buying 10 things. Yes. So it's all a part of the game. It is not happening naturally. It's being created. Okay. It's all creation. So all this creation is being done by people like me, people like you, okay, who are the core philosophers of marketing, right? So that is what I have been dealing with. That is what I have been doing all my 15 years, in the industry. I have been doing the same thing with, multiple hospitals. I have been with Apollo hospitals. I have met Mr. Pratap Reddy sir, and all of these discussions that we have are phenomenal. So I have met multiple, very big level people in my career. I had that privilege to meet all of these people, and I worked with government agencies very effectively, creating this kind of, a thought process which will change that magnitude of mindset. So that is the real game. Okay. And everything that the consumer is following through, it's easy to, give that kind of a projection of it. All right. Cool. Perfect. So let's get started with the next set of it, guys, which is the next one, which is product life cycle stages. Okay. So you need to know the stages of life cycle of a product. Okay. So there are new products, there are growing products, there are products which are exhausted, and there are products which are declining, right? So you need to know all of these 4 stages where the product is, and accordingly, you might have to shift your marketing strategy. Okay, so I'm going to write each and everything very detailedly so that you can understand it for later reference also. You can review it. Okay, so first and foremost is the introduction stage. Okay, so introduction stage is something where, this product is entirely new to the market. Okay, something like a virtual VR headset, for example. Okay, so virtual reality headset basically. So it's like that 3D animation that you see. You put that device onto your face, and you will be able to get into a whole new different world altogether, right? So that is one of it. So this is the companies which are going through this is, I think we have what are the companies? We have Apple Vision Pro, okay, and I think there is also one from Meta, something called as Meta Quest, right? And basically now for this virtual VR headset, so the marketing strategy would be something where you should specifically look for creating that awareness. Okay, so you have to build awareness and educate the market, right? Yes. So the first and foremost thing that you should be knowing is you should be doing is to create that awareness, right? So you have to build awareness for this product. So what do you mean by building awareness? You have to let everybody know that there is something called as this virtual VR headset, okay? And this is how it will work like, and this is how it goes. So anything pretty much new in the market, they all do this, okay? They'll try to build that awareness, right? So here, the objective with regards to pricing, okay, if you think of the pricing stage here, so they are trying to skim the market, or they are trying to penetrate into the market, okay? So penetrate the market with customizable pricing. So basically, if you go to them at that point of time when they are selling something, they'll not be rigid with the market with the pricing strategy, okay? They'll not say that this is 5,000 rupees and this is the fixed cost. They'll always try to negotiate. I mean, when you try to negotiate with them, they'll always come to a fair price. They'll say that, sorry sir, the manufacturing cost itself is somewhere around 3,000 or 4,000, so we'll not have a minimal margin also. But yeah, since you are a premium customer, since you are our first customer, we would like to offer at a 500 rupees discount, right? So this is what they do when there is a introduction stage, okay? Then there is something called as growth stage, which is the next level, all right? So growth stage is something right now we are seeing a lot in the electric vehicle market right now, correct? So electric vehicle, I mean, India is now getting very accustomed to this electric vehicle buzz around, right? So we have all of these two-wheelers also now getting into the EV market, and it's pretty much there, right? So here the strategy is basically to build brand preference. Okay. So preference is nothing but basically compared to the other ones, I am better. Something like that. Got it? And then the objective is basically strategy is also to expand the distribution centers. So I want to go at a bigger volume basis. Previously, it was only like few centers here and there. I am trying to experiment which market works. But here I am expanding the distribution. If I started in Hyderabad, I'll now move to Bangalore. I'll now start something in Chennai. I'll start something in Mumbai or Pune for that matter. So I'm now thinking of that expanding the distribution side of it. Okay. So here the competition increases, and so is the pricing strategy. Okay. You have to give the competitive pricing. So is the pricing. So very preferably you have to now give the competitive pricing only, because you have to win the market. Okay. So this is the growth stage, guys. Right. Moving on to the next one. There is something called as maturity stage. All right. The biggest example that I can give you is smartphones. You try to create anything new right now, so basically it doesn't make any sense. So the only strategy that you can think of here basically is differentiation. How is it different than the existing ones, right? And then here comes the market segmentation. Who is your consumers? I mean the audience set of it, right? How can you divide your markets into different sets, and then you try to do it, right? And then here the price, pricing competition basically, it gets very how do I put it, intensified, right? So your pricing strategy is by too much, right? So you have to put a lot of brain to get this, right? So that's what always has been a war with this iPhone and Apple and Samsung, right? So Samsung always comes with that beautiful customized this thing, very nice edgy phones, flip phones, fold phones, and bigger screens. They try to come up with this kind of this thing, and then they try to match that pricing competition with Apple, right? So Android and iPhone, iOS has always been this bigger fight. So that is a kind of where you go to that maturity stage, right? So if you can think of Apple also in the initial stages, it's the same thing, right? So Apple in the introduction stage, everybody were like crazily buying iPhones. So owning an iPhone was a privilege back then, right? So now we have what iPhone, I don't know what is the latest version, iPhone 16. So after Steve Jobs died, it is just a number. So iPhone 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, it doesn't matter. So there are no extensive features in the iPhone levels. Basically, your screen sizes increase and your RAM size increase and your storage is increasing. Pretty much, apart from that, I mean, it is just trying to differentiate its own product, trying to make it better, right? So that is your maturity stage. Okay, anything, like I said, I mean, you pick up any product, if it has sustained in the market for 2 to 3 years and then it is still running effectively, right? Even though it is in losses also, doesn't matter, it is in a growth stage, right? So that means it has taken enough hits in the market but still sustained in the market at a decent pace. It is not quitting. Okay, so that is what is the growth stage, right? So maturity stage is something now which is Zomato right now. Zomato is in maturity stage. So it has introduced it has grown to a very larger extent. Now it is a mature stage. Okay. So mature stage is basically it has gone to that extent that there is no going back. It is only way forward. And it has to always come up with these new tactics to survive in the market. Correct. So you have to always compete with Swiggy. What is Swiggy doing? You will check with Swiggy, and then whatever Swiggy is doing, this should also keep up the trend. If this is not keeping up the trend, then obviously it is gone. Okay. So simple. I mean, I'll tell you how the example with this Zomato thing is. Swiggy had Swiggy Instamart. Zomato couldn't do that, instant delivery part. And so what it did, it bought Blinkit. Understood? So it's a simple thing. So they want to get into that market because if you don't get into the market, the competition will eat away your market. So that is your maturity stage. So pricing that competition and all of that will become very intensified at that level. Got it, guys? And then finally, this is something called as declining stage. Okay. Now the declining stage is basically now you don't have anything on that segment. I mean, Hero still, even if it is doing, basically they have come to that maturity stage that they are not continuing. I mean, I will not say they are not continuing the stage, but they are literally limiting themselves to only like, okay, if anybody comes to us, they ask for it, they go for it. That's how it is. Okay. But now if you see, Decathlon is now in the growth stage. In the same bicycle segment only, now you see Decathlon is in the growth stage, basically. Got it? So they are increasing their revenues from the bicycle industry. So let me take this Hero cycles for that matter. Okay, Hero cycles, Hercules, any of it, since bicycle came up. So or you can take Nokia also. Yeah, Nokia is a better example. It's relatable to everybody. Okay, so Nokia phones. So for this Nokia, it's a very declining thing. I mean, you don't have a choice. Your only strategy here, your only strategy here is to either harvest or divest. Okay. So you either keep doing what you're doing or you go to a bigger process of doing it, right? So here it becomes very hard for cost control. Cost control becomes very crucial here. So you don't have an option. So you are a dead market right now. So you cannot, either you grow with this or you simply shut it down. Okay. So either you grow or you simply do it. Micromax, I think it's already dead. So it's not creating anything. I mean, as of my understanding, my knowledge. So you have to adapt. BlackBerry, they should have harvested into something called the smartphone business. They couldn't, they didn't, right? And so they are dead. Same thing happened with Nokia also. Nokia was the ruler of the entire, phone industry. It was ruling across the world. Nokia was like crazily there. Same happened with Motorola also. I don't know if anybody, born in 1990s would understand this very clearly. So everybody used to have the Nokia N72, E72, E series, N series, F series, all the series, right? And then suddenly the smartphone industry came in and then entire thing is gone. Yeah, D2H business is also the same thing. So they couldn't adapt. They didn't adapt. They didn't harvest. They didn't, try to create or get into this market. They think that no, we are the leaders of the industry, so nobody is going to replace us. They were overconfident. And then everything just flipped. LG was the first one which introduced Feather Touch. I don't know how many of you know this, but there was something called as Feather Touch, where you just touch the screen and then automatically that is done. And then slowly Samsung took over. Slowly everything else took over. Smartphone revolution came in. And then that's a whole different story altogether. So understand the difference, guys. Declining is basically you still have a choice. You still have time to improve your business. Okay. So that is your declining stage. It is falling down. So you have to do something to increase it up. That's a choice. Dead stage is something, there is nothing, it has fallen flat. You cannot do anything about it. Got it? You try to give any fancy thing, you try to do something in it, it's a dead market. You cannot go there and then start selling it, using it again. Most relatable example that I can tell you is technologies, guys. Simple technology. The C language, it's dead. You cannot learn C language and then go applying for companies. Got it? If you go to an interview and then say that, what do you know? If you keep saying that, okay, I know C language. So do you think you're going to get jobs? You don't, because it's a dead industry. Now, what is declining industry? Can you think of any declining industry? Anything which is related to coding is a declining industry because it is now adapting to AI. AI is doing all the coding jobs right now. Get it? So, I mean, not everything, but yeah, to a major extent. AI is slowly replacing that manual, menial things that are there. So that's a declining stage. Now, the users, the employees who are already in the IT industry, they have to adapt to the AI. So they have to adapt to the new AI models and then start thinking innovatively where I can fit myself into this industry with AI knowledge. You see it? That's a declining stage where you have a choice. You cannot now say that, no, I have been doing this for 15 years. I have been doing this for, all my life. I laid my career brick by brick. If I had to now AI, I hate AI. No, it doesn't work. You will be the one who will be affected, not the markets. Got it? So it's all a part of a process, guys. I mean, we have to adapt. So only industry, I'm telling you, the first industry that is always quick, just like that, within a snap of fingers, very fastly. What is that one industry which is always aggressive in terms of adapting to new tech, new cultures, new people, new advancements, new process, new strategies is the marketing department. Okay, all the other ones will come later, but the only thing which adapts faster before even market understands this is purely the marketing. Okay, and thereby sales automatically come in, because marketing, when they put the efforts of, okay, there is this new tech coming up, then automatically sales will adjust to it, right? So that's why marketing is always very aggressive, very intensive in terms of adapting the tech into new things. Okay, today you see a new tech, so if the consumer is seeing that new tech, that means marketing has already gone through the tech in and out, very clear, for the last 2 years. Anything which is coming to the consumer industry, that has been eaten, tried, tested, made sure that everything is working, by these people only, right? So remember that. Okay. So now, if you had to put this really in practice, I think we have discussed enough number of this thing. But if there is a new product, right? So if you are doing this at a new stage, basically, so there are different kinds of funnels that people use. Okay, so I have been associated with a lot of entrepreneurs, where I have that 30-40% stake in those company. I'm an avid investor also. So I have my own cafes and pharmaceutical industry, and the same thing. I mean, I'm also an angel investor there. So I look at this innovation funnel. Okay, so I personally believe this innovation funnel, which everybody should be doing it. Okay, so I'll tell you what happens there. So first funnel. So when I say funnel, it's an inverted. How do I put? It's a cone, inverted cone, right? So it's just like that wafered ice cream cone. You have a cone, right? If you invert it, basically, you will see the broader area, opened area. So that is where you have the idea generation. Okay. So I want everybody to generate like 1,000 ideas. Okay. When I say everybody, I mean within the team, whoever is creating this. So I want them to generate 1,000 ideas. Out of that, I'll screen, okay, 10% of it. Okay. So I call it as screening. So maybe 10% is 100 ideas. So now I'll filter the 100 ideas which are good, right? And then out of that, I'll take 10% for testing. Okay, I call it as concept testing. So I put that 10% here. Again, the 10 ideas, 10 best ideas out of all of the screening ones. I'll take 10 of this thing. I'll do the concept testing. And after concept testing, then I start asking my analysis team to do the business analysis for the top 3, which is 30%. Okay. So top 3 concepts. So now ideas are no more ideas. So here we call it as concepts. Okay. Ideas are now concepts. Out of these 10 concepts, I'm going to take 3 concepts where I ask them to do the very deep down business analysis of how this is going to work, what is the product fit, whether there is a demand for it or not, whether I have to do the competitor research, are there any competitors? So I do all of this. I ask my team to do this. Okay, so they do this activity, and when I say my team to do it, that means you also have to get through this. Okay, you should go through this process. All right, and then finally, once the business analysis is done, I'm gonna pick up one product or two products for that matter. Okay, just to be safe, I'll pick up one or two. Okay, so I'm gonna do the product development. Okay, I'll take usually one product, which is usually fine less, but I'll also be on the safer side. To put my money safe, I'll also try to test with one or two products. Okay, that is the product development stage. Now comes the market testing. Okay, so I go out, I ask people to go out, go to malls, talk to people, start sharing this product. And for this market product, I am going to test with one product, obviously, right? And finally, launch. This is going to define whether this is going to be a success or a failure, right? Now, if you ask me, sir, are you following 100% efficient model? Yes, I am 100% following an efficient model. But can you guarantee me success or failure? I am not 100% sure. It's all dependent on many factors. Like I said, this is exactly where it is dependent on the micro environments and macro environments of business. Okay. So what are these micro environments? Basically, anything which is happening within business. Okay. Anything which is controllable, right? Anything which is changeable, anything which can be modified. Okay. I can change all of this. I can control this within the business internally, right? Anything which is related to the team, if I want to change the team, yes, I can absolutely do that. It is still in my control, right? So I can minimal the damages at this point of time, right? Now this is all micro environments which will play a very critical role when it comes to the success or failure of a product. Now when it comes to the macro environments, okay, there is something called as pestle. Okay, I'm sure all the MBAs must have heard about it, right? So there are political factors, okay, so which might impact my brand, right? And there is something called as environmental factors, right? Suddenly people start shouting on the street saying that ban plastic. Okay, and my entire product that I have been developing here, has plastic only at the core level. Suddenly now, if I go out and then look at myself, then environmental factors, people are saying that no, plastic is very bad for environment, ban it, I don't want to use it, right? And then very importantly, social factors, right? Social factors, something religiously, coming up. Someone will come to me saying that no, this is against my religious customs, I don't want to use this product, ban kar do ye. My emotional feelings are hurt because of you doing this. So social factors, I cannot control it. Macro environment, right? And then technology changes. Now we have AI. AI is in place. I cannot control AI. I didn't anticipate AI I cannot stop or I cannot control the speed of AI, right? Technological this thing. And then location specific, right? So you have the location specific issues also. Based on the location, you have, different aspects coming up, correct? So all these locations will have different impacts basically, right? So, the location is also going to impact a lot basically, where you are doing it. If you are going to an agricultural field and then you are trying to do something, then yes, it will have a different implications. All right. And then you have something, related to, I think it's economy. Yes, the E part, the economy part, the economic conditions, obviously. Any economic condition, if there is a high inflation in US right now, that is going to impact my business, right? If there is high, interest rate on business loans, that is going to impact my business, correct? All that are the macro environments. So all these are going to literally play with my product, literally. And then the customer comes saying that, everybody is giving it 10 rupees only, why are you increasing it to 11 rupees? I am not going to give you 11 rupees. That is a different whole different scene altogether. Got it? So this is a kind of hardships that you will have to go through when you're trying to launch a product, right? Everybody thinks that entrepreneurship is very easy, so I just have a very fantastic product. So it's not about you having that product, it's the process that you have to go through. You might have a fantastic, great product out there and you are trying to become a hero, okay, on Shark Tank. It's not going to work. Okay, let me break that ice for you. Let me give you a reality check. So entrepreneurship is not about, you creating a great product. You creating whatever product it is, you trying to enter into the market space, benefiting out of it, launching all these processes and then taking a success out of this with multiple failures also, equally there. Or sometimes most of the cases, 90% you will see failures only in the initial stages. All right. So that is how the innovation funnel works. Okay. So all that matters at that point of a time basically is whether this decision that I'm going to make for this kind of a product, will it impact my business in a good way or a bad way? That's it. Okay. Now there'll be certain decisions. I'll tell you my own experience. When we have to launch something, when I had my first discussion with Pratap Reddy sir regarding this thing, I have to literally struggle for a whole year. So I spent literally 1 year trying to develop the first appointment booking for doctors online. So I don't know if you have gone through. So everywhere now if you are trying to book any consultation with a doctor, so I am one of the core team members who have designed this unit, designed this strategy of creating appointments online for the first time, and that happened with Apollo Hospitals. So I had to literally work for almost 1 year from ground level to the highest level ladder, and then get 5 minutes of time of sir, and then I was able to present product. There were all the others also in the market. So question is basically I didn't have plan B. I was literally going with my gut, and I believed somehow that this is going to work. So you see when you go to any Apollo landing page or any of the hospital landing page, you will see that form where you can book an appointment consultation for OPs, right? So when you have this kind of a product, basically when you're trying to present this product to the CEO of the company, right? And technically, I mean, healthcare industry is something basically where you will have very less technological understanding people there. I mean, very less. When I say less than 1%, I would say. They are very good with all the doctor stuff. But when it comes to tech, they're always skeptical. Like, no, Hemant, why would I take that risk and all? Nobody in the market is doing it. So I pitched that with Continental and the other hospital, I don't remember. But yeah, I pitched for this thing and they literally, thrashed it out into the bin. They said that, no, Hemant, we don't want to work that way. So they literally suggest you saying that, no, this is never in the market. Why would I risk my entire thing? So I don't want to do this. So when you have that kind of rejections coming from multiple big tires, and you have one opportunity which is just 5 minutes to present and then impress them, then that is something that's very personal and different as well, right? So I mean, it's we cannot anticipate which is going to go in a good direction or bad direction. Like I said, whether it is good direction or a bad direction, there is no way. I mean, you only have one way to go ahead. I mean, you have to launch basically. So that's the only thing that I can suggest. Okay. All right. And we are gonna discuss the most important aspect of it called as pricing. Okay, the profit driver. Everything about price. Okay, the profit driver. How do all the businesses manage to somehow make money? Right. So this is a science of making money. It's not about just marketing now. It's all about the different methodologies that the companies use to make sure that they are benefit through the business. Okay, so that is what I'm going to explain now. So let's say, for example, right? So you have to understand the price psychology, right? So like I said, don't be a consumer, be a producer. So what is this price psychology? Okay, so there is something always called as price and value perception, or instead of perception, I'll write equation. Okay, so what is this price value equation? So there is something called as perceived value. What is the customer thinking about this value? Thinking about this product or service or whatever, right? So people always assume that, okay, if I'm going to buy this or if I want this, what are the benefits that I'm getting out of this? And is the price manageable for me or not? I mean, is this fitting into my budget or not? Okay, that is what we call it as perceived value, which comes with perceived benefits with a combination of price point. Okay, so the consumer always have to feel that they are comfortable with the price. I'm not saying easy to buy. I'm not saying hard to buy. I'm saying comfortable to buy. Okay, there is a difference. You have to understand that. If you remember, I gave you, an example, right? So I'm going to repeat that example today also. So there was something called as wine test, right? So if you give the same wine, right? So if you show basically two same identical wine bottles, okay, one is priced at, for example, let's say 1500 rupees, and then the other one is priced at maybe 10,000 rupees, for example. Okay, if you are thinking of what is that identical great thing which comes at 10,000 rupees, my favorite is Macallan. Okay, just kidding. But yeah, this is how it is, right? So now if you ask, if you put this price tag and then put those samples in front of two, and if you ask any kind of a customer which is tasting better, so obviously people will give that kind of answers that okay, this is something tasting better, even though it is the same. Got it? So this is what they say, and this is proven also. It's a very basic consumer psychology, right? Whenever you see high priced thing, if you put the same wine also, so first initially they think that no, I think both are the same thing, right? But if you put this price tag, something happens in their mind which will always suggest them that I think this is better. All right. So that is what we call it as perception, right? This is what you need to understand. So it is the same wine, but it is the perception that has changed because of this price point. Got it? So that is exactly what we are going to discuss right now. Okay. So with regards to the price psychology, right? So what are the kind of pricing strategies that we have been following, or the companies have been following till now? Okay, let me give you that kind of frameworks. Okay, and this is really important, guys, and it will be very interesting also. Okay, so the first and foremost is cost based pricing. Okay, so cost based pricing is basically, right, okay, so if you had to ask me how does it work, so you put the cost and you put the desired profit margin. So profit margin is something, obviously you have put all your blood and sweat into this, so obviously you will expect some profit out of it, right? So what is that desired profit? Okay, that will decide your price. This is called cost based pricing. All right, so let me give you an example. Okay, all right, so for example, let's say you have a restaurant. Okay, so in a restaurant, basically, if you pick up any food, okay, let's say the food cost is 100 rupees. Food cost is equal to 100 rupees. Okay, and obviously you'll have to maintain the labors, and you'll have to maintain the overheads, right? So let's say that is costing you somewhere around like 150 rupees. Okay, I'm talking about one product, one food cost. All right, and you are expecting a desired profit of 30%, for example. Okay, so 30% profit is what 30% profit is what you are expecting, right? So what will be the now final selling price? Do the math, and being a marketer, you have to be very good with math, guys. So the actual cost here is 250 rupees, right? So 250 rupees, and out for this 250 rupees, you are expecting a 30% profit, right? So that is 250 and 30% of the 250 rupees. How much is that? 75 rupees, right? So that is 250 as your cost, total cost, plus your profit of 75 rupees. So which will end up with, how much is it? 325. Got it? So this will be the cost. Now you do the math. Why Swiggy, Zomato, and all of that will cost you higher? Because of this labor overheads and the trying to make the desired profit, right? So that is what you have to understand. So simple math. So everybody knows this. Any person who is doing business, or anybody who is having a basic math understanding, they'll understand this cost based pricing, right? So this is how it is. Now what are the pros and cons of it? Let's try to understand. Okay, so the benefits of this, basically, it is very simple to understand. Okay, and basically you will also have the profits for sure, some way or the other, higher or lower, you will have profit. It will definitely ensure you profit. Okay, and then basically what are the cons with this? Okay, so they literally ignore the consumer value, customer perception, I would say. Okay, specifically value perception. They'll always not try to understand whether, because obviously if you look at it, the food cost is 100 only, obviously you will be affecting the quality. That is exactly why when you go to a new restaurant, you will see a better quality. But when you are trying to go to the same restaurant after 1 year, okay, you will see that quality is not good. Arey pehla acha tha, it was really good. Now why are you doing all of this? Okay, so have you ever faced this? You must have definitely faced it. Everybody in their life, you must have gone through this. Yes, yes, guys. So you will feel that whenever you go to a new restaurant, something new in town has opened, you will find the best food there. But after 6 months and after 1 year of time, right, you will feel this, problem that, okay, I don't like the taste of this anymore. That's why you see all the restaurants getting shut down within no time. Got it? So that is the cons of it, right? So they'll ignore the customer value because they feel that, okay, now that I have made my initial profit, I can now take that leverage. That is why you see this food adulteration. That is why you see all of these problems, right? Next thing is something what we call it as value-based pricing. Okay, value-based pricing, my favorite. So I like this kind of value-based pricing. Basically, this is, literally concept is very straight. Price is based on customers' perceived value. What is customer perceived value? Let's say, for example, right now you're all doing digital marketing, right? This is the example that I told you before. All right. So the example which demand, exactly, good word. So, if you have good demand in the market, obviously the value increases. If there is lesser demand for it, so you'll have lesser value. Got it? All right, guys. So you have, the different kind of perception, the value being perceived by the users in a different way. All right. So, like I said, digital marketing is on a boom right now. So everybody is looking for digital marketing and everybody is, trying to get some value out of it. So the value increases over time, right? Based out of demand. So the biggest example and my most favorite example is McKinsey and Company. So they do consulting. I'm sure you must have heard about it. If not, do this research. Look for McKinsey and Company after this, right? So it's very simple, right? So people like me as consultants, market management consultants, we do the same thing. We consult, right? So we literally give hourly rate because for us, every hour is business, right? So we don't do it on a monthly paychecks. We don't do it on salaries. We don't do it on something which will, which keeps us waiting, because for us time is essence. Time is very important. So we do it on an hourly basis. So any marketing consultant or any management consultant, basically they might charge from 5,000 rupees to sometimes it might go to 25,000 rupees also. This is per hour. Okay. I personally charge 5,000 rupees for every hour that I spend. For any kind of management consulting, I spend 5,000 rupees. Even the sessions that I'm taking, it all has that value. And obviously, why is that high value? Because of the value that I create for my consumers, for my users, for my learners, right? And the value that comes with my profile as a tag. So who is Hemant? Hemant is a McKinsey grade consultant. Hemant is has been working with Google. Hemant has been working with multiple businesses. So all of this is highest value, right? So when you have highest value, you'll have highest demand. Got it? So that is how this is. So the now based on the, so it all works based on the value that you create within that 1 hour, right? So it is not 8 hour extensive work. It is that what can you do within 1 hour? What is Heyman specialized in, right? So my specialization is, if you give me any kind of digital marketing, if you ask me to create a digital marketing plan, which will effectively work for the next 1 year, everybody will take literally 1 month of time, 15 days of time, 1 week of time. I do it within 2 hours. Literally, I do it within 2 hours. I make sure that everything is properly done. I estimate the process. I do the competitor analysis. I do everything. I'll do everything. Like very rapid speed, right? That is the highest value. Got it? So you should also understand that the kind of value-based pricing always goes in this direction. You call lawyers, you call accountants, you call consultants, you call certain people who are really good problem solvers. All of these will be of a highest demand because they give the highest value, right? So literally here, what is happening is the client ROI, we call it as return on investment. So that is going to justify the premium pricing because it's all directly connected to the revenue. So if I'm saying that, for example, if I say Razia is approaching me for consulting, sir, I need your consulting. And if I take 5,000 rupees and if I'm not giving any revenue for her, I'm not generating any ideas to build her revenue. Obviously, why would Razia take my help? She will not, correct? So she might pay for my initial first consultation, but later for my further consultation, she'll not come to me. So the ROI is very directly related to these people, anybody who does this consulting process. Got it? So that is exactly what you should know. Why some people charge this much? Why some people do it at a very low cost, right? So this kind of war happens everywhere. Somebody will say that no, Intellipaat is giving it let's say 75,000 rupees, of course. And if you go to any other local one, they are just giving it 15,000 rupees. So those people who understand the value, they go for high pricing one. Those who understand that, that's okay, I know the basics. If I just get the fundamentals from some random guy with just 10,000 rupees, I'm okay with that. Then they go to that value. So whichever you take, the kind of value that you get is different, right? So now again, like I said, it's all, this is the second kind of value based, second kind of pricing that is available in the market, right? So you need to understand the third kind of pricing, which is literally competition based pricing. Okay, competition based pricing. So what is this competition price based? It's very straight thing. Okay, so price is relative to the competitors, literally competition. Okay, let's take the same airline industry only. Okay, so we have the airline industry, biggest example. We have Indigo, we have SpiceJet, we have the Air India, right? We have multiple airlines, right? So all of these prices obviously change. They are very dynamic. Okay, we call it as dynamic pricing, right? It is literally based on the competitor pricing. Qatar Airways, Emirates, yeah. So anything. Okay. So that is it's all basically on the competitor pricing, right? So obviously it is very dynamic, and then the price matching guarantees are also provided, right? Somebody will offer you that, okay, pay this extra 500 rupees and then you will be able to you book your seat of your choice, right? So all of those things will also come to this thing, and then obviously they'll show you differentiation through services, but the price will remain the same, pretty much the same. Okay, so you go to SpiceJet and then you're trying to book a flight, you find it at 3,500 rupees, and you go to Indigo, you will have like 200 or 300 kind of a difference only, but you will not see 5,000 rupees or 6,000 rupees for the same economy, right? I'm talking about the economy. Business class is entirely a different thing, so let's not get there, but this is how it is for generic understand. Got it? So that is very basic at all levels. So you talk about smartphones, for instance, you see all the smartphones will be in a similar range. If you are going for a low price, obviously the quality is affected. That's by default, right? So if you're going to do that with the other mobiles, right, you will have a similar kind of a pricing strategy involved there. All right. So how you are going to decide how much should I charge for value based pricing, right? So I'll tell you that how much should I charge. Okay. So there are three cases. If your service is directly impacting the revenue, okay, if it is directly impacting the revenues or ROI, whatever, okay, then obviously your value, your pricing will be higher. Okay, but if your service is indirectly impacting the revenues, okay, so how is it impacting indirectly? Basically with the strategies that you build, okay, with the tactics that you use, with the frameworks that you give, you create blueprints for it. All right, you understood, right? So you are giving the kind of strategies, tactics, frameworks which have like high chances of winning. Again, you're not giving generic ones, high chances of winning the game, right? So then you will charge mid level. Okay, so this is something that you should be able to do it. Okay, and then if your service is not related to the revenues, okay, it is not directly related to the revenues, is not directly or indirectly, but it might again, remember this word, it might. So even you are not confident that whether this is going to work or not, but it might create an impact, okay, on the business, okay, significant impact on the business, then obviously yours demand will be low, it will be low level charge. Okay, now it depends, this is how you decide. So if you are creating something which is directly giving them revenues, okay, you say that. So usually these are the departments which are mostly into sales and all of it. So sales is a direct impact on a business, right? Anything which is related to sales, revenue building, and any of it, obviously your demand will be high. Okay, and if you are creating strategies, I do this, so I am creating these strategies. So I create strategies, tactics, and frameworks, and I create a lot of blueprints, which is very specific to those businesses. I have created one-man agencies also. Literally, I mean, with only single one person running an entire digital agency, and I made it successful. I made sure that it is them. I have experimented. It worked for me. So I created that kind of a strategy for people, and it worked. So I am at a mid level, right? So high level are basically impacting the business at a highest level, right? So you name the price, they'll be ready to do it. All right. And then this is exactly where you see these kind of Shark Tanks doing. You see that? So Shark Tank mein kya hota hai? So when you get into Shark Tank and you are seeing all those episodes, people are ready to invest, right? So when they are investing in this, so why are they investing higher here? Why are they bidding for high things? Because they see that it is directly impacting the revenues. I mean, if you see numbers and everything, literally projections are good, then the investment will become high. But if they think that okay, product mein dum hai, lekin I don't know whether this is going to work or not, then obviously your investment goes little down. But if you think that no, this product doesn't even work, I don't know whether this is going to work or not, or whether this is going to see the next day sunshine, then yes, it will be very low. Got it, guys? Yeah, clear? Everybody understood? Yeah. Now, how much should you charge? That is literally dependent on this. Which category do you fall into, right? If you had to give me, okay, sir, can you give me an example of mid-level from department or any other vertical? Any kind of this thing, sir. I just told you, no, the digital marketing agency as a concept, right? So anybody, everybody, lot of people come to me, sir, I want to start an agency. So can you help me design? How should I do it? Can you give me some kind of blueprint? Can you design very specific to a thing? I want to target all of these kind of audiences to, get into digital marketing. I want to service them with services. So that is where I give all the strategies, tactics, frameworks, and blueprints, right? So for all of that, so sometimes I might charge. I'll tell you how I, charge. But sometimes I might charge on a monthly basis if they need me for more than 6 months. Okay. So I charge on a monthly basis if they need me more than 6 months. Okay. But if it is one time, right? If they ask me, sir, I just need one time help. So I just need this kind of, strategies and everything. That will be a fixed cost. Okay. Again, that will become this cost based pricing. You see this? So that is how it is. It's a fixed cost, one time help. But if people ask me that, sir, we want you to be a partner in my organization, I want you to do this. So then I'm going to charge at a equity, right? So I'm going to take up certain equity in the company, and obviously I'm working for the profits. Now you understand, everybody? So I mean I somehow feel that you guys are looking for numbers. So this is how you do it. Now this depends, obviously. So if you are looking for my thing is, this is what I do usually. So I mean that is all what you can do, right? Anybody at a senior level, if you are very good at what you're doing, so this is what you do. And for any basic thing, right, sir, for example, here in this case, my service is not directly related to your career, but I can guide you in that career. So it might work if you really implement it. So people reach out to me for consultations. Okay, so I'm available on TopMate. So people reach out to me for discovery calls. Sir, I want to understand, if this is the right decision that I made, right? So it is all basically the kind of questions that you ask, right? So based on that, the cost will be, like I said, hourly model. So it will be like 5,000 per hour, or sometimes it could be if there is a student who is just starting their careers, I would not charge high. So I would give them at a lesser cost, something like that. Got it? Since it is directly involved with the operations, business, revenues, streams, and everything, the client satisfaction, everything. So obviously the equity, it's purely dependent on how involved is this, how it is going to give that highest value, right? So usually it is like 30% is what I take, on a lower side of it. Sometimes there are also certain cases where I took 60% equity of the company. So that's a bigger game that I play. 60% and 40% used to be the owners who have created that, because I bring that value. All that is value, right? And some people might be settled for only 5% also. That's also fine. And some people also use this kind of mixed models. So they take 10% equity, and at the same time they also charge on a monthly cash flow value. So people charge like 1.5 lakh, 2 lakhs a month, and along with the 10% equity in a company. That could be a different model also. Got it, guys? Everybody is like bloated in your head, getting the core of how business works. Everybody, is it boring or interesting? Yep. So this is how you have to think, right? So it is basically much more deeper if you think it right. Okay. So I'm trying to give you, this is just, the tip of the iceberg. So there is a lot more deeper things. If you go in each of it, you will see much more value. All right. Let's move on to the next one, which is competition-based pricing. I think I have already discussed that. Okay. This is literally differentiation through service and not the price, right? And then there is something called as the power of nines. There is a little bit of psychological, tactics that I find it very funny, but somehow it works. Okay. And it works crazy. Even till today, I couldn't figure out why that works. So that's why as psychological pricing tactics. Okay. So the power of nines. People who have understood this, you must have already realized. What is this power of nine? You have seen 199, 599, or 499, 999, 1599. Yes. Have you any time fallen into this trap? I'm sure everybody will. Everybody will. Right? So let me ask you this simple question. Right? When a friend asks you that you bought a shirt, you bought that recent shirt, right? How much did it cost? If you have bought it for 1599, you will never say 1500, you will say it's 1600. Yes. If it is your friend, think of it. If it is very closer person to you, you will literally say not 1500, 1600, sometimes even higher. Yes. So when this is the same question, if your dad or your mom asks, how much did you spend for this shirt? You will definitely say 1500, not 1600. Yes. When your dad or your, people at your home ask you how much did you spend on this, you will definitely say 1500, and sometimes you might also say I got it for 599 only, not 1500 also. Correct? That is psychological tactic. Okay. So you need to understand that. And this is applied everywhere, right? When you are with your friends and with your casual buddies, you will say higher cost. And when you are with the, the regular kind of a people, or I mean, your home environment, when you're in a home environment, you'll always try to say it lesser, right? So that is the psychological effect. Why does that work? Okay. Why does this 99, 9, and how is this thing works is research literally suggests that this kind of pricing strategy can increase the sales by anywhere between 30 to 60%. Okay. 30 to 60% increase in sales because of this 9 game. Okay. And nobody knows why. Literally, I mean, we can only think of the possibilities why this is happening, but literally it's not a very solid conclusive aspect here. Okay. So why is this happening is because of the left digit bias. Okay. So I call it as left digit bias. So left digit is bias is, the moment you see these numbers, look at these two numbers. Okay. Look at this 19 versus 20. Look at this. Somehow you feel that 20 is a bigger thing, right? You somehow feel that 20 is bigger, 19 is lesser. Correct? You name it. You put this 1999 and then you put it 2000. Now you see, you feel 2000 is some way bigger, but it's just a matter of 1 rupee. It will make you feel like you are spending too much, right? So that is basically, the mental processing works, right? So it's all mental processing. So these left digit bias and the mental processing, all that happens because of that only, right? So the perception of discount that I am getting it at a lesser cost compared to this, 2000 rupees is what you feel that, okay, I am spending only lesser. All right. And also the number game that I told you before, this will look like 1500 if you actually look at it. It will not look like 1600. You will not get that thought of 1600. You will get it 1500 only, most of the cases, right? I'm not saying that everybody is dumb. I'm saying that somehow it will trigger that in our brain. I don't know why. All right. So this is one of it. This is why it works. Okay. And then there is also something called as anchoring effect. Okay. Anchoring effect is basically, this is very interesting. I like this effect very much. Okay. So there is something called as anchoring effect. So if you go to this restaurant menu, right, observe this next time if you have not done this before. Okay. You will always see the expensive item at the top of the list. Okay. You'll always see that, right? Expensive thing at the top of the list. If you are looking for any kind of a biryani, for example, okay, we being Hyderabadis, so we always bloat about biryanis all the time. So I'm giving you the same routine example. So if you're talking about any kind of one biryani, you'll see the highest cost first. Okay. Expensive type item at the top of the list. And then whatever you want to get sold higher. So the target item, I call it as, okay. Target item is in the middle of it. Okay. And the cheaper options at the end of the list. Okay. So this always works. whenever you check a menu, right, unless and until you are very specific about the food that you're ordering, if you want to experiment, okay, let's try this kind of attitude that you have when you're going to restaurant. The moment you look at the expensive item at the first, immediately you go to the next one. Okay, this is higher, let me go to the next one. Okay, I'm talking about the consumer psychology here. You'll go to the next one. Okay, this you find that, okay, I think this is okay. And then you will see the cheaper options at the end of the list, right? You will find it at a lesser cost. So by default, since you have looked at these two, you feel like if I'm ordering something at a cheaper, it will be of a low quality. Make sense, guys? Try to imagine yourself this when you have done this before, or next time when you do this, you will see the same thing. Okay, if the menu is random, that means that guy has not used this anchoring effect. Got it? Go to any restaurant and any menu, you will see the same thing. They'll confuse you with the pricings. That's it. But you'll always check the safer one, which is the middle of the list. Got it? Right. So this is what we call it as anchoring thing. Okay, anchoring effect, right? Which is my own favorite also, because I love this kind of an effect every time, and it works. And the other example that I'll give you is I think I told you about this hosting plan. So here we discussed about 3 different pricing strategies, right? So you have a basic, you have a standard, and you have a premium. So for all of that, you will see, you'll always try to select the middle one, the best one. Got it, guys? So that is your anchoring effect, right? Now, if you look at Spotify also, another example that I can give you is something that Spotify always uses. Spotify creates that pricing revolution by offering this kind of instead of free thing, they'll always give you that freemium model, right? So freemium model is you can use it for free, but you will have ads, right? But if you want to take, yes, Netflix also the same thing. So, but if you want to take the premium, that I'm going to charge you just 19 rupees per month, and you're okay to use it for 3-month trial. And then if you really like it, after that, we'll charge you 99 rupees per month. I think that's what it is. Maybe, numbers are here and there, but that's how it works, right? And then there is also this Airtel that launches this family plans, family packages, right? So you can use one, you can recharge with 50.99 or something, and then the entire family can utilize this unlimited free calling between each SIM card and all of that. You got that? And some companies offer these student pricings, softwares, right? So any kind of LMS or something, if you are a student, we'll give you that additional discount, right? And then Airtel also does this. You see, the moment you subscribe to this, what do you call this, recharge every month, you are getting that 1.5 GB per day, whatever. Along with that, they'll give you this Prime Video subscription for 1 month, or Geo Hotstar subscription for 1 month. So they'll give it as a bundle. So that is the bundling effect, we call it as. Okay, we create a little bit of bundles and then give them multiple options so that they can they can choose all together within the shorter one. Okay, the regular subscription model also, right? So now with this kind of a strategy these guys have used, the results are tremendous. Basically, Spotify literally, I think if I can think of numbers, close to 500 million users. People out of these 500 million free users, closely there is I think more than close to 40% or 35% are premium users, because of this freemium model, because of these family plans, because of this student pricing and bundling, right? And on an average, if you take the numbers also, there is close to, I think, somewhere around 300-350 rupees on an average as a revenue per user. I'm talking about per user revenue, which is 350 rupees per user, which is really good. That is why Spotify has increased its market cap. Okay, so more than 25 plus billion users, billion in terms of revenue, right? $1 billion revenue, and it is worldwide. You see that? So the question here we need to ask is, why do we have to create this, different aspects? Why can't we create a single point agenda instead of saying that, okay, you have these many options, so there is only one option that you can take. Okay, so you have, only 199 that you can take, and this is the only option. So somewhere people will not be convinced with this. Okay, that's why people give you that kind of, the businesses will give you that kind of options where you will have the ability to choose out of which best suits for you. When you give multiple options, the consumers also will feel comfortable to try for it. Okay, so any supermarket, any Vishal Mega Marts or whatever marts, so you have this kind of a strategy. And same thing in Zepto, Blinkit. That's what they do. No, you order for minimum of 200 rupees and you have a free delivery. Correct. So it's all with the same kind of a strategy only. All right. Now, moving on to the next thing. What are the things that we have to avoid? It's all playing. It's all the mind game that everybody is playing, guys. Nobody is doing it for free and nobody is doing it for, loss. All they are doing is playing with, consumer behavior. That's it. So if you're not paying anything for anything that is taking your attention, that means you are the product. Understand this. This is so deep if you really think about it. If you are not paying anything and you are putting your attention to that thing, then you are the product. You yourself are a product for that business. Let me give you an example. You're watching YouTube for free, correct? It's for free. If YouTube is doing everything for free, how are they getting revenues? Have you ever thought about it? If Facebook is free and everybody is doing this, then how are they making business? Yes, ads. But why are the ads coming? Why is everybody coming there? Because you are there. Simple. You are there. Users are there. They are just sitting there. That is how the business is made. That means you are the product. You yourself are a product for those people. Got it? So anybody, if you are using it for free, that means you yourself are a product. Don't fall into that. Okay. So come out of that doom scrolling. So going forward, it is you who has to, unfortunately now knowing this fact, so you have to, make everybody follow that process, but you cannot do that process. Okay. But anyway, that's a topic of different discussion. But yeah, so that is how this psychology and everything works, right? So you are trying to get the attention. So if your attention is grabbed and if you are spending hours and hours together, then that is where you are the product. Okay, yourself. I'll sell everything to you and I'll control you in whatever way I can. Okay. All right. Now, so I'm going to tell you the next aspects of it, which is the pricing mistakes to avoid. Okay. The pricing mistakes. So what are the pricing that you should literally avoid? Okay. So if you see, one of the biggest pricing problem is that something I call it as elasticity, right? So ignoring that price elasticity is the biggest problem. Okay. What is this price elasticity? Okay. So price elasticity is something that if you increase the price, okay, for example, if you increase the price of your product, okay, how willingly a customer is ready to pay that amount, that increased amount. Okay, that is what we call it as price elasticity. Okay, so if you think of, let's say, if you go to a movie theater, right? Let's say you have gone to movie theater and then there you bought a popcorn, for example. Okay, so the popcorn was costing 150 rupees, right, till now. And then next week when you reached and you love that popcorn, you really love that popcorn, and next week when you come here and then you see that the price of a popcorn is now increased to 180 rupees from 150 to 180, right? So the moment you see that kind of a price hike, right, you will have a drastic drop in demand. So you'll have a very huge drop, right? So I think we discussed this also. Suddenly if you try to increase any 1 rupee also in any kind of a pricing, people go mad. They don't want to use that anymore, right? So they feel very like cornered. I mean, not even cornered. They feel very angry of how can they increase this pricing, right? It is, I mean, they feel in connection with that brand and product, right? So they always have this kind of this thing. So the biggest example is this, the same thing again, any consumables right now. So if you have that increase in this thing, I mean, the biggest, easiest example is the vegetables every day. If you see the increase in vegetable cost, yesterday, the carrots of the 1 kg cost of carrots, let's say if it is 20 rupees today, if you see that 25, you stop buying carrots, right? Great. So moving on to the pricing mistakes. So you should never ignore that kind of price elasticity. Okay, so that is what will kill the brands also. So never think that I can increase my price because there is a demand. If there is a demand and if you try to increase the pricing of it, then suddenly it might drop and then you might go into losses. Okay. All right. Now, sir, in that case, we cannot keep maintaining the same cost, right? So how do we come up with this kind of profitable ratio, right? So I don't want my customers to be leaving me, but at the same time, I want my profits also to increase. So what can I do? Correct? What can I do to get this? It's a simple thing. So always ask this question if you are in business. If you raised the product price by 5%. Okay. So what can you do if you raise, the product price by 5%, okay, or maybe 10%, okay, or maybe 10% as well. So if you raise this by 10% and lost 5% of your customers, okay, so would your profit increase or decrease? Always ask this question. Got it, guys? Understood, everybody? So if you raise the product price by 10% and lost 5% of your customer base, would you still make profits or not? That's a question that you should ask, right? So this is how you make profit. So every time when there is a price hike, they always do this kind of a math, right? So, anytime when anybody is trying to get that kind of an understanding of whether should I increase this or should I keep it constant, so this is how you do it. Got it? Perfect. So that is the pricing mistakes that you should avoid. All right. And that is all with regards to the pricing. This is how the businesses deal with pricing, and you will be a part of this pricing also. Though you might not be the deciding factor as a digital marketer that, okay, these are all there, but you should always keep an eye on it, right? If I increase the price, so what is going to happen? Is this going to be higher or is it going to be lower? Because all this will directly impact your, paychecks. If you're not doing your work right, then obviously it will impact your paycheck. All right. Right. So that is all with regards to the profit. All right. So the pricing point is clear. Now moving on to the next thing, the biggest thing apart from all of this. Okay. The next aspect, place and promotion mastery. So we need to understand where we are going to promote it. What is the place? What are the channels? All of that. Right. So let me give you with another story. It all started with a bookstore. Now it is everything store. What is that? A company which rose from just being a bookstore, a basic bookstore, and now it is like everything. You get everything there. Amazon, the biggest example of the largest distribution network, right? So Amazon's rise from bookstore to everything store. So it's all the distribution strategy that they created worldwide, most valuable company worldwide, right? So let's try to understand the distribution channels. So distribution channels, what are these distribution channels? What is this place and distribution, right? Okay. So getting the right product to the right customer at the right time, the right customer at the right time, in the right condition, at the right price. Remember this mantra that you always should remember when you're trying to sell your product. Okay. You should make sure that you are selling the right product to the right customer at the right time, in the right condition, at the right price. Okay. All your marketing MBA together in one single line, right? What all you do with this is what the entire game is. Okay. So this is what you need to get to this. Okay. So now when you are trying to get this, of course, there are challenges. So what are those challenges? Okay. What are that, distribution channel challenges that you have, right? So obviously there are three kinds of people who are at play here. Okay. So one is the manufacturer. Okay. The other one is a retailer and the other one is a customer. Three kinds of people, correct? Cool. So we have three kinds of people here, right? So the distribution challenge is what all these people want. Now, what do manufacturer want? They want, they want maximum reach and minimum cost, correct? That is what these guys want. Obviously, they want to reach to larger audiences at a minimal cost. And what does the retailer want? They want to sell only popular products, okay? And they like to have good margins. This is what the regular usual business language is. So they want all the market going products. So whichever is selling highest in the market, they want those products. And they want good margins, obviously. So it doesn't make sense just by selling popular products and then they are not making money, right? So retailer concept is that only. So you want to sell products which will make good money for them. That is the retailer, expectation. And then what does the customer want? They want the best product, okay, with convenience, okay. They want multiple selection options, okay, at a low price, correct? So this is what happens across all the businesses, irrespective of whatever the product is, correct? So pretty much you have these manufacturer, retailer, and customer fighting for the same kind of a right. So now with these channel with these challenges, so how can we solve these challenges? All right. So how can we solve this biggest problem? So we can solve this problem with that distribution strategy only. Okay. So what are those channels that we have? Okay. So what all channels we have which can solve these problems, right? First is direct distribution. Okay. So direct distribution is manufacturer directly sells to customers. This is your factory to your customer directly. That is your direct distribution. All right. So that is one of it. So with this kind of a direct distribution, what are the advantages? If you talk, how are we benefiting through these advantages? How are we benefiting through this direct distribution is you'll obviously have higher profit margins, right? And then you have great customer relationship because they are directly involved with you. There are no third party who are trying to ruin your relationship. And then you have brand control, correct? You will only talk right. You will not give any false promises or any of it, correct? And then what are the challenges here if you are doing this with direct distribution? Obviously, high investment is going for distribution. Okay. Infrastructure cost is incurred. All right. And then obviously when you're starting new, you have limited reach, right? And then to acquire a customer, we call it as acquisition cost. To get a customer buy my product, I have to invest a lot of things. So that is what we call it as acquisition cost. Okay, don't worry, you listen to all of these things basically over a period of time, right? So you'll have this kind of acquisition cost, right? So you will have similar kind of for this thing only, right? So these are pretty much the challenges with the direct distribution, right? Again, there is no good and bad, guys. We have to figure out which works best for your product. That's the whole game, right? And then there is something called as indirect distribution. So what is this indirect distribution basically? So here is where you have the retailers. So you have manufacturer. So this guy doesn't have bandwidth to reach out to the customers directly. So they reach out to retailers. Retailers will again sell them to customers. That's how it is. All right. So the biggest example here I think I can think of is any I think in a B2C industry, I think I can talk about these soft drinks. You name it, Coca-Cola or Pepsi or any of these things. Okay, you might be thinking, why is Hemant always saying Coca-Cola and Pepsi? Is he endorsed with it? No, something like that. So yeah, all the FMCG products, anything. It could be Lay's, it could be chips packets, it could be consumer stores, any of the product that is available out there, all those are the retail ones, right? So I don't think I'll have to give more examples in this. But if you ask me what is happening in the B2B sector, so are there any retailers who are doing this B2B? Think of these softwares. Softwares sometimes are not directly sold by the companies, but there are these affiliates who will sell the products, right? So the influencer marketing that is happening on Instagram, they are never the direct owners of the brand, right? But they always try to suggest you the best software products out there. They'll suggest you to go, why don't you try this tool, right, called chat gpt, why don't you try this tool called perplexity, or maybe Gemini, all of this. So those guys are doing a direct distribution only, but at the same time, there are also third party people who are involved. We call it as the technical retainers, right? All of those also will become the indirect distribution of a product in the B2B segment in the digital side of it. All right. Now, if you take the B2B segment on the manufacturing side of it, you take the iron and steel industry, right? So any kind of a product that is needed for another business obviously is done by these retailers only, the middlemen. Got it? So that is how this thing works with when it comes to the indirect distribution, right? So again, you talk about FMCG. Yeah, we have discussed all of this, right? And here there is also single level this thing happening, but there is also something at a multi-level thing. Multi-level is, again, I told you about that Coca-Cola example, right? Where you have the manufacturer that goes to the wholesaler, from the wholesaler retailer buys, and then from the retailer the customer buys. Okay, that is also another kind of a grid that is there. But either way, these are all different channels that are there, but the biggest thing is basically you need to decide which you want to do it. Okay, and then the other kind of distribution channel that we have right now which is existing is the e-commerce. Okay, e-commerce digital distribution. Got it? So digital distribution is basically now the biggest distribution, correct? So again, the same example of Amazon we took before. So they are literally like 20-30% of the entire market is with the e-commerce only. And mobile e-commerce also has grown very rapidly high, right? So you need to understand that the digital impact is much more higher. That's why you're all learning this because of that digital impact only. Okay. So you have the multi-channel approach here in the digital systems. Okay. So there is multi-channel approach and then there is omni-channel approach. My favorite omni-channel approach is my kind of a favorite than the multi-channel. Multi-channel is approach is basically you have, different online and offline experiences. Okay. So you see something online, but you try to find it offline, you will not get it. Right. So I think I can talk about these women apparel more. So I also worked with this clothing industry, right? So whatever these days, I mean, previously, I don't know how many of you have observed this. Previously, the shopping experience was, if you go to a mall and if you go to a, let's say, for example, there is this Biba store. Okay. So Biba store, if you go, if you have, have seen a product online and if you have gone to Biba store physically to check the same product, previously there used to be the same product in the offline store as well. I mean, you used to find the online product, I mean, the product online as well as offline also in the physical store, right? And then, what people used to do is they used to compare the prices. They used to, literally showcase to the owner, I mean, to that Biba store saying that online mein to kam dikh raha hai. It is showing only 1500 rupees. Why are you saying 1800 here? Correct? I am sure you must have done this also. You must have shown this to the shop owner saying that this is, I am getting for a lesser cost. The same product, I am getting it from online from SEO at a lesser cost. Why are you charging this much? Correct? This was the case previously, right? That is also an example of the multi-channel approach, right? Now, what has changed in the recent times is whatever that you see online, you go to a physical store, you will not find that product there. And whatever product that you are seeing in that physical store, you will not find that product online. Okay. Of course, there are mix of products. There are certain kind of apparel brands which are happening in both ways where they are selling it at a common price. But you will see all the premium ones are which is a new stock, right? Latest stock right now that is going into the physical stores, which will never be online. After that season is gone, now you will find that products online on Mintra or Agio or any of the online this thing. Have you observed this one? The inventory becomes entirely different. So, this kind of approach, you will have a different kind of separate online and offline experiences where you will have different inventory. Okay. So this is happening right now. Previously, I used to write that you will have a similar kind of inventory only, and pricing also varies with this thing, and promotions also will vary, obviously. Okay. This is multi-channel approach. Now, what is omni-channel approach? Omni-channel approach is it's an integrated experience. Okay. It's a integrated customer experience. Okay. The one which happens with Apple. If you think of Apple, as a brand, let's say, for example, you're thinking of an iPad, right? So you will have that open store immersive experience that you will try to go check for it, right? So they don't care whether they are giving you at an offer price, they are giving you at a discounted price and all of that. You will go to that Apple store for that experience of usage. Got it? So after that, what you do, you go there, you check that, and then once you have that physical experience there, now you are trying to go online. You are trying to go to Amazon, trying to find the best price for the same product, right? How many of you have taken the screenshots of that price tags and the model numbers? I'm sure everybody must have done this. You have gone to Lifestyle, or if you have gone to Shopper's Stop, you must have taken the pictures of that price codes and model numbers, correct? And you use the price code and the same model number later in Amazon or Flipkart or Mintra or whatever, wherever that product is available. Yes, right. So that is what we call it as omni-channel approach. You will have seamless touch points in different places so that you will have unified inventory. Okay. So you type the same product, online, you will get the product there. And if you are convinced with the pricing there, you will buy it, right? So that is omni-channel approach. You will have multiple touch points at every single stage. And then it makes your life easier. It will make you convincing enough that, okay, I'm now ready to buy this product. Okay. Now, what is the mind play here is when you go to a physical Apple store, you see the product cost is 1,25,000. And they'll say that, sorry, sir, we don't have any offers, right? You go to Amazon, the same product, and if you find that is costing you, that is giving you 1,15,000, you will instantly think of buying it. That is also a customer, psychological point, because you are, thinking in a direction that you are saving that 10,000 rupees, but in fact, you are burning that 1,10,000 rupees. You will not realize it. Understood, guys? That is the omni-channel approach. You are using multiple channels to convince the customer that, okay, now I'm getting it at a lesser cost. Let me buy this. And if you have bought these smart watches anytime recently from any brands, you must have done this for sure. You must have tried this offline, gone there, checked the product, checked the pricing, and if you have gone online and if you find it at a 50% off kind of a category, you instantly go there, buy it. Correct? All this is reality, guys. I am not giving you any kind of stories. This is reality. You are experiencing all of this. Correct? So that exactly is what we call it as omni-channel approach. Got it? Right. So now what are the strategic components? Okay. Three things which are very much important. Mobile app integration. This is, teeny tiny topic only. It will not take much time and you will easily understand it. And then there is in-store digital enhancements that are needed for you to get successful in this kind of this thing. And then social commerce. Okay, I'll tell you what are all of these things very clearly, right? So first and foremost, mobile app integration, which is, technically a virtual try-on kind of a thing, right? So you can try this, in a virtual store. The biggest example that I can give you is that Lenskart, right? So it'll ask you to take a picture of you, and then you can try all the frames available on the application. Correct? Anybody, if you want to buy a new pair of glasses and you don't want to go there physically trying everything, so it'll ask you to literally take a picture of yours, a 3D version of it, and then, as you refresh the feed, everything will be automatically changing it. So that is that virtual try on, right? Along with that, you can have that again. I told you about that barcode, right? So you can scan this barcode in store for reviews, right? If you want to check for this, so if you want to check the reviews of this product, then there is this kind of a barcode available. So this you will find it in IKEA. All the IKEA stores you will find this, right? Along with that, you will have reward points for every purchase digitally. So you'll see these reward points coming up for all of this thing. Yes, Reliance does that a lot. All the reward points for every purchase. So that is all in your mobile. And then in the digital, in store, the physical store, obviously you will see that digital color matching. You see the Samsung stores, right? So you will see the digital colors matching. Apple store will look more of that similar kind of a grayish tint in all the Apple stores, grayish and black tints, correct? So that is what it is. And then obviously tablet equipped advisors. Okay, so something, you will have that kind of basically, if you want to go and then order something, let's say, within the store, or if you want to do that self checkout, you will have that kind of a box placed, right? So you don't have to wait in the long queues. You can go there, drop your thing. You'll find it in Decathlon basically. If you go to Decathlon, you will have a self checkout options there. So automatic kiosk will be readily available, right? So Decathlon or KFC is doing it. So I'll write it as self checkout so that'll be easier. So that enhancement has to be there. And then, click and connect also. I would suggest that you just drop it here and then you can instantly buy it. Okay. And then social commerce. What is this social commerce? Basically, you will have that Instagram shopping experience. Okay. So in India, we don't have that Instagram shop, but if you go to other countries, right? So there is Instagram shop where you can directly buy from Instagram only. You don't have to go to a website, do the checkout and all of that. No, it's not needed. You can directly open this, click on this, and automatically you can instantly buy it, right? And then influencer partnerships. This is all social. If somebody tells you, if somebody you follow regularly is telling you that, no, go for it, I really like this product, then you are influenced, right? So that will create a very huge impact on you. And then user generated content campaigns. We call it as UGC content. Okay. So UGC content is basically somebody giving that reviews of, I use this and I have a very great experience, right? The UGC reviews are more impactful. That is what happens on Amazon, right? When you go to Amazon, when you are seeing somebody, some random users who have purchased this product, they are putting those pictures saying that very nice product, I love it, I like it. The initial usage is right. but after 2 months, this is failing. All of this is what we call it as UGC, right? User testimonials, reviews, 5-star ratings, all of that matters for a company. So these are the major strategic components of any kind of success in the business or the marketing activities. Without this, there is no way that you can go forward. Got it, guys? All right. So now that we have learned all of this, okay, you see the bigger concepts. This looks like a bigger and a better tree now. So now the final aspect, we have come to the final aspect of it, which is making it all work together. Okay, we have learned all the concepts, but now how do we make sure that we are applying everything in a proper direction? Okay, so what is that? Basically, the very, very fundamental aspect of it is something which I call it as consistency imperative. Okay, so what is this consistency imperative? Is simple. So let's take a example, right? Let's take a premium brand, something like Rolex, right? So what Rolex does, let's try to break down that 4P model. Okay, so what are the 4Ps? Do it in order. Okay, always remember that in order. Don't do it randomly. First is product, always product, and then price, and then place, and then promotions. Okay, so this is how you have to remember this: product, price, place, and promotion. This is the 4 order that you have to remember. All right. So when it comes to Rolex, so how is this priced? It's very basically positioning itself as a Swiss craftsman, ship model. Okay, very famously known for luxury. Okay, or luxury materials used. Right. That is how the product is defined. And then what is the price? I think if we take it in dollars, probably somewhere it is starting with $5,000 and it goes to almost $5 lakh also. Right. So that is the price point, and basically this is also not available for everybody. It's purely exclusivity. Okay, and then the place, authorized dealers, that is where they are doing it. Okay, and in some places where you have the luxury boutiques. Okay, like premium car segments, Mercedes. I think Mercedes is doing it. Mercedes or Jaguar, I don't remember, but yeah, in some of these things are doing it. And then promotion, basically they sponsor the brands. Okay, so they sponsor tennis very widely, they sponsor golf, sailing events, and I don't know how many of you follow the Formula 1 racing. So F1, so they used to do that before, but right, I think this year they have not done it. Formula 1, yeah. So previously they used to do this F1, but I think last year or this year they are not into this right now. Okay, so this is what we are doing. This is a positive example of how they are properly doing it, right? Let me give you a negative example, right? So what is the negative example when it comes to 4P model is if you try to send mixed messages, then people get confused. Okay, you will see this in lot of brands, right? So what is that mixed message is, you say that my product is premium. Okay, mine is very premium product, but exclusively for you, I am going to give you a discount pricing. Okay, so this will kill your brand. Unfortunately, Indians are doing this. They'll create a brand confusion. They don't know whether this is a premium product or not. Any premium product, if you are giving a discount, then that is not a premium product. Remember this. Okay. And the same thing, this will send up mixed messages. They'll be confused whether this is really a premium product or not. Correct? So one of the easiest example in the same watch industry that I can give you is Fossil. Fossil has always been the same thing. And then Titan has always doing that mixed message. It will say that this is premium segment, but you will always find discounts in it. The moment you find, the moment you give discounts, the perspective of that luxury thing is gone. Okay, never do that. So that is a mixed message. You should not do that. And then you will also see these luxury positioning basically. Okay, you're feeling that luxury positioning, at the same time you're trying to distribute it with a mass distribution, mass market. Okay, you're positioning it very luxurily, but you're trying it to sell it to the masses, to larger crowds, to based on a how do you call it, as the volume based game, right? You're trying to sell it in volumes. So what that happens is it will dilute the brand. The biggest example here, fast track. You are saying that this is very luxury product, but you are trying to sell it to the masses at a low cost. So it will dilute it, right? Okay. So that is, the consistency imperative that, that you should remember. Okay. Along with that, you should also understand the target market alignment. Okay. What is this target mind, alignment basically? So you should clearly understand who is your target audience. Okay. You need to clearly define your demographics. So what is the age group of your audience? What gender you are catering to? What are their interests? Okay. Where do they stay? Location matters. And how is their income status? You need to gauge all of this, right? Only then you will be able to understand. Once you get a very clear picture of target audience, then you will be able to understand what product is going to be sold for this audience, right? So are they looking for any essential items, right? Are they looking for small package sizes, right? All of this will matter when it comes to the product side of it. Obviously, the other piece, right? So the pricing, place, promotions, all of those, that also will automatically fall in place. Got it? So that is your target market alignment, right? If you're not focused on this kind of a alignment towards your target audience, then obviously whatever 4Ps you do, it will not work. Got it? So this is very important. And then specifically now, what's the future perspective of it? So very clearly, the future is defined with personalization. Every customer wants to have that personalized feeling. Okay. So what is that personalized feeling? I want to be treated individually with respect from any brand, right? So that is how it is. So just like we have that emails coming up, right? So I'll send emails to 1,000 people at once. For every email, for me, it is 1,000 customers, but for the receiver, it is one brand talking to another, talking to the customer, correct? So instead of saying this, dear user, thank you for signing up with us, I would say, dear Savitri, thank you for signing up for this program. So we are very interested. We are very happy that you have signed up for this program, and we are delighted to give you this kind of experience. So you see the difference, dear users versus dear Savitri. Okay, dear subscriber versus dear Ananti, right? Dear users versus Mr. Ashutosh. Hope you are doing well. So the messaging could be common, but that will give you that personalized interaction, right? So that is what I'm talking about. So that is going to increase a lot, right? And one of the beautiful example that I can give you is that Netflix, right? So Netflix always suggest based on your watch history, correct? Everybody must have already experienced this. Netflix will always do this based on what you're watching, based on this, recommended for you, exclusively for you, based on your watch history. It will give you this kind of personalized suggestions. That is what the world is directed towards. Okay. For this, personalization to happen, obviously you need to have the tech involvement, AI and machine learning. That is very heavily there. And then we have big data analytics at place to understand how things are working. And then we have IoT and these connected devices, Alexa, correct? Internet of Things and devices, connected devices like Alexa, which is seamless interaction. It is giving our life, easy experiences, right? All of that is the personalization thing that people are looking for. And then voice conversations, the sustainability of it. So there are a lot of other aspects as well, which will play a very critical role in the entire unit. But pretty much this is what you should know, right? So the entire thing of what we have done here basically is to totally understand the entire user sense. I know it is very exhaustive, very depthy in terms of knowledge, but I try to make it as simpler as possible with real life examples. Hope you guys have understood this concept. So there are, of course, if you go deeper and deeper, there are a lot more things for you to understand the segmentation part of it. STPs, we have pestle thing that we have already discussed. So we can go as much deeper as we want, but this is enough. As a digital marketer, this is more than enough for you to know. All right. So you'll not be going into further depths of it. It will automatically come when you start the work on the other side of it, right? But if you still want to go further, if you think that sir, I really liked this conversation and examples that you gave, so I want to go a little further, I have a little bit of more interest towards it, then I can give you a little bit of recommended readings basically. Okay, so recommended reads. So if you are book lover, if you like to read something, then I would suggest Marketing Management, okay, by Philip. So this is something which is subjective basically. Okay, you will have most of my examples and everything, my kind of thing is purely from this management book. Okay, you can refer to this. And there is also something called as Purple Cow. This is my favorite by Seth Godin. Okay, you can refer to that. And specifically, again, this is most of them are like, I mean, affordable ones only, guys. And then if you are not a book reader, but you want, more or less like online resources, I love the online resource. Let me do it. There is something called as Harvard Business Review. Okay. So Harvard Business Review, HBR, basically. So this is, really good. You can, go for it. Okay. So you have HBR. You have offline books also. If you want to purchase, there is this yearly best, articles combined together. You will get the HBR top 100 book released every year. So you can also refer to that. That is one thing. And then there is also something called as I personally suggest McKinsey if you are trying to get into the consulting part of it. Okay. McKinsey and Company blogs, any of these blogs and articles. Okay. They'll give you on different scales of multiple things. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
All right. So, before we get into the first discussion of what this analytics or marketing analytics is all about, so let's take, like I always do, let's start with a case. Okay. So everybody knows Netflix, right? Who doesn't know Netflix? Everybody knows Netflix. But do you really think that Netflix is the only one which has conceptualized this entire platform, like, online streaming and everything? Do you think Netflix is the first company which has done that? Absolutely not. So there is one bigger company which always had that ability to do something big, which is called as Blockbuster. Okay. So Blockbuster is something which always had that ability to reach out to wider audiences. It has all the data, right? So it has everything, in its own hand, but unfortunately it couldn't do it. So why is what we need to be understanding, right? So it almost had a very detailed data of close to 50 plus million customers, right, across US. And then they also have the data of what are their viewing habits. So what are their preferences? So what are the rental patterns of subscriptions and everything? So they literally had everything, right? So, and when that is compared with Netflix, basically, so Netflix only had close to, I think, 20 lakh subscribers or so. And they were completely going into a loss. Okay. So completely going into a loss. So, something where I think closely they were making not even, like 50 lakh million, or not even something around those numbers, but it was popular, but it was completely a loss making business. Right. And, within the start of like 10-15 years, by I think somewhere around 2010 or 15, somewhere in between, Blockbuster was completely bankrupt. Okay. So once that is gone out of business, so Netflix took over. So Netflix started thinking better. So Netflix made something bigger than Blockbuster. So now it is a famous hit. I mean, everybody knows the moment you go to PVR or any big screen on the movies, and then the moment you see that tadan, you will automatically realize everything coming in front of you like a flash, right? So that is how Netflix came up. So the question to you guys is basically what Netflix did differently and what happened to Blockbuster, which had all that data with it, but it couldn't perform. What do you think Netflix did, differently compared to what Blockbuster already had? Okay, subscription, all right, localized content, understood the customer needs. Okay, as per person's choice, right? So personalized recommendations. All right. What else, guys? Content management and the subscription plans. Okay. Strategy was customer centric more than company centric. All right. Yes. No limit on device count initially. All right. Web series. All right. Cool. But don't you think every other company can also do this? I mean, right now, even if I take the basic of the basic understanding, even Zee Telugu is also doing the all of these things. Prime is, yes, Prime is doing this. So, and These are all copied from Netflix, is what you might be thinking. But technically, all this information Blockbuster had. I mean, imagine a company which has all this information, all these ideas and all the biggest things ever on the planet. They all had it. But still Netflix, came forward. Why do you think that is? Optimizing content for us, something for everyone, own content, all right, available on Netflix. Okay, it was mobile oriented. Okay, smartphone oriented as well. All right, yes, makes sense. Ad free, yeah, that's one good thing. Team and execution problem. All right, yes, the execution problem, yes. Team, I think, yeah, that could not be the exact reason, but execution problem, yes. But when it comes to this subject that we are talking about, literally is not about all the reasons that you have said. It is about the decisions that they made with the use of Blockbuster data. That is the only reason, right? So actions speak louder than words. You must have heard this phrase since your childhood, right? That is what exactly Netflix has done and moved, with regards to the data and utilized that data of Blockbuster, right? So it had, literally the data of what the viewing habits are with regards to Blockbuster, right? They also had, their preferences, the choices of what kind of things they want to see, right? And then the subscription patterns. This is, and literally, I mean, if you have these three things and much more other things as well that you have mentioned, so all of these things it already had. But what Blockbuster has not done is not utilized or analyzed this data, right? So that is exactly what Netflix has done it, right? Netflix literally analyzed it, and basically it also acted upon data. So they had data. So, sir, you have been talking about data, data, data. What is this data actually? Data is nothing but basically it's all information. Okay. So nothing serious to think about. It's all information, specifically digital information, I would call it as. Okay. So that is something, what Netflix has done. Now, talking about the myth or the breaking of this thing, which is marketing analytics. Okay. So basically what everybody thinks about this marketing analytics, I mean, the common myth that everybody has, even myself, when initially when I started, getting my career into analytics side of it. So even I was worried. So I always had this, complex math understanding. So I was always imagining that, the analytics is completely about complexities and the math that is around. So which I couldn't understand. I was somehow having that phobia that, okay, I'm not, good enough to understand all of this complex math and all. Okay. And then at the same time, I also had this thing that, okay, this is something which is very costly, right? So which maybe I was, uh, okay, so I was under assumption that, okay, this is very costly and this is not for normal marketers like me, right? That was a myth. And specifically, when it comes to the reality part of it, the moment I realized, no, I would still give the credit to one of my mentor called Mr. Sangram Simha. So he's the owner of England Digital, the CEO of it. So when I met him and then we had this beautiful conversations across the table, and he was the one who pushed me to get into data. Hemant, you're not understanding it. So data speaks volumes. So you need to look at it. It's not about the theories and the concepts that we learn from the books. It is actually the consumer data which will help us to take productive decisions towards a business. That is when I got to know how all of this works. And that is actually the reality. Reality is very fundamentally very simple. It's all asking the right questions, looking at the data. Okay. And then basically you need to find the patterns and finally take action. Simple, straight, no confusions, no worries at all. So that is basically like, you just have to look at the numbers and then you need to start analyzing what it is, right? So don't worry, I'm going to give you a little bit of example and, we all going to work it out what that data actually is speaking, right? So that way you will be, much more easily understanding how it all works. Okay. So let's do a case scenario. Let me share an Excel basically. Okay, with that you will probably understand what I'm actually talking about. All right. So what we are gonna do right now is literally. So I'm gonna write few information, and then you will be able to understand how all of this thing works. Okay. So first I'm going to put up the index data. Okay. So let's say we have 10,000 website visitors. Okay. Yeah. So we have 10,000 visitors. So, let's say we are doing, we are checking an online cookie business. Okay. So there is some business for which we have, website visitors close to 10,000, right? So 10,000 as a website visitors, out of which, let's say, how many people have add to cart. So let's say there are 500. Okay. And then, purchases, how many purchases have happened? Let's say 100. Okay. And then, also probably, you see when you go to any kind of a website, you will see that subscribe to our newsletter, correct? So they'll ask you for your email address. So newsletter subscription, let's say there are 200. All right. So, and basically, let's say this is what the data is, and the average order value, for example, okay, is, let's say, $25 or something. All right. So, and the total acquisition cost. So what is this acquisition cost? Basically, okay, let me write it down here. So acquisition cost is something where all your manufacturing, production and everything, all along with the marketing cost, advertising cost, all of that. Okay. So that is the total cost that is incurred for this product to go out to the customer and then go ahead. Okay. Let's say that is somewhere around $15. So actual total cost. All right. So we are putting that as approximately $15. All right. Now acquisition is simple. So what is the total cost that is incurred to take your product to the market? Okay. So that is how it is. So this is the acquisition cost per cookie or per order. Let's say, for example, that is something that is what it is. All right. So now looking at this, now what I want you to do is very specifically, everybody, I want you to look at it very carefully. Okay, I'm gonna zoom it. Look at it very carefully, and then I want you to write down 3 questions, okay, or technically 5 questions that this data is giving you. Okay, so list of 5 questions. I want what kind of questions occur to your mind when you look at this data. For example, so the first question that is coming to my mind is, okay, so there are 10,000 people coming to my website, out of which 500 people are only adding to cart. Okay, so the first question is basically 5% only are adding to cart. Okay, so my question is, why is it so low? So there are 10,000 visitors who are coming to the website, but only 500 people are adding to the cart, which is only not even 10%. It is 5%, right? So why is this only 5%? When there are 10,000 people coming to it, why is it only 5%? That is my first question. All right. The second question is, where is it going wrong in terms of visitors not adding to cart? Correct. That is the second question that I'll ask. So now technically this is what we have when it comes to the questions. Now the potential problems out of this thing is, okay, so website, the audience visiting my website, are they relevant? This is my first question. Got it, guys? So the users, basically, why is this the case? That is the problem. So always do this method. So I am also teaching you one of the fundamental method to analyze any situation, even in your personal life also. So you need to list down the questions related to the issue, and then figure out what the problems are, and then finally come to the solution. So often what happens is everybody directly jumps into that methodology of figuring out solutions without even understanding what the problem is, right? So that is how it is. All right. Considering all of these things also, even there is no direct straight answer, right answer or wrong answer. Basically, the fundamental questions that it is rising to me is when I look at it as a a management head, or maybe someone who is into the marketing, as a head of marketing, for example. So the first question that I always have is, why is this happening? Okay, only 5% are adding to cart. Why is it slow? So the problem is, very specifically, the audience might not be relevant enough. Correct. So if there are relevant audience, then obviously there will be some action. There will not be at least this gap. All right. So when you try to ask the right questions rather than having a perfect data is the entire thing. Okay. So you asking the right question should lead to the problem, and thereby from the problem comes the ideas for solutions. That's the whole game that I wanted to play with you. Got it, guys? So the list of questions should lead to a problem, and that problem will give you the ideas for solution. So never ever, the fundamental question, lesson number one for today that you need to understand for life is, don't always try to find the right data. Okay, don't try to always figure out that, okay, I don't have enough data, I don't have perfect data for me to conclude anything at all, so I need more data. So nothing as such. Okay, so whatever data is given to you, you need to be able to having that kind of an attitude where, okay, I have this possible information right now within my disposal. Now what are the possible questions that I need to ask, right? So always have this fundamental. So list down 5 questions. So this should be your mantra going forward also. So I'm giving you this cheat sheet. Okay, so out of which try to figure out 2 or 3 problems from that, and finally figure out the ideas for solutions. Okay, solutions for ideas for these problems to solve. Try to come up with one at a time. Okay, don't do multiple things. Again, that is going to create chaos. So always try to make sure that you're not doing it at a larger level, because again that will be lost, you'll go mad, right? So the lesson here again is to figure out the top 5 questions, and then each of that question should give you a little bit of problem statement, right? So there is some problem with this, and so that is not happening, and from that the solutions will be coming. Okay, so now here comes the segmentation of it, right? So the possible solution here is basically the segmentation of audience. Okay, and from there comes your demographics, who your target audience is, right? So you need to figure out these demographics, create a buyer persona, right? Ideal consumer, who is that? So you need to get that understanding, all of that here. So from this automatically you will start getting solutions. Okay, from this everything starts. So there comes the funnel idea, the funnel concept in marketing. That is where you all get started. Got it? So though your answers, everybody have said good decent answers only, but the methodology is what you need to be focused on going forward. Clear? So whenever a question is occurring to you, or whenever you see data, specifically data, right? So when you have this methodology or this mindset to navigate through situations like this, then you should, the first thing that you should come to your mind is, don't think of 100 different possibilities or 100 different aspects. Think of the top 5 that you can get things done, and then make a note of it. Once you do that, from that top 5 questions, figure out, you will be able to now clearly understand what is the topmost question that you need to focus on. And with that topmost question or the top 3 questions, try to come up with the problems. What could be the problems? Why this is happening, right? And then drill down for solutions, right? So that is exactly why you should know about the problem statements and problem solving methodology. So India has always been problem solving, guys. Only thing is basically something that you need to very clearly understand when it comes to this side of it. Okay, so here, instead of, let's say, website visitors, so probably think of, so for B2B case, basically instead of website visitors, think of something like there is this magazine downloads. You can talk of magazine downloads, or first, instead of magazine downloads, probably think of landing page visitors. Okay, so you can think of any landing page visitors. Yeah, it could be white paper download. Yes, absolutely. So you have 10,000 visitors at the landing page. Out of this, you had downloads, that e-paper download. So e-paper downloads are 500, and then yeah, so the purchases, there is this free version of e-paper. Okay, so this gives only the what do you call that? I mean, you have only the gist of the entire information, right? I mean, the entire white paper is going to be somewhere around 200, 300 papers, something like a summary. Yes. So you might get this summary document, the executive download for a summary, and this is absolutely free. Okay, and the purchases will be the full versions of it. Yeah, something like this. And purchases are happening at 100, basically, people who are doing that. And then along with that, people who are downloading the e-papers, they are also subscribing to newsletters, could be. So out of this 500 only, you have 200 people who are doing for newsletter subscriptions. So that means they are interested in your product, but they are still not ready to get your full purchase, right? So that is what it can be. And then, I mean, these two are something that internally you can understand very clearly. So now again, for the same thing, how do we analyze this data? So landing page visitors could be random audiences. So we never know whether people who are really interested in the e-paper or not, or they are just random users. So, but they came to this landing page and found it interesting that, okay, I think this might be helpful for me in the next stages, right? So that could be those kind of audiences. But people who have purchased this, they are literally at that stage of conversions. So they really know that, this is something I really need for me to do something, because there will be at the, I mean, these guys might be at the at creating a competitor analysis report of what you guys are doing. Maybe SAP is doing this right now. Maybe IBM wanted to get an understanding of this report, right? Maybe someone from IBM might be searching for it. So, but it is very clearly intent driven, something like that, right? Great. So that is what we have, guys. So it's all coming to one simple thing, guys. The questioning, right? Data is all about questioning. So if you don't ask questions looking at this data, again, there are different types of questions basically. I mean, you can ask random questions, and you can ask productive questions, and you can ask interactive questions. So whatever questions they are, make sure that you are not figuring out those questions just for your comfort. Okay. So comfort questions are something like, okay, you are saying this 10,000 to 500, and you are asking fundamental question that, okay, there is, almost a 95% loss. Why is this 95% loss? That's a fundamental question. Even a, a 15-year-old kid can literally say that. Why is the too much gap in this? So the productive question is something where you look at the numbers and then say that only this percentage is coming. What could be the possible reasons why this is coming up? That is something you need to ask rather than simply asking a broader question. Got it, guys? Clear, everybody, right? So that is how the entire systems are. Now, when it comes to data, right? So let's go back to the mind map, and then let me share you, what kind of data we have, what kind of data we need to be analyzing. All right, cool. So now let's, try to understand the ecosystem of it. Okay. So analytics ecosystem is what I call it as. So within this analytics system, so we have, basically three types of data. Okay. So something what we call it as first party data. Okay. First party data is basically what I call it as gold mine. Okay. This is literally gold mine. You call it KGF 1, 2, 3, 10, but this is the data that anybody could get hands on. Okay. So where do you get this data? Website analytics. So here in this case, in digital marketing area, we are using Google Analytics 4, GA4. All right. So we have this website analytics part as one thing. And then another first party data is CRM, the database. The newsletter example that we have seen, right? People who fill their information, their NEP, we usually call it as name, email address, contact numbers, and all of that. All right. And that is this thing. And then any email marketing metrics possibly. So all that is also something. And then social media insights. This is also first party data. And very clearly sales transactions. All of this is first party data. First party data. What does this first party data mean? So you have direct interaction with what users are doing on a regular basis within your system. Okay, that is first party data. I mean, between you and the customers, there is nothing. It's all transparent. That is what you call it as first party data. Okay. So that is first party data, which usually, all the things that, we'll be learning in digital marketing also will be pretty much more or less in the same set. Okay. And then there is something called as second party data. Okay. So second party data is what we call it as partner intelligence. Usually you see this in software terms. So second party data is something which we call it as partner intelligence. So here is where you will have the affiliate data coming, right? Yes, the analysts who give us this data. And then you will have co-marketing campaigns that are done between the brands. Okay. So campaign results. So let's say you have two brands coming up together. Yes, IDC, Gartner, you have ITC also working on multiple brands to a certain extent. So all of this combined together, we call it as co-marketing, where two brands work together and selling something, right? So one of the easiest way that I mean, if I had to give you the B2C example, all the malls that you are seeing are like co-marketing campaigns only. So, if you are in any of the mall, so mall is owned by maybe Next Galleria or maybe PVR or Inorbit, something. So Inorbit as a brand markets the existing brands within the Inorbit mall as well, right? So by putting all those, these big what do you call that? Those will be hanging from the top of the ceiling till down. I don't remember what they say, but you understand what I'm saying, right? PR agencies, the data of PR agencies is what we call it as second party data, right? Because we are all associated. Even Times of India is a second party data. So Times of India does campaigns on behalf of us and then gives us data, right? So that is co-marketing campaign results. And then, we also call it as industry insights. So not at a broader level, but very specific insights. Like I just told you. So there is this website called Statista, right? So there is website called Statista where that gives us industry numbers, doing its own surveys and all of that. That is what second party data literally means. Okay. So moving on to the next one, guys. So we have the third party data, which is very famous. Okay. So third party data is what we call it as market intelligence. Okay. So what is this market intelligence basically? So it is all that reports, research reports data. Okay. So research reports which are at a broader level. Okay. So something which, these demographic data providers, what this Suleka, Just Dial and all of this does, right? And then they'll also give you this competitor insights, analysis reports, right? So we have been using it. So we use many tools to understand what competitors are doing, like SimilarWeb, SpyFu, Screaming Frog, SEO Optimer, SEMRush. All of these are competitor analysis report. That's a third party data, right? And then we have industry benchmarks that are there. Like I told you about that Statista, right? So we have certain benchmarks that, okay, what is the average CPC across all the education industry for lead gen? So you'll have a benchmark. So what is the average sales acquisition for this industry? So you have a benchmark. So that is all the third party data. Got it, guys? So mostly any information related to our own website, internal data is not gone out. Okay. So it's only the publicly available data, which is probably the traffic numbers, maybe the few demographic information. So that is how we have. So apart from that, we don't, usually most of the private information with related to your website is not gone. So this is also something similar to, the dashboard that you create. So, when I was teaching the Google team about how do you create these beautiful dashboards using Looker Studio. So Looker Studio is a tool by Google. So you will be able to see all of this. So whatever that we wrote in that Excel sheet is also something like this only. So where it is very easy for audience to understand, to interpret that this is what it is. Okay. So how many views have happened, or how many are the total new users, active users, sessions, bounce rate. So anyway, I'm going to showcase all of this in the analytics side of it. You'll be able to see this also. Okay. So we'll be discussing all of that, guys. Once I'm done with my side of presentation on the mind map, we'll be coming to this thing and then trying to analyze all of that. Okay. So yeah, it will be a little bit of overwhelming because we are talking about data, numbers, and something which most of the people hate to talk about it. But yeah, unfortunately, as a digital marketer and specifically in this AI generation, you have to learn it. So that's the only way out for you to get started. All right, cool. So again, coming back to our own discussion here. So once you have this data, these are the types of data points, data things that you need to know, right? So once you have a little bit of understanding of how this thing is working right now, okay. So the next thing that you should be doing is basically understand what are the different stages or what kind of framework that you need to be knowing. Okay. So I call it as marketing funnel analytics framework. Okay. Cool. So the marketing funnel has, very clearly, that you need to understand the customer journey. So it all starts with 3 stages, guys. Okay. So awareness, consideration, conversion, and I would also start looking at the retention side of it. How many users are coming back? Okay. So specifically when we are talking about, so, in every stage there are metrics. So last time we have understood the funnel basically, but there are in every stage there is something called as metrics where you need to be very careful about. Okay. So the metrics that you need to understand here in the awareness stage is something at the first level called as reach. Okay. How many people are we reaching to? Is my ad reaching to? Is my post reaching to? All right. So this can be called as reach, and sometimes you can also integrate call this with the count called impressions. Okay. How many people have seen if it is an ad? All right. So that is one thing, or let's write it differently only. So reach and impressions, how many of them have seen it, right? So this is something what I call it as total content views. Along with impressions, you should also know the brand awareness. Okay. So technically surveys. Okay. So you do certain surveys and then you will be able to get certain kind of survey data, and you'll also be able to understand how many people have participated. So you'll get that brand awareness understanding there. Okay. So, and then basically something called as, share of voice, right? So this is something where people will mention your brand. Okay. So how many people are mentioning your brand? This usually applies to X, right? You see these tags, no? People tagging you and doing all of this. As a brand, I'm talking about, right? So all of this falls under the awareness stages, okay? And then comes your consideration stage, guys. So consideration stage basically is something where you need to now understand the data that we have seen is that only. So website traffic, okay? Along with that, engagement, or we can call it as content engagement, all right? Lead gen part of it, and we can also consider social engagement. Okay, so content engagement is different, social engagement is different. So okay, when it comes to website, so I'm more focused on unique visitors, like we have listed the number there, 10,000 people unique visitors, all right? Or it could be page views, how many page views have happened. Okay, so that is related to the website traffic. Now when it comes to content engagement, I'm specifically talking about how much time they are spending, time on page. Okay, and then how much they are scrolling. We call it as scroll depth, right? Are they scrolling enough or not, or they are simply just coming to the page and then simply bouncing off? Okay, so we call it as scroll depth. And then the bounce rate is how many people are coming and then they are like simply bouncing off, or are they consuming? So that is content engagement. And then lead gen, you know what these lead gens are: email signups, the subscriptions, newsletters that we called as, and then the white paper downloads, right? Or form fills. So people who are filling those information, NEP we call it as, name, email address, and contact numbers, phone numbers. Yes, webinar attendance. Yes, absolutely. All of this. And then social engagement, everybody's favorite: likes, comments, shares, all of this is what we call it as social engagement. Okay. So, and then comes your conversion stage, guys. So what do we have in the conversion stages? So something which we call it as conversion rate. Okay. So what is this conversion rate? So whoever came to this page, so what is the likelihood of these visitors who are taking that action? Okay, that is what we call it as conversion rate. So here in that, in the previous thing, so we saw that website visitors to add to carts, right? So if my intention is add to cart, so the conversion rate at an add to cart stage is 5%. Okay, in the previous example. So if my intention is from add to cart to purchases, now the conversion rate is 1%, not even 1%, I believe. Yeah, that is how it is, right? That is what we call it as conversion rate. Visitors who take desired action. Let me write it for you. Visitors who take desired action that you wanted them to do it. All right. And then cost per acquisition. So that we have discussed, we usually call it as CPA. All right. So what is this cost per acquisition? Like I already mentioned, the total marketing spend. Okay. So that the total marketing spend divided by the total number of customers. Total number of customers. So this is an easy math for you to now understand. So what is it doesn't have to be only marketing spend. It can be manufacturing cost, and also that can be included if you are looking at bigger revenue numbers. But if you are only limited to your own department of marketing, okay, Hemant, just tell me what is your CPA. Then I would take only my marketing department cost. So now, with that money, with that amount, so how much you must have spent? You must have spent only 50%. So within that 50%, if you acquired this much of customers, so then that will become your acquisition cost. Okay, so how much money I have to spend to get this customer, that is your CPA, guys. How much cost will it be there for me? So how much cost will it come to me to get these many customers? That is your this thing. Okay, the higher the customers, lower is the CPA. That might not be always true, Snehanshu. So it could be the other way around also. So the more you get the customers, so sometimes you might also, I mean, there are multiple cases. I mean, it doesn't have to be always right, but yeah, it could be right. So when you have more customers, then you will have obviously the cost reduced that means your marketing efficiency is high. Okay. So if you are getting higher customers at a lower marketing spend, that means your marketing efficiency is high. Okay. So, now if you ask me with all the experience in the marketing, fraternity, so it is 50-50. So sometimes it could suddenly go high. Sometimes, you must have, you will always think that, okay, this will be my best marketing campaign, and suddenly it fall flat. So you never know. So anything could happen because it's all markets, right? So, I mean, the easiest example that I have, that I can take is the COVID example. There are n number of people who have done multiple ads on COVID. So, I mean, there is one drug which has not done any marketing at all, but it went very viral. Dolo 650. People ate it like, peppermint. Correct. So it could be this way or that way. So we never cannot anticipate. It's not, I mean, there is no yes and there is no. So you can have both. Sometimes it could be yes, sometimes it could be no as well. So I mean, I know I'm like sounding like a diplomat right now, but yeah, that is how it is. Okay. So that is cost per acquisition. And then, there is also very important aspect, which is sales velocity. Okay. So sales velocity is, we usually call it as, in the sales terms, we call it as TAT. Okay. So time from lead to customer. Okay. Usually in the sales terms, we call it as turnaround time, right? So what is the TAT from, when the user came and then gave their information till the sale. Okay. So when they converted into customers, right? That is what we call it as sales velocity. And then, the one which I wrote, average order value. Okay. All this is conversion. So this is basically the total revenue generated divided by total number of orders. Simple. That will give you the average order value. Got it, guys? So clear with the conversion side of it. So the next thing that I'm going to show on Google Analytics, you will be surprised that how much detailed information every business is having on every individual out there. I literally tell you, and you will be surprised. And people who strongly believe that you have privacy with your iPhones and all the other security things. So I'm going to break that myth for you today. Okay. And literally, you will also start putting your phone away while you are going to sleep from tonight. I'm going to promise you that. So keep watching, keep waiting for that. I'm going to break that ice for you very soon. All right, cool, perfect. And then comes your retention, guys. So what is this retention basically? So here is where exactly what happens. This is post sales. After the sale is done, after this conversion is done, there is something called as retention. Retention is what? Basically, people who are coming back to your brand again and again and again. That is your retention. Okay. We call it as customer retention, user retention, everything. All right. So what are the retention stage metrics here? Basically, we call it as customer lifetime value. All right. So what is that customer lifetime value? What is the total revenue? Yeah. So total revenue generated per customer. Okay. So that is the overall thing that is generating from one user, from one customer. Okay. That is what we call it as LTV, lifetime value. Okay. And then comes something called as churn rate. Remember these terminologies, guys. These are really important. Okay. So churn rate is something where customers have stopped buying from you. Okay. So customers have stopped buying from you. So that is what the churn rate is. So do you think churn rate has to be higher or lower? So you want to have higher churn rate or lower churn rate? You should always have lower churn rate. Okay. So that literally brings up more value. All right. And then there is something called as NPS. Okay. So this is not National Provident Fund. So this is Net Promoter Score. Okay. NPS is what we call it as. So this is literally the customer satisfaction rate. All right. That is Net Promoter Score. So what is the overall satisfaction of a customer, right? If you take percentage, is it 100%, 90%, 80%, 60%, 40%? What is that? That is your NPS, Net Promoter Score. All right. And then finally, we have something called as repeat purchase rate. Okay. This is all percentages only. So how much, or the customers, the total count of customers who are trying to buy again. Okay. So count of customers who buy again. It could be the percentage also. Okay. Could be percentage of customers, percentage of repeat customers. That's easy way to do it. All right. So that is pretty much what your retention is. This is again all the post purchase. So right now for any brand, there is no retention. I mean, there is very least possible retention with too much availability of resources and everything, people are like, buying everything, whatever they like. Okay. So retention is very low. I mean, handling or keeping one customer loyal towards a program is really tough. Okay. Yeah. So that is what you have with the retention. Okay. So you do the loyalty programs, you give these royalty points, rewards, so that the users come back again and again, and that will reduce your churn rate. Okay. So NPS is nothing. Basically, how satisfied you are as a customer for this product, right? So in the retention user, so basically everybody thinks that if a consumer is buying my product again, they might be thinking that no, my product is really good. I don't even have to ask. They assume, when I say they, the companies, the companies assume that the customer is really happy, right? So they think that the customer satisfaction is 100%. But technically, the user, the customer who is using your product, so maybe, it formed a lifestyle for them that they are not even thinking whether they are happy or not. They are just using it casually, just like Colgate toothpaste, right? So every day when you wake up, when you're brushing your teeth, you don't think of changing this paste, right? You only think about it when when you are done with that toothpaste. I mean, when you are completely that paste tube is done, then you start thinking, okay, let me change this. But then when you try to think of changing that toothpaste, you also have something in your mind psychologically that, if I change my toothpaste right now, will it affect my gums or my teeth in one way or the other? Have you got this kind of sense anytime? Everybody will get this, right? So you think of changing this from Colgate to Meswak. Suddenly you start becoming Ayurvedic, right? You have this kind of juggle in your head that should I do this or should I not do this? Should I continue with the same brand, right? You might try it in your younger generation later, but if you are crossing 40s and 45s, you will never change your brands. That's why you will have stronger retention for older generation, right? Even, I mean, I can say my own dad's example. So he's a man of Raymond. You take him to Louis Philippe, you take him to all the other, luxurious brands. He'll say that, no, no, boss, don't even take me there. Just take me to Raymond's. I'm gonna take my own cloth material which I like, cotton shirts. I'm gonna get it stitched from my own tailor. So now the retention for that tailor is high because he is accustomed with that process. So now the customer satisfaction with that tailor is higher. It'll be 100% because every time when he goes to that tailor, the tailor asks the question, sir, are you happy with my shirt stitching or not? So that is your NPS. Got it? Right. So NPS is basically the customer satisfaction. So we assume as a brands, they, by default assume that I am buying this product. And so, the customer satisfaction is 100%. No, it doesn't have to be all the ways, all the time, right? So it can be, somewhere here and there as well. Got it? All right. Now that we understood all the conceptual side of it, let's now take a little bit of deep down into the analytics side of it, and then you will understand what on earth we are getting all this information. Okay. I'm sure, the example that I'm going to give right now, I'm sure this will apply to everybody and everybody must have done this at least. Sure. Okay. So let's say you wanted to order something tonight, okay, for your dinner. It's already 9:30, and if you want to order something tonight for your dinner, so let's say you opened Zomato first. You went there, you search for your favorite food, maybe a Subway or something, okay, maybe a wrap, whatever. So you search for it and then you check the price. And then you see if there are any promo codes. And then, even though there is a promo code which is suggesting to you, saying that, okay, apply this promo code, you will get 100 rupees off, you will still go to Swiggy. You go to Swiggy, you go to the same restaurant, you check the product, and then you check if there is any promo code given by Swiggy as well, and then you apply that. Now you compare both the prices. Whichever is the least one, you go to that portal and then apply it. So everybody must have done this. So now, talking about only Zomato or Swiggy, now think of the retention rate. Where is retention? Correct? I think everybody is now relating to what I'm saying, right? So why are you doing that? You know that Zomato is giving you good value. You also know that Swiggy is giving you good value. So you are not thinking of, no, I'm very, great fan of Zomato. I'll not use Swiggy at all. You never think that. No. That is exactly why user retention is very bad in this modern generation when it comes to B2C. When it comes to B2B, right? I don't know if Swapna is still here. So, when it comes to B2B, even if it is at a higher loss, right? When it comes to B2B segment of it, even if it is costing 10% or 5% higher, you try to negotiate with the existing client only, and then you try to retain it only, even at a 5% loss or 10% loss, because you want to continue the business for a long run. That is exactly why the difference between B2B and B2C is entirely whole new ball game, right? So retention is higher in a B2B segment And B2C segment, people don't even care whether people come back or not, right? So that is the beauty of business, guys. So you have to always think in a different perspectives all the time, and then get a very clear understanding of everything, how it goes. Correct? Retention is always a bigger player in the B2B segment. I mean, initially you don't have to, do 10, 15, 20 clients. You just need one client and you keep on doing it. I mean, forget about everything. My own clientele that I have, like I told you, I think last time when I told my career story. So I had all my clients which where I have served them for almost 1 year for free, close to 10 to 11 clients, I believe. All of them, they are still my customers. They are still my clients. There are individual digital marketing departments also set up in their own companies, but still they reach out to me. When I say they, the management. If anybody goes to them saying that, sir, I think you are paying unwantedly to Hemant, we can do a much better job. For that also they call me only. Okay, is that so? Do you think that you can do much better than Hemant? Let me call Hemant. You go, you guys both discuss and then come to me for it. So that is a power of retention. So you have done business for a period of time. You by default get that kind of a trust and value built over a period of time, and automatically that builds much more, revenue. And that's a very fantastic model, the B2B model. Okay. So, since this is all service industries, right? So in a service industry, basically you always try to reach out to the customer for reviews, and very often we forget for the fact that, people don't reach out to check if there are any problems. Okay. Usually people call for service time, right? So, I mean, one interesting thing that I found, very active. So I ride a BMW. Okay. So one good thing about BMW is they always reach out to me if there are any problems before my service time, and that's the best part. So and all the other automobile companies, they don't do it. They only call when they know that okay, this is a service time, probably after 3 months or 6 months or whatever right time. So BMW is something that always keeps a constant check whether is everything right, and are you comfortably having good time with your ride and all of that. That is something that is really interesting when it comes to the automobile company. And at the same time keep sending them these kind of comfort messages for them, like certain tips. So let's say for example, you are trying to give them some kind of a little bit of insight or a gyan, that this is how you have to use this and all of that. So yeah, that can be something that happens. So yeah, it's all user connect. You have to make them remember you. So how do you make them remember you? Is by constantly giving them something or the other which creates value over a period of time. Okay, that's what you need to remember. All right. Technically, if you learn the platform right, it's very easy to understand. I mean, if you can see the platform right now, looking at this data, I don't even have to explain anything at all. You will understand by default. You see 27,000 users are the active users right now. So people on the in the last 27 days. So these are the users who are active. So when I say active, they are doing some engagement on my website, out of which 8,000 people are new users. They are the first time visitors, correct? And what is the average engagement time? 3 minutes 50 seconds. They are staying on my website by 3 minutes, right? So that is something really good. So I mean, you and everybody, if you can think of any website that you have been visiting, have you stayed in any website for more than 1 minute? I don't think so, unless or until you are reading a very interesting blog, right? So you'll not, I mean, usually I'm not judging here, but yeah, usually the users will not stay more than 1 2 minutes maximum, and that too, some time is gone with that page loading time and everything. So that is how it is. And this data again, 213 users in the last 13 minutes. So people from Bangladesh, India, US, Pakistan, everybody, people are coming to this. And then little more detail into much of this thing. All right. And then yeah, I have multiple areas of getting data as well. So if I go to reports and then check the acquisition, so I'll be able to understand how many people have come to my website, right? And the total revenue generated. So I can also have that data listed here, all right? And users by country. So for which country is giving me maximum audiences? So there are people coming from US, right? And I can also check the retention numbers. So all this time we have been talking about retention. So you take retention here literally. So I think in the last 1 month, 30 days, there are close to 1 lakh users who are new, and out of which 73,000, 72,000 is close to returning users. So technically, this return users is something which is 70%, close to 70%, I have retention. So it's all about the value that I create. So when you create good value over a period of time, then yes, then people automatically come to you. So they remember you for more time. And then the engagement side of it, how are they engaging within the website? Okay. So screen views, user engagement. Okay. So these are different events. So user stickiness and all of that. A little bit complex terms to discuss right now, but yeah. And then what is the life cycle of users? Can you go back to earlier screen? Okay, you mean retention side? Yes. So this is the retention data. So 92,000 new users, 70,000 are existing ones. So here, these are all cohorts. Yeah. So this is the overall count of the entire month, and this is the breakup. So day wise. So now when you all combine this thing, then you will see this number. Yeah. And yeah, as promised, let me tell you. So everybody who thinks that my data is safe, my things are safe. So if you can see this, basically I can get the data of how many users are using what devices and then coming to my website. Okay, I can literally track all those users based on their data, based on their browser. I'll be able to get the information based on the browser. I can get based on the device models, literally. Okay, so this is what all my users have been using, different device models. I can also check the device category, whether it is smartphone or the regular tablet. Okay, how many users are using mobile and desktop and smart TVs. Right, I can also check the screen resolutions of the devices specifically. Right, so you see 1920 by 1080, 1536 by 864, all this information. And I can also get the app version of it, what kind of application they are using, the version of it. Okay, and then I can also check the OS operating platform, the platform as well. How many are Android users? How many are iOS users? I can get all this information. And along with that, the OS version of it. So even in the Android also, what version they are using, I know that very clearly, right? And then, yeah, OS with version, all of this information. Okay, this is one part of it. So along with that, I can also figure out how many are coming from which age group, right? What gender and all of that. So country, you have already seen it. I can also check the region specifically. Okay, so where are they coming from? All right. I can also check the city, what languages they are talking, the language they speak, English, Spanish, Indonesian, their age, which age group is giving maximum 18 or 25 to 34. Unknown is something where, basically analytics couldn't track that user data. So which is close to 60,000. So almost 50% is like, I don't know who is that. I mean, what's their age is, and then data of 35 to 44, 45 to 64. Look at this data basically. I mean, I can get here. Then comes your gender, right? What their interests are. All those people who are coming to my website are media and entertainment, gamers, tech enthusiasts, sports and fitness, shoppers, all of this. Isn't this interesting, guys? Now you tell me, when you have this data at your disposal, you can do magic. Only thing is, ask the right questions. That's what I have been telling you. Got it, guys? Clear? So the question that you need to ask here is, if you're thinking that my data is safe, how is Google Analytics knowing that you are a male or a female? Have you ever any time given any information to anybody that you are a male or a female or any of these categories? Have you ever given any information that you are using this device? How is Google Analytics knowing about it? Yeah, you could be surveys, online, digital platforms. But have you ever thought that how is Google giving this information? How is Google getting this information in the first case? That is the question of the day. How is Google getting to know all this information? Cookies, there is one single answer. That is exactly how it is collecting all the information without you noticing it. Gmail. It's all Gmail, correct? Yes, it's all Gmail. Even this Chrome browser that you are using, it has to be connected with Gmail, you see? So it can clearly understand what you're doing, what you're, researching, what kind of activity that you're doing, what browsing you are doing, how you are dealing with everything and all of that. So all this information is basically for this thing, yeah. And if you're using a mobile device, basically, right? So if you're using an Android, so unless and until you sign in with your Gmail, you cannot even switch on your phone, correct? After you switch on your phone, you have to mandatorily activate your Play Store. And for that Play Store, again Gmail. Same goes with your Apple. Yes, all the activity in your iOS devices is tracked by Apple. So now compared to both Android and iOS, so people still have that presumption that iOS is a little more secure, it is a little bit of safe and all. But yeah, I mean, technically, yes, to a certain extent. Android is more or less like an open platform. It's an open source platform. So you have a little bit of more vulnerabilities there. So when it comes to security, so the lesson here is don't, use your phone casually. Use it for productivity. Okay. So don't do all that random useless searches and, make yourself vulnerable with all the information. Okay. So your information is something which is really, really important. Not just for you, not just for the companies, but for everybody, but for yourself. So keep your information safe. All right. Perfect. So there is no one size, there is a one size fits all problem that has been there since the traditional marketing, and that is where exactly digital marketing rolled out as well, right? So there is nothing called as average customer. Okay. So average customer doesn't exist anymore. Okay. So every customer has their own requirements. Every customer has their own taste and, things that they like. So we cannot call we cannot call it as mass market anymore. So everybody has its own thing, and then generic messaging doesn't work. Okay, or I might call it as it will fail everyone. All right, and then obviously the marketing budget is totally wasted. All right, so that is the real problem. Now the solution is basically, the segmentation. Obviously, the solution is segmentation, breaking down certain audiences and then understanding which tribe fits everything right. Okay. So now there are different methods for this segmentation, excuse me. So one is my favorite all the time, demographic segmentation. Demographic segmentation has very clearly everything related to age, gender, income, location. All right. So this is basically how it is, and very pretty much easy to implement. Easy to implement, but you'll have only limited insights. But we don't have 100% information. Okay, and this is pretty much easy to implement. All right. Along with demographic this thing. For example, I think let's talk about a little bit of demographic segmentation as an example, so that you will also have an easy understanding of it. Okay, there is something called as Nike, regular Nike, and then there is something called as Nike Women, right? So it's all female focused products, correct? And then talk about Nike Kids, for instance, or you have Alan Solly Kids, you have Alan Solly Junior, or you have Gap Junior, all of this. So it is all demographic based segmentation out there. All right. And then the second thing that you have is something called as behavioral segmentation. All right. So what is this behavioral segmentation? It's all about the purchase history of the consumer. All right. So website behavior. So how are they behaving online? All right. So the engagement patterns, how are they engaging with the existing users? So that is what the behavioral segmentation is. This can be helpful more or less to predict how they operate in the future, or what can we do with them in the future. So that is pretty much the behavioral segmentation. Okay. And then there is something called as psychographic segmentation. All right. So what does this cover? Basically, what are the values that they, take it further, right? So what is their lifestyle right now? So what kind of lifestyle they are leading? So what kind of a personality traits they have, right? So that is how it is. I mean, they have their personality, reflecting in every choices they make in their life. That is all with regards to the personality traits and psychographics. So this will have more or less related to their personal emotional stuff, right? So you are emotionally connected with these things. So that will help you to get a little bit of understanding here, right? And then you have something called as RFM analysis, right? So this is also one of my favorites. So RFM is basically recency, frequency, and monitoring. Okay. So recency is basically, when did they last purchase? Okay. Frequency is how often they purchase, and monitor is how much they are spending. Okay. So RFM analysis keeps very active interactions between everybody, and it is very interesting as well if you think it right. So these are the methods in the customer segmentation basically. So this is how you divide also, based on your audiences. Okay. So when you do this kind of analysis and everything out there, then it is easy for you to also break down who your audience is, and you will not be focusing on the mass market or junk anymore. You know who you are targeting, you know what they'll or what kind of likes they have, or likes and dislikes they have. Accordingly, you will start crafting the solutions for it. All right. Okay. So let me talk about a scenario, right? So this scenario is, let's say, for example, there is an online clothing brand customer data. All right. So let's say, I'm now going to give 4 different customers. You can pick any of it. So customer A, customer B, okay, customer C, and then customer D. Okay, 4 different customers. All right. So now you tell me which, okay, I'll tell you. Let me write it down. Each this thing. So last purchase for customer A, let's say was 1 month back. Okay, and he buys monthly and spends close to, let's say, $200 per order, right? And then comes your customer B. So this guy, so he'll do the last purchase, let's say an year ago. Okay, so he did almost a year ago and purchased once and spent, let's say, $100. Okay, and then comes your customer C. So last purchase was a week ago. Okay, buys weekly and let's say $125. Okay, for every order. Again, this is also the same thing. I mean, this is one-time order only. But yeah, now when it comes to the customer D, let's say last purchase was 3 months back. Okay, and buys quarterly. Okay, so he buys quarterly and spends, let's say, $400 per order. Okay, so these are the 4 different types of customers that are now coming to this online clothing brand. Okay, so this is all customer data. All right, so I want you to score each customer. Okay, each customer or on RFM analysis. Okay, RFM analysis. So the score could be 1 to 5. Okay, so on a 1 to 5 scale, I want you to score each customer. Okay, how much you rate customer A, how much you rate customer B, and how much you would rate for customer C and D. All right, so that is one thing. And then create customer segment based on these scores. Okay, so creating the customer segment is basically, so based on these 4 segmentations, I want you to write down, right? So I want you to put genders, or you want to understand the purchase history and how they might be behaving, right? So, or you can simply put down what kind of customer segment you have taken, or you can look at this data and then you can tell me what kind of customer segment you have taken to come to that conclusion of, okay, you are giving only 5-star rating or 3-star rating or 2-star rating. Okay, and then also I want you to tell me which customer is most valuable for this brand. Okay, so simple task. You have to check these 4 customers, score each customer based on the RFM analysis. Okay, so based on the recency, when did they last purchase, how often they purchase, how much they spend. So based on that, I want you to give them scale rating out of 5. Okay, and then create a customer segmentation that, okay, maybe you can put these 2 customers together, A and B together, like, or maybe you can put A and C together, right? And D as one segment, B as another segment. So I want you to think on that and then come up with a solution. And then after you have done with this thing, I want you to tell me which customer is the most valuable out of everybody. Whether A is very valuable, B is valuable, C is valuable, or D is valuable, or it could be cases where 2 are also valuable, like A and C both are valuable, right? Yeah, very clearly, customer A ranks in 2nd position. 1st position will be for customer C. Last position would be for customer B, and the 3rd position would be for customer D. Okay, so purely looking at numbers, guys. Again, you don't have to think about anything else, right? Look at the kind of the time that these guys are investing and the kind of value that these guys are also generating. Okay, simple. So this guy is more valuable. Simple. Why? Because this guy is making almost close to $500 a month order, And if you take for the 12 months, it's almost $6,000 value. And this guy is continuously using, is coming back to your business again and again, right? So it's always customer C. And then if you go back to customer A, so this is also a very active user because they have been actively purchasing every month. All right. So don't get carried away with these numbers, right? So you see, basically, when you look at that $200, you will feel like, or $400 is higher. Or some people think that, okay, $200 and $400 are the winners. And you look at the lesser numbers. I mean, look at the compounding. I mean, you will always have the numbers which are really, really good, right? So that is how you need to understand. So in that order, I mean, the kind of retention they have, at the same time, the order value, average order value being placed for each of it also plays a very critical role. Okay. So whenever you are trying to buy something as a customer also, this is how you need to think. Okay. And at the same time, basically now put yourself in these shoes, whether you are a good customer or a bad customer to a brand. You will also understand which category you also fall into. If you are falling into, like, if you are buying too much every week, or if you are buying once in a month, or maybe if you are trying once in a year, so, or if you are doing once in a quarter. Okay, so you can also think in that direction. I mean, data goes both ways, as a customer, as a brand owner. All right, so that is how it is. All right, now, so talking about these things when it comes to the data analysis side of it, so of course there are a lot of analytics detail that we need to check and try to do that. So the very important aspect is to turn those insights into action. Okay, so how do we create those beautiful insights? So how do we make sure that we are getting that ROI, that marketing ROI we always talk about, right? Yeah. Now, since the segmentation is now done, so we need to check the marketing ROI. So return on investment. ROI is nothing but return on investment. Okay. So we have a simple formula here that you all should remember. So this is going to be very important here. Okay. So it is basically the total revenue generated minus the marketing investment. Okay. So that is what it is. All right. And then the overall divided by the total marketing investment into 100, which is the percentage. That is what you get. Okay. So let me give you a breakup of with simple example. All right. So let's say the spend, the marketing spend, okay, is, let's say, 10,000 rupees or dollars, whatever. Okay. And then the revenue that is generated, revenue that has reached, let's say you got 50,000 rupees out of this number, right? So what is the ROI basically, right? So that is basically 50,000 minus 10,000 divided by 10,000 into 100. Okay. So how much will it be? Close to 400%. Got it, guys? So ROI is 400%, basically. So this 400% is what you need to understand, that, okay, this is how ROI is calculated. But always don't do it blindly. Have a simple, this calculation in mind. So when you do it 4, 5, 10, 15, 20 times, then automatically, that comes to your brain, without any further this thing. Okay. Yeah. So that is how you basically simply do it. And most of the cases there are multiple things like high engagement probabilities, and some aspects like tracking everything at a higher scale, and multiple things can be considered here when it is talking about ROI. So, and that is exactly where you also need to understand something called as attribution. Okay, so you need to attribute which is giving you more of that value. Okay. So attribution is basically what is the core reason of why you are getting this success of success, in terms of the strategies. I mean, what kind of model is giving you more benefit out of everything? Okay. So is it the first, Facebook ad that you have created, right? Or is it just the Google search that user has done from their end? So is it like, no, everything has its own set of reasoning that, okay, this is why we have this actually working? Or is it just that, because of time? So user has taken enough time for researching and all of that. And so because of time only, this sale has reached to this level. Or is it, simply data driven model? which we are doing right now. So all the data driven decisions that you take is the data driven model. Previously, we have all the kinds of attribution models. So let me write it on. All right. So first link attribution is very simple, guys, right? So you are giving credit to that one action which has happened in the first stage. Okay. Let's say, for example, we have Ashutosh. So Ashutosh has seen the ad first time on Facebook. Okay. He has seen literally a Facebook ad. Okay. So after he has seen Facebook ad, he, also saw an email. He also went to Amazon and he also checked the YouTube. Okay. But first action is something that he has checked the Facebook ad, right? So I'm going to give 100% credit to this source. Okay. What is the credit is basically if a sale happened, let's say Ashutosh purchased this from YouTube. Though he purchased it from, though he purchased after seeing YouTube through Amazon, I'm still going to credit that, okay, it is because of Facebook ad only I'm giving this credit. Understood, guys? Because this is the first action taken. That is first click attribution. Whatever the action user takes in the first instance, right? So I'm going to give credit to that thing only. Okay, that is first click attribution. And then there is something called as last click attribution. Okay. Last click attribution, again, I'm giving the same example here also. So here, what I'm going to do is instead of giving credit to the first one, I'm going to give the credit to the last one. If they are purchasing from Amazon, for instance, okay, I'm going to give it to this one. So anyone who is doing that last interaction of purchase, so I'm going to give credit to that source. That is your last click attribution. Okay. Let's say, for example, I'm seeing a smartphone on I'm seeing a OnePlus ad on Facebook. Okay. So I'm going to YouTube and then do that unboxing video check. So that's how you have that connection, right? So, I mean, you saw it on Facebook, but you want a very detailed, nice video for me to check it. So that you can check it on YouTube. So usually people do that unboxing videos and all of that, right? So, and after YouTube, you usually go to Amazon, check the pricing of it, reviews, and all of that. So you are getting a live hands-on experience here, but you go to Amazon to actually place an order. You don't go to OnePlus official website to place an order, right? You don't. But you go to these e-commerce websites. So that's how it is, right? So clear with last click, guys. Last click is basically I'm giving 100% credit to Amazon because this is where the sale happened. Okay. And then there is something called as linear attribution, guys. Linear attribution is basically where I am giving credit to everything which is a part of marketing. Okay. So I'm giving credit to Facebook ads. I'm giving credit to email ad. I'm giving credit to Amazon. I'm giving credit to YouTube as well. So 100% credit is not given to any one of it. 25, 25, 25, 25. I believe that everybody is responsible for this. Okay. That is linear attribution. So you are giving equal credit to everything. All right. And then there is something called as data driven model. Okay. So this is highly used and we are using this kind of model right now in the data driven world. Okay. So what is this data driven model is we are literally giving, credit to actual conversions. I mean, giving credit to those platforms with which actual conversions happened. Okay. So when I say, which actual conversions happened, basically, I'm talking about maybe, Amazon might have added, 30% value. Facebook might have added, 22% value. So I'm going to give that credit, in a proportionate way. Okay. So let me write it down. So here in this case, I'm going to give Facebook, let's say that is 25%. So email might be adding 15% value, right? Amazon might be adding like 45% value because of reviews and ratings and all. So, and what is the leftover? 4, 5, 6, 7, 85. And YouTube must be giving 15%. Okay. So this is how data-driven model looks like. So everybody is responsible, but not equally. Okay. So this is just like your office guys. So, here in the first case, so someone who is just giving an idea is getting a credit. Let's say you're in an office and you're having a team, and within a team, first click attribution is anybody who gives that idea, the first idea who is giving it, you are giving credit, success credit to that person who is giving the idea. Okay. Last click attribution, it's not about the idea who gives, it's about person who is executing it. Okay. So the one who has executed this idea very effectively and brought out this thing, I'm giving credit to this guy. Okay. And linear attribution is basically something where I'm saying that no, everybody has done their own work, so everybody is equal. So I'm giving credit to all of you. Okay. This is exactly what all the managers do when you get a project successfully done. So you say that this is all team's effort. It's not one single individual. It's all team's effort. So that is what linear attribution is. All right. And data-driven model is basically your appraisals. All those people who have work experience, you will understand. So this is all appraisals, right? So this is basically like it is not about execution, or it is not about how this is happening. So everything in the process has its own cut, right? So it could be Facebook ad might be a trigger, right? Because of which only this guy went to YouTube, and because of that only he came to Amazon. But on Amazon he made a decision, right? So all that happens at this level. So that is all your data-driven model. Okay. So this model is right now very active, guys, and when it comes to a lot of systems have used it very effectively. I mean, I can use a number of examples like Airbnb has done it, HubSpot has done it, Google also does that very actively. When it comes to this thing, and then a lot of other Power BI dashboard creators. A lot of people have been using these data-driven models only for a long period of time, not just instantly. So we have very actively these kind of research done. So which is not just limited to only few aspects of it, but multiple things. All right. So this is how you decide after coming to a point that yes, this is what I'm going to do with my data. And finally, now you take the action after you decide that okay, these are working out to a better perspective. Then finally, what you do is you take actions. What are the actions that you take? You start, looking at that data analysis point of it. Again, all of this work after this will be done by the data analyst. You will not be doing any of it technically. Okay. So till now you will understand what you are doing, but after this entirely this work will be taken over by the data analytics team. So that is where they'll do a deep dive analysis of GA4 or Facebook Analytics or Google Search Console or HubSpot or Hotjar, whatever it is. People also use Adobe Analytics, Salesforce Analytics, CRM, Tableau, Power BI, Marketo. All of this people will, I mean, the next users do it, right? And that is when you will have all the implementation strategies set up in the proper direction. Okay, where you do the foundation, where you optimize it, and then you innovate certain models like predictive modeling, machine learning integration, cross-platform integration. This is all a little more advanced than what you are learning right now. So I think as to start with, this is where you need to get your hands on ahead with. Okay, understanding what marketing analytics is, what are the types of data that we have right now, and what all you should be considering in a funnel. Okay, funnel is really important. So once you are good with the funnel, then you need to check the type of segmentation of how it all works. And from there, you will have to assess the marketing ROI and check the attribution models. That's it. So with this, the marketing side of it with regards to the digital marketing analytics side of it will be done. And as you go into the next levels, basically, you will have, the implementation strategy, which is really, really important. Okay. So that is how it is really, really, really important to understand this kind of a process so that you will be able to take certain decisions very actively with regards to the marketing. Okay. Data analytics is a very crazy concept, out there in the market, and digital analytics is something that you already have. I mean, you just have to figure out the ways of how you can do this analysis very effectively, which will benefit the business overall. So it's a very interesting concept. I mean, it is not new, but yeah, that's a good combination. That's for sure. I can say that. Okay. So here within the admin section only, you'll have something called as attribution models. So ideally what happens is with GA, automatically all that tracking with regards to this attribution can all be tracked. So you just have to link your Facebook and all of that. So like we have seen all these properties, right? Yeah. So now we have all the attribution models very clearly defined here. So you see the attribution models, data driven, last click. So all of this is there. So you just have to check which is giving more events and which is more valuable here. So this is last click attribution for paid and organic. So data driven is here. Google paid channels are last click. So, these guys have defined, in their own channels. And then we also have the attribution paths here. So it will tell you, so what are the early touch points, from where the early touch points are coming? Is it from paid search or this thing? Mid touch points are here, and you will have the late touch points, which are the lowest, mostly the final ones, just before, activity is happening. You see the conversion credit is given to early touch points here, as you can see. So the conversion touch points, so the conversion credit is given to early touch points a little, and late touch points more for each of it. For paid search, it is late touch points. So they're literally saying that because of Google search ads only, we are getting the conversions for paid search. For direct, it is all late touch points only. I mean the last click attribution. And then for organic is, for cross network is this thing. Cross network is basically your social media and all of that. Organic search is Google search, SEO. So for SEO, you are giving late. So everywhere you are seeing most of the cases, the late touch points only getting credit. So this is how you practically get this, guys. I mean, this is how it is seen. You don't have to set up anything at all completely. Okay. So you don't have to do anything at all. So automatically all this is tracked, except few things when it comes to Google Ads and all of that, you have to integrate it. Okay. So you have to put that into the website. Sorry, you have to link that with the analytics. Probably that is your Google Ads or any of it. Once you've done that, then yeah, everything else is tracking on its own. You don't have to do anything at all. So this is for all channels, and probably for Google Ads, the campaigns and the spends. Okay, so the cost per click. These are all the campaigns that are live and how much is costing. So you get all this data basically by default. Okay, so your revenue is not integrated into analytics here, and so you're not seeing the numbers. But yeah, difference between search ads and Google Ads and search ads 360 is this is programmatic. Okay, so no programmatic here. Okay.
Okay, so we are going to discuss about the WordPress creation. So whenever we say, the idea is WordPress is why do we need WordPress, right? We need WordPress to create our website. To create our website is fine, but you need a domain and a hosting server to make it live, right? So after we design the website, we will need a domain and a hosting server that can launch that website. So from the website standpoint, you will need a web browser. So browser like Chrome and all, wherein you will type the domain, right? You will type the domain at the shivam.com, samir.com, right? shahid.com. So these are domains. Now, when you search for that domain, the hosted web server, because basically what happened, your domain has to be hosted somewhere. If it is not hosted, you will not be able to see. Of course, you can purchase a domain, but that domain single-handedly will not give you the website unless it is hosted in some server, right? So how to do those, we'll understand, we'll go through them. But before that, let's understand what is a content management system. Because WordPress is a CMS, right? So it's a content management system. We have a lot of content management systems Adobe, Experience Manager is there, AEM. Then you have Drupal, you have Joomla, you have Shopify, you have Wix. So many different platforms are there, right? So what the main purpose of content management system is to help you create the website, design the website, modify the website, add the pages, manage everything like images, videos, any digital assets, all those things you can manage, and you can technically handle those as well, right? So you'll be able to handle, you'll be able to go through them, and you'll be better understand about the applications or the okay. So the purpose of content management system is to create. Now, what is create? Create means you are going to create the pages, right? We have to create multiple pages because your website might have 30 different pages. So you have to create all the pages. Then once you create the pages, you have to manage the pages also, right? You have to manage them because some pages would need some level of design changes, some pages would need some level of content changes. So all those design, all those content, all those management, you have to make sure that you're able to do so that it looks as part of your let's say whatever you are visioning from the website or the business, you are able to create in a similar format. That is the manage part, right? Then measure. What is measure? Measure is you created the website, you have 30 pages. Now you need to see how each of the pages is performing, right? So you would need like some level of data insights that can help you understand that okay, the pages that I'm designing, whether it is performing good, bad, like how many people are coming, whether they are able to navigate properly, whether they are spending time, whether they are scrolling around the pages. So in terms of measurement, it becomes very important because you will be able to handle a lot of things there. You'll be able to handle like a lot of complexity in terms of your website. That is why you need the measure, right? So create, manage, measure, then deliver. You have to deliver also, like deliver certain message, deliver certain content. You have to keep on developing a lot of things, right? So like developing new pages, developing like new asset, developing a form, developing a video, optimize it. What is optimize? Optimize means, let's suppose like your website is showing that people are not engaging with your website, people are not engaging with the content, right? People are coming and leaving your pages, there is a high bounce rate. Okay, people are not filling up the form. It's an e-commerce website, but people are not adding a product to the cart. So that means these are some of the challenges. Every website has to have some goal, right? Without goal, you will not create a website. Today, when we will try to create a website, each of you will have certain ideas in your mind that, okay, I will create a website around a blog. Someone will create a website, like, thinking in mind that, okay, I have to start a new, let's say, e-commerce website, right? Someone will start like, let's say, will think about like, I want to start a particular product. So at the end of the day, each of us have a certain goal. If it is a B2B product-based website, what will be the goal? What do you think? Like, Salesforce, the goal of Salesforce would be, or the goal of Google would be. Let me understand that. Anyone, you can try it. So we are going to, like, what I'm going to do now, actually, we will go with some theoretical terms, okay? Then it is a practical activity that we will do. So in the theory, let's understand like, what is the purpose of creating a website? What is the goal of a website? Okay. What is the goal of a website, guys? Or rather like, let's say for e-commerce website, what is the goal? See, of course, it is important to establish online presence and build trust among target audience, because if you do not build the trust, how will you be able to like, manage, let's say the business, right? As a goal, your main goal would be to like get lot of, if it is an e-commerce website, to get lot of like business. And how do you get business? By increasing add to cart and add to purchase, right? So that will be my ultimate goal. Bringing traffic is my goal. Of course, the like if you bring 100, so you can expect business out of 100, maybe 10, 5, whatever the number is. If you bring 1,000, then you can expect out of 1,000. So traffic is of course important, but finally our goal will come, like let's see, if I'm bringing 10,000, out of 10,000 traffic, only one is like purchasing my product, and rather the other person is bringing 100, and out of 100 traffic 50 are purchasing. So which is doing better? The other person, right? So I have to understand that my requirement is, of course, like we need to have an online presence, we need to bring traffic, all those things are required, but finally it comes to the goal, because our website will only sustain if I am able to meet the goal of conversion, if I am able to meet the goal of purchases. Okay, and for that we need to monetize, we need to measure, we need to understand that what are the things that is working for us, what are the things that is not working. The things that are not working, like let's say there is a form, people are not seeing that form because the form is at the bottom of the page. Okay, so let's assume there is a form, but the form is, let's assume like is in the bottom of the page. It's taking time to load actually. So let's assume the form is like here. Okay, so but people are scrolling till this part. If people are scrolling till this part, how can I like be able to get form fields? So I need to optimize the journey. I need to optimize, okay, let's bring the form at the top. Let's have like, certain call to action that people will click and come to the bottom of the page, right? So these are the process of optimizing. Optimizing is nothing but how you deliver like, certain like, performances with the help of some changes that is going to give you the results. Okay. and then extend. Extend is once you optimize it, once you find that okay, my my changes are working good, I'm able to get now good conversions. Tomorrow, whenever you launch a new page or new design, new content, you should be able to extend that, right? Extend the some of the best practices to the other pages also. So these are the core components of a content management system. That is, CMS has to contain these things. If one of them, now when you get to see the measure means the data, the insights you can get with the help of Google Analytics or some analytics tool. Even WordPress has its own analytics also, right? Maybe at some point of time you would be reluctant to use a lot of other additional data points also, because WordPress has have a very minimal insights, the data insights that you get. So you need some level of other inputs or other processes to be included. But yes, you can be rest assured that you are getting at least some data which will give you enough understanding that how many people are filling up the form, what is the bounce rate, how many people are coming, what is the engagement rate, all those data points. Okay. If I go to the features of a content management system, it is very easy to use. See, ideally, why people are nowadays ready to understand WordPress or any other CMS tool, because whenever we talk about WordPress, I'll pick WordPress because we are doing WordPress session here. So whenever we think about WordPress, the best part of WordPress is you can manage the WordPress account creations on your own, right? If I talk about 10 years back, there were a lot of dependency on the website developer. A website which you can develop within 2 days, the developer used to get those done in let's say almost a month. And then they used to charge heavily also. So ideally what happened, you'll be able to see that designing the website won't cost much. It is only the domain and the hosting that you have to pay, right? So to let's say to go for the purchase of domain and hosting, you have to spend huge amount. It's a very minimal amount that you can spend, and you will be able to control everything in terms of domain and hosting, right? So but what the developer used to do earlier, they used to charge heavily specific to the website creations and all. And you remember when they used to charge something around let's say 50,000, 70,000, 1 lakh rupee for the hosting and the domain of your website. And that was super challenging, because you have no control. Tomorrow you want to add a new page, you have let's say 10 product. So the developer has given you 10 products. So you want to add one new product. After 2 months, the developer will say, okay, we can get it done. They will charge you extra. So even though it is just a replications of one existing page, they will charge extra for that additional effort. So this type of things are nowadays not required, because you yourself can handle WordPress. Even if you want to develop your WordPress account or WordPress website with the help of a developer, they will develop one time and then you can manage it. That's the best part, right? So second is easy installations and upgrades. So installations means in a WordPress account, there is something called plugins. Okay. So what is plugin? Plugin is some additional, let's say, I will show you so that you can understand also. So plugins are additional, let's say I'll open WordPress.org, okay? And this everything that you see here, we will be creating that, okay? We'll be creating those. So now look at this. There is a section called plugins, okay? These plugins are extensions, and you can see here also, but I feel it is costly, little costly. Few features you will get free, but again, there are a lot of paid also. See, plugins are some extensions that you can use in WordPress. Why WordPress is very popular nowadays? Because it has lots and lots of plugins. It's a lot of plugins. You can just go and keep on searching the plugins. Okay. So what this plugin does, it is let's say, I think everyone knows what is SEO. So SEO means your search engine optimization. Whenever you create your website, the very first thing you will think to go around is SEO. So how can you develop the SEO? With the help of certain content keywords and all, right? So with the help of plugin, you can manage those. Now for SEO, what it helps WordPress, you can manage the content of the website and you can see like what type of like let's say keyword, which type of like let's say options you can have around the like the keyword opportunity or around like the SEO opportunity, and you can let just integrate, just do a plugin and play with that particular plugins, right? Similarly, like let's suppose you have a website in English, okay? Tomorrow you want to like go to Germany and you want to have like German website, Spanish website, France or website, or like let's say Mandarin and all the other different localized different language website. So you can directly go to your plugin section, okay, and you can search for let's say language translator. Language translator, like you can get the Google Translator installed. It will hardly take maybe 1 to 2 seconds. You will get the plugin, you will get add the extension, and you can have the language translation done within a minute. Similarly, like tomorrow you need a chatbot, tomorrow you need like a form integration. So all those things are managed with the help of plugin. Even Google Analytics also. Google Analytics also you can have with the help of a plugin. The only thing you need to remember that whenever you select a plugin, make sure that the plugin that you are selecting, it is a free plugin, because if you go with the paid, you have to unnecessarily pay some money. Second is always look for like the ratings of the plugin. Okay, so ratings, like whenever you go to the plugin site, you will see the ratings also. Ratings will give you an understanding whether like the plugin is good or not. Okay, if out of 5 it is getting 4.5, 4 and all, so that means like you can rely on the plugin. Secondly, always look like because see, if I go and search for SEO plugins, I can get 3, 4, 10 different SEO plugins. Now how do I know like which plugin to go for, right? So then I will see how many ratings it is and how many people has downloaded. That is also important. Like let's suppose one of the plugin is there which is free, but only 3 people have downloaded. The other plugin is there which is also free, but that plugin is downloaded by 1 million. So that is more reliable, because if maximum people are using, then that means it is reliable. Okay, only those things we need to understand, and you will be able to explore the plugin part. So easy installations and upgrades. So WordPress will take care of like all the upgrades, like let's say Android, iOS upgrades that happens. Similarly in WordPress also the upgrades happen from time to time with the new changes and all. Okay, it's a great for blog, CMS, and commerce. What is commerce? Have you heard about Shopify website? So Shopify is one of like the very like let's say sought after like the e-commerce portal. Okay, so they are like well known for e-commerce website. Now WordPress you are using, you can use it for e-commerce, you can use for blog, you can use for like product based also, but Shopify is mainly for like e-commerce. So now the question is, I want to create an e-commerce website. Shall I go for Shopify or go for WordPress? If you want to go for WordPress, in plugin, you will see a plugin called WooCommerce. Okay, WooCommerce, WOOCOMMERCE. Okay, right, Aryan. So I'm just typing it out, WooCommerce. Now, WooCommerce you can use for your this commerce experience. Commerce is business transactions, right? So what Shopify is basically well known for, because like they can have the payment gateway, all the integrations are done properly, and Shopify also charges based on each transactions. Okay, so if you do not want to go for Shopify, like let's say I feel that like if you want to explore WooCommerce, it has a lot of like different features, and they are upgrading like to new changes also. So try using WooCommerce. For blogs and like your product based organization, there is no question, you can definitely go for WordPress. Okay, and wonderful plugins we have known, we have seen, like I've just shown you like how the plugins would look like. So there are like a huge list of plugins available. You go for language, you go for chat, you go for like forms, you go for like some additional like let's say tools. All those you just need to go and search in the plugin, and you'll be able to manage those as well. Okay, free open source, because like it's very easy to download and start building, which you will do in the localhost environment today, and countless themes and frameworks. It has so many themes. Okay. So some of the common features of CMS include user management. Now, user management is very important. Why? Because see, whenever you are managing your account, you need to make sure, like, that what type of access you want to give to the user, right? The idea is there is a website, there is organizations. So there are, like, 30 people working in the website development. Not every user would require, like, the admin access. Admin access means someone who can control, manage, delete, edit, every permissions is there. So you might give the admin access to one or two people, and then you can give the user access. Like someone can be an editor, someone can be a, like, I can show you here also. Someone can be, see, there is an users. Okay. So once you come to the users, so only one user is added. So if I add another user, so it is asking, do you want to give the administrator, editor, author, or contributor? Editor would be able to only edit. Author would be able to, like, write something. Contributor would be write and assigning and all those. Okay, but it is administrator who manages everything. So you need to see that what type of, and only administrator can see this interface. So let's suppose, like, if you think that I want to, like, manage my website, and I have the user access, like, the basic access, then you will not be able to do that. Okay. So that access, you have to have the full admin access, then only you'll be able to give someone admin access or some other access. Okay. Templates and themes we discussed. There are plenty of templates. A lot of themes are there. So whatever business you select, whatever, like, portfolio you select, you have that template, and it is so easy to manage. It is so easy to handle, and it is very easy, like, to design and create your own website. Security is something, like, which is very helpful here, because see, whenever you create a website, there is, like, a fear in your mind that someone can copy it, right? There can be like, an issue with the website backups and all. So might be, like, you created a very fancy website by putting 1 month 2 months of effort, and after that, like, there is a issue with the security. Those things are taken care of. The WordPress will make sure, like, that it takes care of all the security concerns, so that, like, you do not have to worry about data loss, data protections, all those things. Okay. Content creation and editing. So editing, content creations and editing means, like, let's say it is more around what you see is what you get. Like how you want to design, how you are able to see, how you are able to envision, you will be able to create your website in that format only. Okay. So very easy interface, like, it's easy to handle, it's easy to, like, manage, and it is easy to, like, modify the content and design the content. And like, you can make necessary changes from time to time also. Okay, then there is an SEO tools to optimize the website for search engines, built-in SEO tools or extensions. So why SEO tools is important? See, you will be creating multiple content, right? You will be like, developing a lot of contents. The content that you will be developing, the content that you will be creating, content has to be SEO friendly, right? So if you know that what is your business, it is very simple. That whenever a user goes to Google and search for a product, let's suppose you are into apparel business, so the user is searching for, like, apparel. So they should be view your website, right? And how quickly you can get that like, visibility is with the help of SEO tools. So there are a lot of plugins. We'll discuss around that, how you can manage the SEO performance. Then comes the publishing. With the CMS, users can schedule or instantly publish content, manage draft, and control publishing rights. So you can, like, publish your content from time to time. You can manage your draft. So, like, if you need some content, like, that, let's say I want to manage the draft of some of the content, you can manage them also. You can easily manage, you can easily, like, take a hold, and like, you can schedule it also. Like, let's suppose you are creating a landing page, and that landing page is for, like, US region. So that particular page has to be, like, let's say that particular page has to go live around, like, let's say somewhere around, like, 11 a.m. US time. Okay. So 11 a.m. US time, you don't have to, just assuming that it's like, 11 p.m. IST, then you do not have to wake up at 11 p.m. just to, like, float that particular landing page. So what you can do, you can schedule that. Okay. So you create a landing page, you can schedule that page, and that page would be live like let's say be present at that point of time to make the page live, so that it goes and people can see that. And you can just schedule at that same point of time, it will be live in that particular region also. Then content storage, because now hosting is what is the role of a hosting? Hosting is basically, domain is a URL, right? Domain is the URL. Hosting is the storage where that data is stored, right? So CMS stores your content in a database. You will be creating a database today, PHP. So you will be creating a database, and that database will be storing all your data. Okay, so all your data, it should be retrievable, it should be editable at any point of time is our requirement. So we have to do that part. Content storage is something which it manages, right? So then plugins and extensions. Plugins and extensions are required in order to manage your additional extensions that you want to, which we have discussed already, like that suppose your language translations, your form translations, all those things we'll be able to manage with the help of plugins and extensions, right? Now, this is how your content management system works. So we will be creating a hosted applications. So we'll be creating a local host environment, okay? So we'll not create a live hosted applications. We'll create a local host, and in that local host, we will develop the entire website. Because I'm not asking you all to go and purchase a domain or hosting. So what I'm saying is you can purchase a particular hosting applications at a later stage. Today we'll try to develop a similar website which will be very similar to how it you want it to be in the live only. So that way we will create a local host environment, and we will do all the level of modifications, all the level of let's say changes, all the level of editings and all. And after that, once you feel confident, then you can purchase a particular URL, okay, a domain. So then once you purchase the domain, then your visitor would come, because in your local host environment your visitor cannot come because it is your environment, right? It is your environment, that is your PC. So here is some of the let's say CMS environment that you see. WordPress is of course there, and WordPress contributes today. If you look at the volume of WordPress users across the globe, WordPress contributes 40% of total websites. So let's assume if there are 100 websites, 40 of them are built in WordPress. That is the the level of let's say, I would say the conversion that is there from the WordPress, in terms of how people feel confident creating website in WordPress, right? Because the other websites, the other CMS platform are equally good. I'm not questioning about AEM or Joomla or Drupal and all, but the only problem is there you need some level of technical assistance, or they are too heavily to manage independently. And third is it's very costly. It's very costly. You would need a lot of commercials, lot of permissions, lot of other accessibilities there. WordPress is some website that I can let's suppose I am a traveler, I want to have my website. I do not need some developer to create. I can easily go and create that. There is. And thirdly, the integrations of WordPress with other let's say plugins or other tools is so easy. You want Google Analytics to be integrated with hardly 5 minutes, it will get done. You want let's say integrations of your let's say CRM tool, it can be done easily. You want integrations with some social media tool, it can be done easily. So this is why it makes WordPress one of the leader. And that's why most of the people, even though there are so many other CMS platforms, there are more than 20-25 CMS platforms, still WordPress contributes maximum. So the content management systems, it work in such a way that you can edit, create, you can publish, you can archive. Whenever required, you can archive the pages so that you can use it at a later stage rather than deleting it. Okay. WordPress development has maintenance and services, convert existing website into WordPress, implement setup, design custom theme integration, customize blog plugins. See, if you have a website in WordPress today, after 2 years, you want to migrate it to Joomla, Shopify, you can do it anyway, anytime. So with CMS to CMS migrations is possible. If you have a website in, let's say, Shopify, you want to migrate to WooCommerce WordPress, you can do that. Okay, so this migrations is completely fine. You can do it, and only thing is you need to purchase the hosting, right? Your domain is already there. You don't have to worry about the domain. The hosting has to change, and then the migrations will take place. Why CMS? Some of them we have already discussed. Easy to manage. You do not need the developer to come and help you. You can. There are a lot of documentations available today. You can manage the how to control, how to design, how to implement it. SEO friendly, because whenever you create a CMS, you are creating a particular website, so the content will be there. The content is there, then you can dominate the SEO with the help of what type of content and what type of queries has to be there. Zero dependency, which I already told you. So this is why it is very, very helpful. Get your distributions of digital content. This is how the distributions of content management system look. Web content management, wherein you can manage any level of content, any level of changes. Document management is there, right? You can manage any level of document. You can collaborate. There can be multiple people who you can collaborate internally. Digital asset management you can do, right? You can have a portal. You can have a portal, means a portal you can launch. You can have a next versions of website. So you launched a website today, you can have a web 2.0, right? Business process management, you can have a lot of business processes set up and manage with the help of your digital content. WordPress, most popular, powering around 40% of the website. It's easy for use, flexibility, and a vast ecosystem. So WordPress is there, Joomla, Magento, Drupal, other CMS are also there. Okay, so these are the different type of CMS. CMS summary is there. Okay, so see, this is the easiest thing to remember, easiest thing. So let's assume that you have a house. Okay, you have a house. So your house will have a particular address, right? Your house will have a particular address, like let's say Dwarka, Delhi, right? Flat number, plot number, all those things are there. So that address is your domain name, right? Because tomorrow if swapna.com or shubham.com is there, this is domain name, and this indicates that okay, this is the domain for Swapna, this is the domain for Shubham, right? Okay, so your address is something like domain name, because address will be always unique, domain name is always unique. So if Shubham has already taken a domain name, I cannot take that, right? So that is always going to be unique. How to check the domain name? There is this website you can always refer to for quick. Like see, there are so many plenty of websites that can give you that data. But if you want to quickly check this, then you can go to this one, whois.com, and just write down the domain name. Okay, so you can see let's say travelindia.com. Okay, so if I want to see whether travelindia.com is available or not, so now travelindia.com, it is showing unavailable because someone might have taken. Who has taken that? If you want to go through the details, just type travelindia.com here and who is. So who is will give you the domain, that when it is taken or who has taken, all those informations will come. Okay. Then it is giving you recommendations that okay, you can take Travel India dot space top online live fun info. So it's giving you the other options. Maybe travelindia.in is also taken. That's why you don't have the option for that. See, travelindia.in is also unavailable. Okay, so this way you will be able to understand that okay, which domain I should select and all, because domain is always your unique identifier. It's similar to address. Address is always unique, right? So now in a house there are a lot of furniture, right? Lot of furniture, bed will be there, refrigerator is there, washing machine is there, then you have sofa and all the other plenty of utensils and all. So all those things that are there, these are data files. In your particular website, there will be data files, right? You will be images, there will be videos, there will be content, there will be blogs. These are a lot of data files will be there, right? Similarly, all those furnitures are there in the house, right? So your data files will reside in the hosting. So your house is the hosting. You need now you can have an address, but if in that address house is not there, it is of no purpose, right? So similarly, you have a data files, but data files cannot be kept open. It has to be somewhere in the house. So this is how you will be able to understand it. Okay, my address would act as a domain name, furniture would be my data files, and house would be my hosting. Okay, so What we need a domain and a hosting. These two things we would need, and then we can keep the data files there. Okay. So now guys, let's do one thing. You need to download a couple of things here. Okay. So for WordPress, go to wordpress.org. Just go to wordpress.org. You will have this get WordPress section. Click here. Once you click here, there is this installations is there. Okay. Download WordPress 6.8.1. So I'll install. See, there are two options given. Download and install it yourself or set up with a hosting provider. Now, the hosting provider means you have to go and pay this payment. This is your local host. Local host means you will be creating a similar website only, but it will be there in your PC. Okay. So we will try to explore this. And if you think like, that no, I need a hosting also, you can select on here as well. And you'll be able to see that there are a lot of hosting providers there. I prefer to go with Hostinger. Okay, if you click here, they will take you to hostinger.com, and then you will have like, this packages there. So 139 per month with 2 months free. So you can see like, this is the most popular one, and 2 months free. See, with lot of packages, you get the domain free. So never purchase a domain first. Let your hosting get selected. With hosting, you'll get the domain free also. Okay. So 25 websites you can create. You can have 25,000 visits monthly. So this is means like, how many people like, can come to your website on a month-on-month basis. So you can have 25,000 visits monthly. You can have 25 GB storage, 400,000 files and directories, right? Free domain, you will get free domain, which is costing 749. So you'll get free. Free domain is, no, I think free domain is not here. So if you go with 89 per month, it will not have a free domain. Then secondly, it is giving 2 months free. It is not giving any free. Okay. Then there is like, one mailbox, one email ID, two mailbox per website, free for 1 year. Okay. And AI SEO ready. So there is something they have started including AI SEO and free CDN. CDN is content delivery network. So you can understand from here, it help you in caching the content and all. Not much required here in this case, but yeah, these are some of the options. This is the best options by far what it looks. Okay, so if you select this, okay, choose plan, then like, it will take you to the payment gateway and all those things happen. So it took you to the cart.hostinger.com. So it is giving you like, this period of 48 months. So that means you have to go for 4 years, 12, 4, 48, yes. 4 years, you have to pay 6,672. This is the total. If you, and say you're getting 2 extra months. Okay, if I select like, let's say 24 months, then 2 months extra might not be there. 2 months extra is not there. So 4296 is there for 2 years. And if I select 4 years, it is just like, 2,400 more. Okay, so 4,2 that means 4,200. So this is pretty cheap compared to the other one. So this is how we select, but we have to select this WordPress.org, and like, when you come to WordPress.org, get WordPress, and just download this WordPress 6.8.1. Okay, so this is your first requirement that you have to do. In terms of downloading. Second one you have to do is to download the XAMPP folder. Okay, so XAMPP download, you have to do this one also. Click on XAMPP download, guys. So XAMPP download, you can download any version. Why we need to download all those things, I'll discuss again with you all, because see, you need a database, right? And to run the database and all, you need the XAMPP folder. So we'll discuss all those things. You can download any of them. It's not that like, you have to download the top one or the second or the third. Anything you can download. Okay. In my XAMPP, I will select this one. You can download any of them. So I've selected this one, and like, this your download will start automatically. Okay. See, my XAMPP is completed. Okay. So now if XAMPP is already downloaded, click on that XAMPP. So it will open now. So like, it now XAMPP will open. It is now opening. See, okay, I'm getting this message. I'll click on OK. Now you will get this pop-up box. Okay. So now let's click on next. Okay. Then next, and then it will ask me, where do you want to save? Okay. So I will save it in the D drive, because like, I want to make it secure that tomorrow if any formatting happens, at least my folder is save. Okay, I do not have to worry. But if you want, you can save in desktop. You can save in like any other folder also. So I'm saving in D drive actually, guys. Okay, next. Okay, XAM. XAMPP new is the name I've given. You can save it anywhere. Setup is now ready to begin installations. Now this might take some time. Okay, so let's click on the next and get the installation done. Unpacking the files. Okay, please complete this one, guys. Then a pop-up, then a control panel will open. Do not close the control panel. Okay, do not close the control panel. At the last stage, you will let's say you will see a message wherein a checkbox will be there that with a tick. Okay, so do you want to start the control panel now? So that time we have to start the control panel. Actually, you have to open the control panel. We have to not close the control panel, because if you close the control panel, your database and all those things will not run. So every time you have to start working around the localhost environment, every time you have to create a localhost environment, you have to start working around the control panel also. Okay, so that thing we will do. Okay, so I'll give hello. Okay, so it is almost near completion. It will come as a finish. In my this particular PC, there are more than 7-8 XAMPP folders created. For all the trainings that I do, I forgot to delete them. So now you have to select finish. So now you need to select Apache, this Apache and MySQL, okay? And click on start, okay? This too has to be started, guys. So allow this. This too has to be started, and do not close this. Because please understand why I'm asking you not to close, because here this MySQL and Apache, once you select, because we need to run the PHP and create a database, right? So in my system, Apache and MySQL has to get the get started. So see, both of them are running for me. Both of them are open, MySQL and Apache. So you need to make sure like these two are always there, so that you are able to work around the project part. Okay. So now the next item we need to do, guys, is we need to go to the folders. Okay, so we need to go to the folder and we need to WordPress you have already downloaded, right? So in WordPress, we'll go to the WordPress, but before that there is something called, in the XAMPP folder there is something called htdocs. Okay, you can see this htdocs there. Okay, so what I'm saying that in the XAMPP folder there is something called htdocs. Now what we need to do, we need to go to the WordPress, okay, and bring the WordPress under this htdocs. So first of all, we can go, like for me, I have to go to downloads, because I have downloaded WordPress there. I'll copy this WordPress. I'm just using Control C, copy WordPress, and I'll go to this D drive. And in the D drive, I have this XAMPP new created. So I'll come to the XAMPP folder. I'll go to the htdocs, and in htdocs, I will paste this. Clear? This activity you need to do. You can take unzipped also. It's if you have copied unzipped, that's also fine. You can copy it. So anything you can do. It's not an issue. So what I'm saying, you have WordPress downloaded, right? WordPress downloaded, that you need to bring under htdocs in your XAMPP folder. Now see, like when you copied this zip folder, okay, so if you copied this zip folder, then you need to click here. If you have copied this file, then you do not have to. So what we need to do, I'm copying the WordPress folder and I am coming to this D drive where I have the XAMPP folder created. So in that, I will select the XAMPP, I'll select the XAMPP new, and I have to go to the htdocs, this one, htdocs, and I will paste it. Okay. So once you paste it, okay, if you have copied the zip, then you have to click on that, double click on that and go to the next folder. So I'm making it easy for me now. I'm copying just the WordPress folder here. Okay, try to copy the WordPress only rather than the zip folder, because then it will be there in the htdocs only. So I'm copying that. Okay. Yeah. So then if you have copied zip, then do this thing. Click here, double click and rename this file. So you can rename this file with the project name. So I'm updating as market rational. Okay. This is my project name I've updated. What I did, now I do not need this. Then in that case, I can delete also, not required. You just need to make sure that whichever folder you have copied, Rename is compulsory because the rename is whatever website you want to create. Like let's say I'm creating a website called Market Rational, so I'm updating as Market Rational as the folder name. If you update it let's say Meenakshi, then update it as Meenakshi also. Okay. Very simple. WordPress was there. Now I have updated WordPress as Market Rational. I do not have to do anything with the WordPress. My work is done with the WordPress folder. Okay. Now we need to after you are done with this installations, bringing the WordPress and all. So now we will do the setup. Okay, setup of the WordPress and start with installation process. For which we need to create a database. We need to create a database, right? That's why I asked you to keep the control panel open. Okay, because the main purpose is with WordPress, we are going to create a dynamic website. We are going to create a dynamic, not a static website. Dynamic website is wherein you are creating multiple pages. Like today, Ayushi might have created 10 pages. Tomorrow, Ayushi want another 10, another 20. You are able to do that. When you are creating a static page, it is only one time done. So we have to create a dynamic website, and to store the data of the dynamic website, we need to have that under your database. Okay. So now just see what I'm going to do. I go to this particular website and I will try type this one localhost slash php myadmin. This will only open for the user who has opened their control panel. If control panel is not open, this page will not come. So if it is not showing in your case, that means your control panel is not open. Okay, so just go to the browser, guys, and just type localhost slash php myadmin. Once you go to this URL, then there is this section called database. I will click here and I will create a database name. My database name would be same as what I have created. You have to make sure that this name should be there. So if this is my name, I'll copy this one and I'll come and I'll update this one, same name, and I'll create this. So database is now created. Look at this, my database is created. So my what I did then, I created a new database by clicked on the database. Okay, great, Ritesh. So my database is now created, right? And the database name I've also created. You see, you can create multiple databases. Always remember, go to the database and keep on creating how many databases you need. That's not an issue. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
The most exciting part I feel is a demo on WordPress. I will just do a quick understanding of how WordPress actually works. Is this important for you as someone who is going to do SEO? I would say it's not very important, but it is something that you should be aware of as well. So WordPress, before I get into WordPress, I want to first talk a little bit about how a website works. Because oftentimes what happens is there are a lot of things in SEO that we do wherein we just need some basic understanding of how a website works. And sometimes I feel like that is what is missing. So let's just talk about that really quickly, right? So oftentimes people are like, okay, I need to use WordPress. That's the only way. Some people are like, there should be like a custom website. There's something called a CMS, as Mahesh says. And then some people are like, no, I'll just create like a custom platform of my own. Maybe I'll use some of the languages like PHP, Laravel, and maybe I'll build something of my own, etc. Right? Like when it comes to a website, there are all sorts of different types or ways that you can get a website up and running. And as someone who would be looking at SEO, you will need to at least have that basic understanding of it, so that when when the time comes that you need to implement something on the website, you will be aware of it, right? So that is something that I'm going to talk about really quickly. So how does a website work? Now, think of it as a parallel to real world. What does this mean? Now, let's look at real world, and maybe let's look at a website over here. Now, in the real world, what happens is if you want to visit a place, how do you go to that place? Do you go to it by identifying what is the latitude and longitude degrees of it, and then you visit that place? Or do you just go on Google Maps or something and type in an address and then you go to the place? So there are two things. So there are two things you're doing when it comes to actually going to a place. You would be doing two things, not just one. One is you're actually identifying the place by using a name, and second is by doing so, then you're visiting those coordinates. So on Google Map also, when you go on Google Map, it will actually tell you for any location what are the Google Maps coordinates. So if I, for example, say Amazon headquarters, right? It says some Seattle or something like that. This is where the headquarters is. Now, if I go to maps, what happens? It loads up the map of Seattle, and maybe I'll just click for this Space Needle on Seattle. Now, the minute I did this, so typically what happens is all of these locations are dependent or based upon the latitudes and longitudes. These degrees, etc., that you see are based on the latitudes and longitudes, right? But that is not what we use. So even when it comes to a website, there are two parts to it. One is going to be the name of the place, and second is going to be where the place is actually located. And that is essentially how a website also works. So in the real world, you would have the name of the place and the location of the place. Now, uh, can you shift the name of the place to a different location? Yes, you can. And the same thing happens with a website as well. Can you change the name while retaining the same location? Yes, you can. And that's also something that happens with the website. So similar to this, what website has is called as domain name, and it has something called as hosting or server hosting, right? So the name of the place in the real world is nothing but the domain name on the website world, or you can call it like webs world if you want. And in terms of the location of the place, that's nothing but where the files of the website are located. Because at the end of the day, every single thing that we see online or even on the laptops, desktops, mobile phones, etc., all of those are nothing but ones and zeros or bunch of different files that are that we access through the internet. And that's basically how a website works. So let's say when you go to a website like maybe amazon.com, what is happening is while I'm going to amazon.com, every single thing that I see here, all of these buttons, all of these characters, all of these different like clothing items or whatever these are images and files that are probably stored in some server somewhere across India, US, or wherever the server's location is. Now, I'm not typing in the address of that server. I'm not typing in the IP address of that server, like, okay, 136.1 dot something or whatever that IP address is. I'm typing amazon.com, the domain name. So typically what happens is in the web world or in the website, these two are usually sold separately, because domain name is something that you buy separately, and where you want to host your files is something that you buy separately, and then you join both of these or link both of these together by something called as DNS. You combine both domain name and server hosting by using something called as DNS, domain name server, right? And that's basically how a website function and how both of these are linked. Now, to keep it simple, obviously there are services where you don't need to worry about all of these things. And WordPress.com, etc., are some of those services. Events, Shopify, if you've heard of it, Squarespace, even GoDaddy offers some of these services, right? Like if you go to GoDaddy, Bluehost, etc., you don't need to buy these things separately. While they do offer you to buy these separately, you don't need to. You can definitely like buy like a package, a web hosting package, which includes the domain name as well. HostGator is another one. Absolutely. So all of these they offer it as a package because they understand if someone wants a domain name, they want a server hosting. If they want a server hosting, they probably need a domain name. And you don't really need to worry about all of these. But sometimes what happens is you need to have an understanding of why these are different. And that's what I wanted to explain. So when it comes to, right, so let's try and understand then how is a website actually created. There are three types of websites typically. So the first one is manual setup. Second is automated. And third is fully automated. Right. Now, obviously, this is like a broad oversimplification, but we don't need to know more than this. Right. So even if you get an understanding of what this is, you're good to go as someone who is going to practice SEO. So let's try and understand a little bit about what these three things are. Now, in manual setup, typically you will need to buy domain and hosting yourself and manage everything. So when it comes to domain name, you buy it from wherever you feel like. When it comes to server hosting, you buy it from some other place, or maybe you use like a cloud server or something like that to get the ball rolling, etc. Right? And that's basically what you would end up doing. So a quick example of this would be, let's say, if you're using AWS, Google Cloud, etc. Then in the semi-automated, what you're doing is you're buying domain yourself. And hosting that will be managed for you. So essentially, hosting separately, and hosting is managed for you. So a good example of something like this is some of the services, right? And finally, fully automated, they do everything for you from domain to hosting, but costs are higher. And obviously, you will have lower control. A good example of this is Squarespace, Shopify, or even WordPress.com. Right? So this is basically what the difference is. Now, as you can see, I'm talking about fully automated and WordPress.com, but there is also a semi-automated version of WordPress. And that is basically what I want to talk about. So where is WordPress in all of this? The answer to this question is there are two versions of WordPress. There's not one. So the semi-automated version is something that you get from WordPress.org, and the fully automated version is something that you get from WordPress.com. Now, why is this a difference? Why is it like this? Some of you may be wondering. This is so that WordPress can be a solution for both people who want to customize what they want for themselves. And at the same time, it can also be a solution for people who don't want to bother with it. I'm also going to talk about .org part only, but I still going to just show both of these. So WordPress.com is a fully like done for you, fully automated solution for you, and obviously you can get started with this for free. But they also have like if you want to get your own domain name or your business name, then you have to pay for it, etc. So there is this free plan. I think they have an explanation of what that free plan includes somewhere. Yeah, it's just like direct setup. Or what you can do is you can go with like a paid plan wherein this includes a free domain name for 1 year. Like all their paid plans includes the free domain for 1 year, which is pretty nice. And then obviously like there are other limitations on different things like DNS, SSL. There is ads. WordPress has ads as well, word ads. Apparently, this is something that they launched recently. Oh, yeah. I wasn't aware of word ads actually. Interesting. Okay, so they have this word ads as well. They have like site logs, in-app and analytics, and all of these different things, right? In this entrepreneur, they also include WooCommerce if you want to do shopping, etc. Now, the thing is, this is pretty like good if you don't have any or if you don't want to bother with going into the .org one, and if you just want to directly start using a service, you can do it. Is Elementor available in .com? I am not sure of that. I think they do have plugins capacity, but I don't know if Elementor is a part of it. Frankly, it's been a while since I've used .com or Vidu. And then there's a .org. So .org, what happens is this is more open source, as it says. And you typically, if you click Get WordPress, it will ask you to download a zip file and set it up. Or you just, like they also provide some recommended hostings that you can go and sign up with as well. So what is better? Essentially, it depends on how deeper you want to get into it. For most of the simple use cases, .com is decent enough. But if you do want good control over the things that you want to do and you don't want limitations, typically this is also cheaper when you're using it with some of these services. In that case, .org is better. So what does this look like? This Carbon Lightning website that I was showing earlier is something that is built on .org. So this is the website. This is Carbon Lightning. This is a website that I have created using WordPress, right? And it's like a very simple website. Frankly speaking, it's not like high design or anything. It's like a very simple website. I think I'm using Elementor on this. But yeah, like that's what it is using. It has some posts from last year that I've made. And yeah, that's basically what it is. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to access its admin panel. So to do that, I'll just type in wp-admin. And it would ask for my login, but since I'm already logged in, it just loads the dashboard. There's a bunch of things over here, but I don't really need to worry about these. Apparently, they have meetups in Bangalore. Okay, good to know. Then over here in the left side, there's like all the different options that I have. But if I want to create content or post content like blogs and all, I should be going to posts. So this is where I would be creating my blog content, etc. If I want to create pages like about us page, contact us page, a landing page or something like that, I would be going to pages. So if I go to pages right now, yeah, you would notice that there's like a privacy policy page, the home page that I have, an about us page that I've set up, and a contact us page, right? So this is where you would be setting up your pages. And in the posts, this is where I have all my blogging posts, etc., like in-depth solar panel review, what do solar panels do, understanding their function, and all of these, some of these things that I had published. In addition to this, I also have some other plugins, etc., installed, and that is something that I can access from here. So, what are plugins? Just like in our phone, we will have mobile apps, right? So, what are the apps that you typically find on a phone? You would have things like your camera app, your SMS app, your a phone call app. You would also have Gmail, Google Maps. You would have WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, some of these apps, right? So just like a phone has apps, and you can install those apps from your Play Store or let's say App Store, etc. Even WordPress has apps, and those apps are called as plugins. So using these plugins, you can add or remove functionalities within your website. And there are like a lot of different things that you can do with this. Just like you can do with apps on your phone, literally you can from creating music to you can edit photos, you can edit videos, you can talk to people, do video calls, you can like play games. There are like so many different things that you can do from your phone because of these apps. The plugins also do the same thing. Using different plugins, obviously some plugins will be paid, some plugins will be free, some plugins will be freemium, wherein some part of it is free, other part of it is not, like software. Absolutely, Mahesh. So that is how plugins work. So Ganana, this is like .org. Setting up the website is free, but I did pay for the domain name as well as I paid for the web hosting that I'm using. So similar to that, I have a bunch of plugins installed here. Now I'm not going to go too deep into the plugins, but if any of you are interested, I can probably share the list of plugins that I am using over here. I'll probably do that during the break time. Yep. So I have like a bunch of plugins. I have Elementor that I'm using for website builder. These days, I have transitioned into Generate Press. I prefer that more, but yeah, Elementor is also pretty good, pretty fluid. Then I'm using like a contact form. I'm using Lightspeed Cage to improve the speed. I'll talk about this later. I'm using Metapixel for tracking. I'm also using this as well. Authors plugin. There's like schema plugin. This I'll be talking about as a part of technical SEO. Um, and a bunch of other things based on my requirement, right? But that's typically what I have over here. So now, when it comes to these plugins, as you can see, I'm using Elementor. So let me just show you how using these things, I can make things happen. So one primary plugin that I want to talk about, and this is important for SEO, is Yoast SEO. So this is something that we will definitely be using as a part of both our on-page content optimization as well as with some of the technical SEO elements as well. So I'll be talking more about this. Now there are other plugins as well for WordPress. There is all-in-one SEO, there is Rank Math, there's like a bunch of other SEO plugins. Personally, like all of these are fine. You can go with any plugin that you want. They all of those plugins will also have a premium version, but this is like a test setup. So even the free version is mostly fine for most of the requirements. So Yoast is good for multiple things. I'll be talking about it. But yeah, this is something that I'm going to show as well in the post. So what does Yoast do? Obviously, it has its own section wherein you can work with the different settings and all of these things. But I'm not going to go into that right now. Instead, first, I want to show you what it does for your content. So, for example, in this, you can see there is this content, and over here, these are Yoast SEO scores, etc. So it says this content score SEO score is green, which means it is good. It shows the readability score of this content as green as well. So that means this is good as well. Then the key phrase. So this is the primary keyword that I'm using over here. And it also mentions the same to me. Now, what I can do is if I just click on edit, I can see more information about why it is green and what are the different checks that it has done. So let's just take a look at the content and try to understand what's actually happening here and how I'm using Yoast. So this is the content. At the very top over here, what we have is the main title or the H1 of the content, right? And yeah, so at the very top, we will have the title. This also acts as a H1 for the content. And as I mentioned earlier, there can only be one H1. And solar panel reviews is the primary keyword. Now, as I scroll down, you can see like, okay, this content, it talks basically about solar panels, solar energy, and this is an internal link that I have for solar energy category over here. As I scroll down, there's an image. Now in the image, I have done some optimization to the image too. In the alternative text, I have mentioned my like keyword, primary keyword as well. And as well as when it comes to the name of the image, I think I have said the name of the image is something. Let me just take a quick look. Yeah, image name is solar panel reviews, right? So in both the image name as well as the alternative text, solar panel reviews is there. And this is like a quick description of the image. As I scroll down, there's like the headline 2. This is the H2, as you can see over here. I can select or change the headings. This is the paragraph. And yeah, more content around factors to consider, some more images. Even this image has like an alternative text, right? And then as I scroll down, there's like another H2 with more text, another H2 with more text, and so on and so forth. And then over here, I have links to external websites like SunPower, LG's website. I have linked to Panasonic's website, etc. And finally, like a quick conclusion. Now, as I scroll down with this particular content, I have done all of those checklist part. And as you can see, because of all of that, the SEO score is good. And along with that, it also tells me what this would look like in the search appearance in mobile as well as on desktop. So I can get an understanding of what this would look like if it shows up on Google. In addition to that, it also helps me change or edit the title for SEO. So this basically becomes your page title as well. And you remember, right? Like in the SEO plan, we were creating the page title. So this page title basically goes over here as a part of your SEO title. Then this URL slug will go over here in the URL slug part. So URL slug is different. URL slug is your URL itself, the link of your page or the post. And then meta description. So from here, you can just take your meta description, put it over here. And it will also tell you if they are exceeding the character limits, etc., and what it would look like in different results. Right. Now, another good thing about this is it also shows this SEO analysis. So if you expand on it, it will tell you what are the things that it looked at, what are the things it checked. So if any of these things you have not done, it will also tell you like these are some of the things that you should be looking into. So now, does it mean that everything applies everywhere? It completely depends, and it is a bit subjective, as I mentioned earlier, but this is a good checklist to have. And that is what this plugin is doing for you. And as you scroll down, you also have an option for cornerstone content. So if this content is like the primary content, which is quite long, which is then linking to other pieces of content, you can check this. If not, you can ignore this also. And in terms of advanced, this is something that I'll be talking about later. Don't worry. I'll be talking a little bit around this in terms of canonical URL, etc., in terms of technical SEO. But yeah, it also has options for that. So overall, that's basically how it works. In addition to that, it also has like a score for readability, etc. What type of voice you're using, if that's good or not. It sort of looks into those. I wouldn't really put a lot of mind into this one. SEO score is much more important. But does it mean if your SEO score is green, you are going to rank first? No. It is just a checklist. This is not a ranking method. SEO, Yoast SEO will not make you rank, but it will help ensure that you are taking care of all the things that you need to. And that's the main purpose of it. Don't just rely on Yoast SEO and be like, okay, it will take care of my ranking. That's not how it works. It will just help you go through the checklist. And then you are the one who has to make the decision on what are the things that you should be looking into. So that's like a quick, I would say, a demo on what this looks like or how this works. And if I click view post, you can also see this is what the actual post looks like with the URL and all of these details. It also has this author box that I was talking about. And yeah, that's basically how you can post content on WordPress. So exciting stuff. Technical SEO. What is technical SEO? Some of you may be wondering, of course. Now, when it comes to on-page SEO, like I mentioned in the earlier slide, it is divided into two parts. One is the content part, and second is the technical part. Yeah, over here, as I mentioned in this, that when it comes to the keywords and the content, that's mostly on the content SEO segment, wherein your primary goal is the content itself and how you're sharing that with the users as well as the search crawler, right? But the technical SEO is going to look at two aspects, two primary aspects. One is the search engine accessibility. So, how easy it is for the crawler to find your website, if it is finding the content on your website or not, if it is finding the right content on your website or not, if it is able to read the content properly or not, if it is able to show the right elements of the content on the search engine results page or not, right? In addition to that, you're also going to look at improving the experience of the users themselves. So that is what technical SEO is all about. And there is a big reason why it is called as technical SEO, because it is highly technical, right? So don't worry too much if you guys feel like, what am I even talking about? Because as you guys practice these things, as you guys look into learning more SEO and doing these things, you yourself will be able to figure out and work through these. But as long as you are able to understand some of the concepts that I'm talking about, that is good enough, right? So with that, okay, so this is also set up, all good. With that, let's get started on the technical SEO part. So the agenda for technical SEO is we are going to talk about Google Search Console, what exactly this is and how it can be set up. We're going to talk about crawling. which includes robots.txt and sitemaps. We are going to talk about indexing, which also includes canonicalization, redirects, and rich snippets or schema. Uh, we are also going to talk about page experience, which includes the speed, mobile friendliness, and security. Some of the top uh, uh, aspects that Google looks at when it comes to the experience overall. Right. So that's what we are going to focus on as a part of technical SEO. So Google Search Console. What is Google Search Console? Um, the top search engines of the world, Google is the top one. Then there is the Bing, there is Yandex in Russia, there is what is the uh, China one called Baidu, I think, right? So these top search engines of the world, I don't know about the rest, but these do offer a search console or a webmaster or like a dashboard for you to understand how your website is interacting with their search engines. That is the main purpose of this. So Bing has its webmaster. Yandex also has its webmaster. I don't know what Baidu has. I don't remember what it has. Frankly speaking, it's been a while since I've even looked at Baidu. But Google has Search Console. Previously, Search Console used to be called as Google Webmaster. Then they renamed it as Google Search Console. So what exactly do these tools or dashboards do? Let's go to the website to understand itself from there itself, right? So Google Search Console. Okay. So this is basically the homepage of Search Console, and it tells you information to help improve your performance on Google search. That's the main purpose of it. So it has a bunch of information available for you on how your website or what your website looks like on the Search Console, and if there is anything you can do to fix or improve that. So you can optimize your content with search analytics. And this analytics is very different from what you will be able to see on Google Analytics. I'll be showing what that is as well. You can get an understanding of the content that is being shown on Google and how you can also get your content placed on Google as well. You can fix issues or get alerts on the issues that Google sees on your website and fix those, and also basically get a good understanding of how Google spider bot or whatever is crawling your website actually sees your web pages. So they have also some nice training videos if you want to go through those. It's pretty good. More like a summarized version, but still they are pretty good and comprehensive for anyone to get started with. And it also talks about core web vitals, rich results. Both of these are something that we are going to talk around as well. AMP you can pretty much ignore. This is no longer one of an important aspect. Even Google is no longer supporting it. So unless and until, like, you can actually forget about this. This isn't as important anymore. So these are the two things that we are going to talk about, right? So yeah, with that, let's get started. So this is Search Console. The minute I'm already logged into Google, so it just uses those credentials. What I'm going to do is, it has a couple of websites here. So when it comes to Google Search Console, if you don't have a website added already, the first thing that it will tell you is to add a website. And this is something that will pop up. So it has two options. One is you can add a specific domain directly, or if you want to add only a specific part of the domain, you can also add that over here. So this one, as it shows, it requires DNS verification. And this one, it has multiple verification methods. So what is the difference between the two? This one is more around a specific domain itself. So google.com, entire google.com will get validated. But this is more of, let's say, search.google.com, or something like, let's say, business.facebook.com or something like that. So it's more like a subdomain, or something along the lines of a specific area or segment only. That's basically what would get validated here. So if you are using free WordPress, so for example, if you're using WordPress.com and you have set up a free account, probably you will have a free domain from the WordPress, right? Something like, let's say, maybe you have set it up as your name.wordpress.com or something like that. And if you want to track how that looks like on Google search, through Google Search Console, then you would be using the URL prefix option. But if you have full control over the domain or the website, you would be going with the domain option. Now, as you noticed, it says it requires DNS verification, which is quite true. So what this means is, if you're using this option and if you're entering your domain name, you will have to validate your domain, or if you are the owner of the website, through the DNS. Now, if you have WordPress, there is a much more easier way of doing this. You don't really need to do this. Instead, what you can do is you can simply just use, let me just close this. Instead, in WordPress, there is a plugin called as Gkit. This is an official plugin from Google. So this is like G Sitekit by Google, right? So this is a plugin through which you can install all the primary tools of Google uh, in a single click, literally. So through this, you can enable Search Console, Analytics. If you have AdSense, you can link that. You can get page speed insights. You can also link your tag manager. So all of these Google tools you can directly integrate from here. And the best part about this is, if you're using WordPress, you don't even need to do all of this. You can directly from G Sitekit or Google Sitekit, you can directly just enable your search console and it will validate it very quickly. So this way, your website would easily get validated, and you wouldn't even need to do the DNS verification. And I'll just show you what that looks like. Sitekit settings. So over here, you can see Search Console is connected, Analytics is connected. It also tells me the tags, etc. And then the page speed insights also. Like if I want to, I can take a look at that. And if I want, I can also connect other services as well. So it looks like now it has also added Google Ads tracking as well. Interesting, right? And if I go to the dashboard, over here, I will get all the details about um, what the traffic, etc. looks like. Oh, looks like I had 20 visitors. But yeah, anyways, so there's like some traffic, etc. that it talks about, impressions and all. This is pretty much a dead website, but I guess it still gets some search queries and all. Anyways, so that's that. And yeah, like it basically helps you get that validation done very quickly. So that's the main purpose of it. So let's say if I put in test.com over here, uh, it will tell you like what are the settings that you would need to do on your DNS record. And based on the name server provider, you can also like it will also provide you the tutorial on how you can do it as well. And looks like they also have, yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much how it works, right? So that is how you set it up. And once you set it up, let me just show with this one. I'll remove this. I'll remove this also. So once it is properly set up, this is something that you would be able to see. So this is one of the websites called as petrebels.com, and their primary market is in the European region. Now, as you can see, this is like an overview, right? And in this overview, it gives you details around performance, like how many clicks you got from Google. You also get a detail on how many pages were indexed and how many pages were not indexed. So this website has like 2,700 pages indexed. So that means Google's crawler identified like these are the pages that are worth indexing. There is like video page indexing, these many no videos indexed. So okay, so apparently there's some videos that did not get indexed. It also tells you about core web vitals. We will be talking more about this. We'll be talking more about indexing as well, don't worry. It also has shopping trend. If you're an e-commerce website and you have linked your merchant center, etc., it tells you if the product snippets are valid or not, if the merchant set listings are valid or not. Looks like there are some invalid listings that can be improved. And then overall enhancement. So review snippets, site links, profile page, FAQs, breadcrumbs, etc. So it gives you like a good overview about your website from the technical standpoint. What are the things that you should be doing as a part of technical SEO? So content, once you are done with content, once you have published a bunch of content, it's all about technical SEO as a next step to ensure that technically Google is able to actually see the content. And you do that by using this particular dashboard. And all of these slides are going to basically talk about the same things. So connect your website. I just talked about this. You go to Google Search Console, log in through your account, add a property, select the verification method, and set it up. You would have your performance looking something like this. Let's actually go through the performance as well. In this, obviously SiteKit is better if you have WordPress. If you don't have WordPress, then it is much better to add property and update the DNS like I talked about earlier. The difference is that over here, you're just validating the ownership. The data is anyways being collected and processed by Google itself. You're not placing any pixel on your website for this. Okay, so this is what the performance overview overall looks like, right? In performance, you have impressions, you have clicks, you have CTR, click-through rate. That means like out of these many impressions, how many people actually clicked on your website, and then you have your average position. Now, if you notice something interesting over here, advertisements show impressions because they want to show how many people saw your ad. Tell me, what does impressions in search results or organic search results mean? Seen and left, but it has a different meaning in organic search. What it means is not bounce. No, no. So an impression is, so let's say when I am searching for shoes online, I just gave one impression to all the 3 top websites that you see over here. I have seen Mintra's website, I have seen Neiman's website, I have seen AGO's website. So all 3 of these websites got one impression from me just now. That is an impression. If I scroll down, Flipkart got another one. Metro Shoes got another one. Skechers got another one. Tata Click got another one. I did not click on that. Exactly. I've just glanced at it. Now, the reason the performance of Search Console is important is because this impression is something that happens on Google's website. Google Analytics starts only once someone is visiting your website, not before that. Over here, I'm not visiting any of these websites, but this data is still being tracked and available in your search console. And that's the main thing, because this data is proprietary to Google search itself. And that's the reason they share it over here. They share it only after you have validated your ownership. So this impressions data that you're seeing is something that you will only get from search console. Same goes for the CTR and average position as well. These are the three numbers that you will never find in Google Analytics. So this performance that you're seeing is uniquely its own. Only after the clicks you will be able to track that in analytics, like from these clicks, how many actually ended up on the website and what they are doing. So now, as you can see, that is why the performance or the search console performance and the analytics that it provides is so valuable. You're getting data points from Google directly on how users are seeing your content on Google's website. And this tells you, like, for example, what were the queries that people were searching for, right? And from that queries, how many of them actually clicked on your website after seeing your particular results. And if I go to pages, it tells me like what are the pages that actually got the most clicks, what are the countries from which I got the most traffic, the devices. So device, obviously mobile is always at the top. How my website appeared. So looks like product snippets and merchant listing are the top ways that my website appeared. And at the end of the day, uh, by date also, if I want, I can get the information. So it tells me overall how the traffic from Google search came to me. And based on all of this information, I can also determine what are some of the things that I should be looking at or fixing. So that's basically what the performance aspect looks like, right? But let's try and understand a little bit more around some of the things. So that's Search Console. I just gave a quick glance about it, but we are going to come back to it because, as you notice, there are other aspects in this as well. There's indexing, there is experience, etc. So let's before I get into it, let's try and understand a little bit around different aspects and elements that you should be looking at and what technical SEO actually means, right? So let's start with this. So what is technical SEO? Technical SEO is the process of optimizing your website to help search engines like Google find, crawl, understand, and index your pages. The goal is to be found and improve your rankings. And frankly speaking, in today's day and age, with so much content being created, technical SEO is one of the most essential elements of SEO, at least when it comes to bigger scale. A good example of that is websites which have, uh, let's say, lakhs of pages. And there are websites which have lakhs of pages, right? Uh, for all of them, just making sure that their pages are being indexed properly is good enough for them to get a lot of traffic from search engines. So what essentially happens is, let's say if you have 10 lakh pages, and if you have 10 lakh pages, that means obviously you have content that is spread across all of those pages. And that also means you're probably talking about many different things. So the chances of your website showing up in search result increases a lot more, as long as the content is also very different in each of those pages. And a lot of websites do have that caliber, especially in today's day and age with AI. It is very common to have thousands of pages being created in just a couple of weeks, in fact. And that's the level of speed that websites have picked up by using all of these different tools and sources. So with all of that, technical SEO becomes one of the most important aspects, because even if you have all of those lakhs and lakhs of pages, if Google is not able to find them, how are you even going to rank? And if Google does find them, then there's a high chance that you may end up ranking for some of the long tail keywords that you couldn't have even imagined about. And obviously, with that, you will start to see a good increase in traffic. So, a very good example I can in fact take is of the company that I currently work for. We have, if I'm not wrong, we have around 25 million pages. In fact, the number of pages keep increasing every day, and that's not a small number. So we really don't work a lot on the backlinks, etc. The primary focus of the SEO team is technical SEO. That's it. And all they do is they try to make sure that the pages are crawlable, the pages are indexed properly, and it has a good score on the core web vitals. That's all. By doing so, in the last few years, and using all of those pages, SEO for the website has become so big and so massive that it actually is a significant percentage in the overall revenue for the company. And obviously, 25 million is not a small number, right? Yes, Vipin, in a single website. So that's the thing. Now, obviously, this is a company at a big scale. I'm not going to say that every single one of you is going to manage websites at that scale, but that's just like a small example of how these things work at scale as well, and why technical SEO is a separate entity of its own, even though it comes under the part of your on-page SEO, because of the emphasis and how important this entire segment is. So I'm going to just talk about some of the basic elements around this. These are not basic in the sense like something that you should care of, but basic in the sense some of the fundamental aspects of what technical SEO actually means, and what are the things that you should be doing to improve the same. Now, when it comes to technical SEO, it's all about what are the different fundamental aspects of search engine and how you can sort of influence that. There were three things that I mentioned about how a search engine works, right? Crawling, indexing, and algorithm. Algorithm is something that we can never control. Even Google says that it's a black box. I don't know how true that is, but they for them also majority of it is a black box, in the sense like they have no control over how it actually functions. They can just they cannot influence the outcome, but they can definitely influence the inputs and how they are fed to the algorithm. So the two things that we can definitely control, or at least slightly try to control, are crawling and indexation. So once you have content from your on-page SEO, what you are essentially trying to do is you're trying to work with identifying what are the things that you can get crawled. And second is, once the website is crawled, how you can influence the indexation part of it as well. So that is what we are going to discuss. So when it comes to crawling, there are two uh, I would say fundamental ways of how you can sort of influence or control what gets crawled. So normally, if you're not providing any control or anything, it will crawl anything or everything, or sometimes even nothing. But at the end of the day, by using these two things, one is a robots.txt file, and second is a sitemap.xml file. By using these two things, a robots.txt and a sitemap, you can at least try to influence the way that a search engine would crawl your website. So let's try and understand what these two are. So crawling is where search engines grab content from pages and use the links on them to find even more pages, right? So that's why we have internal and external links. And there are many ways to control what gets crawled on your website. Some of those are robots.txt and sitemap. So robots.txt is a file that tells search engine where they can go and can't go on your website. So robots.txt is a public file. What that means is anyone can access it for any website. So even if you want to see the robots.txt for amazon.com or mintra.com or any website that you want, you can do that as well. Because it's a public file, because they want all the bots to see that file. And I will give you a quick demo on this as well. Don't worry. But that's what robots.txt file is. And it has information on the pages or areas of the website where robots are allowed to go and not allowed to go. By default, before visiting your website, the first thing that they do is they read robots.txt file. And from there, they understand what areas of the website they are allowed to visit. It's a text file. It's not in HTML. It's plain, normal Notepad text file. And the second is a sitemap, right? So sitemap, what is a sitemap? A sitemap is an XML file. XML is a file format, just like .txt is a file format. XML is also a file format. And this file essentially contains all your important content of the website. So a sitemap would have all of the important links or the pages of your website. And this is something that you would want to share with the crawlers or robots or the bots, etc., so that they only focus on those areas of your website as well. So we will dig deeper into this to understand more about it. Don't worry. But that's like the quick overview about it. So as I said, it's like a simple text file that tells Google not to crawl a page or part of your site. So that's basically what it says. Like if you have areas on your website that you don't want Google to crawl, you can mention that in the robots.txt file. And it always has the same URL. So the URL slug of it will always be robots.txt. And so, for example, if your website is example.com, then the URL of that will be example.com/robots.txt. So blocking the crawler on certain pages does not mean, so this is important to note, when you're saying that robots should not visit a specific page or the URL, that does not mean the URL might not show up in the search result. Sometimes it may happen that it may find its way through the search results because maybe someone has added that link somewhere, but uh, it will include it, but it will just not know what is inside that page, right? So that is basically what it does. It does not know what is inside that URL. So the chances of you ever finding it on the search engine will be almost nil, but in some cases it might happen. So a quick example of what the file contains is this. Uh, the first thing a robots.txt file will have is user agent. So user agent, what is this? Over here, for now, every search engine has its own robot, and Google has its own bot, Bing has its own bot, and at the same time, Yandex, etc., also has its own bot. In addition to that, OpenAI, because they also crawl websites, right? So OpenAI also has its own bot. Your SEMRush, Ahrefs, etc., also has its own bots. Similar to that, there are literally thousands of bots on the internet. If I'm not wrong, it's probably more than that, going to multiple different websites for their own purpose. So what you can do over here is in the user agent, you can define which bots you want to block or allow for certain things. And if you want to do it for all the bots by default, you can just use star. Star means every bot. So you're saying user agent star, then you're saying disallow this page. So what you're saying is the user agent should not be visiting this page, but you're allowing it to visit admin Ajax for whatever reason, maybe. And then if you want, you can also tell it like your sitemap is available over here. So that's basically what the robots.txt file contains. So we'll take a look at some of the examples for this as well. Amazon.in/robots.txt, Myntra.com/robots.txt. Okay. So user agent this, and then Amazon has so many pages, right? So what it is doing is it is saying it is disallowing all of these. So cart page, product availability, rate the item, some other internal things that they have, customer reviews, customer review, media upload, images, etc. It is allowing wishlist universal. So wishlist is disallowed by default, but if it is a public wishlist, it is allowing those. The same goes over here. Then registry, it is disallowing all of these. It allows HI, I don't know what that is. And yeah, then see over here, it is for all the user agents, but over here, they are specifying a specific user agent. They don't want eTau spider to look at anything at all. So for that reason, it says disallow /. That's it. Disallow means it is hiding that from the bot, from this bot, or from this from every bot. So this is how you're speaking to the Google crawlers and all the other crawlers or all the other robots, right? So when it says disallow, that means the bots will not go to these pages. For this also, it says disallow. For Twitter bot, they have another set of disallows, right? Amazon ad bot, GPT bot. So this is Chat GPT or OpenAI. So they are disallowed everything for the OpenAI. And then CC bot, I don't know what this is, but yeah, disallowed everything as well. So if there is disallow /, this means they don't want them to visit any part of the website. The entire website is disallowed. This is not the default in website. I will show what the default looks like. Disallowed is done by you. So basically, if a page is disallowed, it will not be indexed. So you will obviously not see any metrics for those. So that means that it will not show up on Google search. It will not show up on a search console, of course, because of that. Let's take a look at Myntra's, right? So in Myntra, if you notice, they are allowing the main website for all the agents. And then they are disallowing a bunch of other e-commerce related things like size chart, filters, captcha, cart, checkout address, login, etc. Apparently, they are also disallowing Zara. Maybe the brand said like, I don't want you to index any of our products on Google, right? And a bunch of other things are allowed, disallowed, proxy. And then they have also provided the link to the sitemap. So Google or any other bots can also take a look at the sitemaps as well. You don't really need to add an allow specifically. Usually, if you have not updated robots.txt, by default, everything is allowed. But robots.txt is primarily used to disallow areas or segments. So I'll show you a very simple one, Carbon Lightning, right? This is my website, the test website that I had set up. Let's take a look at what the robots.txt of this looks. That's it. Nothing else. It just says user agent, disallow WP admin. This is the sitemap. That's it. Because I literally don't have anything, right? So I'm like, okay, I just don't want it to index the WP admin URL of my website. But apart from that, it can index everything else. So in Yoast SEO, you go to tools, right? If you want to set it up using Yoast SEO, you go to tools, and then within this, you will see file editor. So just click on that file editor. And over here, you can just make changes that you want. So if I want to remove this Yoast SEO block or something, and then maybe I also wanted to disallow, let's say, maybe I wanted to disallow orders. I don't have any orders page, but yeah, I'll just click Save Changes, and that's it. So my Carbon Lightning's robot.txt is now updated. Okay, why is it not updated? Maybe I'll need to clear the cache. Yep, let's refresh. Let me just open it in incognito. Okay, so for some reason Yoast SEO is not updating it, but I can anyways do it from my file hosting, right? So I can always go to my file hosting and update this text file, and that's it. So it's nothing but a text file at the end of the day. You're just telling it from this text file what to do and what not to do. Okay, so yeah, so that is one way to control what you can show, or what if there are pages that you want to block, how you can block those. So why block a crawler? This is something that you guys have been asking. So some of the sites or the pages on the site serve a purpose, but that purpose isn't ranking in search engine. So like the cart, admin, login pages, thank you page, newsletter subscription, etc. Your main purpose for those are not ranking. And second thing that you want to make sure is if your site is small, you don't really need to care about it. But if your site is big as the ones that I was mentioning about earlier, you definitely want to make sure that the crawler is only looking at the important pages on your website and not everything, because there is a concept of crawl budget. So at the end of the day, every time Google or any of these bots crawl your website, they uh, their servers are also taking a load because of it, because every time the bot is crawling your website, it is taking a note of that website and the details around it, and every time that happens, a part of it is saved on their servers. So to reduce that load and optimize it, what Google will do is it will try to optimize the crawling as much as possible and as much value it adds. So as a part of that, what it would end up doing is it would um, assign a specific budget to every website on how much time a crawler should be spending on every website. Now, we don't know what that budget is. No one knows that. That's a theoretical budget that even Google does not know for every website, because there are millions of websites. So, but this is only something that you would come across once your overall website has, let's say, lakhs and lakhs of pages. And in such a scenario, you would want to make sure that you're only prioritizing the pages that are most important. Okay. So yeah, that's the main thing about robots.txt, right? Now, moving on, I think I talked about this. So if you want to create, just go to Yoast SEO, go to tools, create the robots.txt file, and it will do that for you. So what is sitemap.xml? So generally found under /sitemap.xml or sitemap underscore index.xml or whatever that is. Usually if the URL is different, robots.txt would mention it. So for example, for Carbon Lightning, this is the sitemap.xml that I have, right? For a lot of Shopify websites, probably it would be a bit different and so on and so forth. So what is this sitemap.xml? So sitemap.xml, as I mentioned, it is the collection of all the important pages that you have that you want Google to index, right? So in robots.txt, you are just working with the crawlers here. But in sitemap, in addition to the crawler, you're also working or identifying what are the pages or important pages that you definitely want indexed. So yes, sitemap.xml is for the crawler. And in robots.txt, you're blocking pages. In sitemap, you're telling it these are the important pages, focus on only these pages. And the best part about the sitemap file is you can also submit it in the search console. And by submitting it, you can track if the crawler has indexed all the important pages or not, and what is the status of it. So let's try and understand that a little bit. So this is the sitemap.xml that is generated by Yoast SEO. Now, typically the sitemap, the XML file has things in a different fashion, but this is like a clean way for you to see like, okay, what are the different pages, etc., right? So over here, for example, it says that Carbon Lightning has 7 sitemaps. For me, the most important sitemap is actually the post sitemap, because in the post is where all my blog content is, and then page sitemap, because that is where all my like pages are listed, privacy policy, contact us, etc. In addition to that, author sitemap is also something that is kind of important for me, because it has the list of all the authors. For Google Eat purposes, this is something that I should probably look into. So within the post sitemap, what I have is I have details of all the links that my that I have published. So I have these 5 blogs that I've published: introduction, battery demand, power comparison, panel reviews, what do solar panels do, etc. It also tells the within the sitemap, it also says like how many images, etc., are there, and so on and so forth. So it makes it super easy for Google or their crawlers to know exactly what are the details available. Exactly. So for Google bot, this is used to navigate the website, right? So I'm going to go to this page that Vibin had shared earlier. I think it also has a sitemap that I can probably use as another example of how it works on Shopify. So over here, this is the actual format of what do you call it, the sitemap. And as you can see over here also, it lists like, okay, this is the sitemap pages. These are the collection pages and these are the blog pages. So if I want to find all the blogs, I can just visit this page. And then it has the first URL. What is the frequency of change? I have the second URL. So this basically it has this one. For some reason, this has its own URL. I don't think this is supposed to happen, but yeah, interesting. Then there is this one as well. How to choose the right perfume for you, which is also added, but looks like this is also part of the same URL. Anyway, so these are the URLs that are available here. When I then when it comes to page, also it has like the page uh, pages or the contact pages sitemap listed over here, right? So this is what the sitemap typically looks like. Now, once you have the sitemap URL, what you can basically do is in the Google Search Console, you can just go to the sitemap section, and over here you can just enter the URL of that sitemap. So for pet travels, for example, sitemaps are already entered, and this is like the German, French, English, and the Dutch sitemaps. And with all of these sitemaps, it also tells you, as you can see, how many pages were discovered. So if I click on this, for example, it tells me what are all the different sitemaps that it detected within this single one. And if I look at, let's say, a product sitemap, for example, it tells me how many it discovered. So if I want to see if all of these were indexed or not, I can just click see page indexing. Okay, for some reason it's not working from here, but you get the point, right? Like I can also see the page indexing from here, maybe, to understand how many were indexed and how many were not indexed, right? So this is the main thing about the sitemap. From here, I can clearly track and understand if the sitemaps, the URL in the sitemap are indexed or not. So if we get ranking based on these, so sitemap is used for the crawler to properly navigate the important pages on your website. That's the main thing, Pratibha. So we have to exclude disallow links from sitemaps. Typically, those are already done if you're using some of these content management systems like WordPress, WooCommerce, Shopify, etc. but it is always good to take a look at those and see like what are the things that you may want to change, if any. But in WordPress, for example, it is better if you use something like Yoast SEO to create this and also control it. So in Shopify also, there are apps to help you control what you want to display in the sitemap. So in Yoast, for example, if I go to settings, and within the site features, all I need to do is I need to scroll down and there would be XML sitemaps. So it says enable feature, that's done. So if I want to make more changes to it, I don't think it has that available. Probably I can exclude some of the content types, but yeah, like if I just enable this, by default, it will automatically create the sitemaps for me. Sitemap, on the other hand, is used to share the important pages from your website. Right. So that's basically what I've mentioned over here as well. And yes, of course, you can submit the sitemap on Google Search Console as I just showed you. So yeah, that's essentially what this is. The sitemap is all about, what the robots or text is all about, and how you can work with the same.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
Right. So now one thing that Google Search Console provides us is called as URL inspection. So basically, you input any URL in the search on the top, and it would provide you insights around it. So let's just take a look, right? Let's go with this one maybe. Or does it actually have pages indexed? Wow, it does. Interesting. Hmm. So this is like a very basic website. I was not expecting that it would index any pages. But anyways, let's just look at this URL, for example. So what is this URL? So this is a simple website which talks about a service now, right? So in this, like there's like a beginner's guide on how to get started, etc. And I want to understand what like this is what we see, right? We see an image over here, we see some text and all. This is what a user would normally see on the website. But what does a crawler actually see? So what I will do is in the inspect URL, I will just paste this URL, I will enter, and then it will retrieve data from Google Index. And from here, you can try and understand what is actually happening. So let's say the first thing it tells you is if the URL is indexed or not. So if a URL is indexed, that means it will also show up in the search results. So it clearly says that the URL is on Google. Good. This is what we want. So this means that it can appear in Google search results, if not subject to a manual action or removal request with all relevant enhancements. Relevant enhancement is something that we will be discussing later, but yeah, so that's perfect, right? Now, if you notice, it has two options here. One is view crawled page, and second is request indexing. We'll come back to this. Let's just take a quick look at this, right? So page indexing, it says page is indexed. It tells me what is the sitemap that it used. So this was the sitemap that it used to index the page. Okay, so the sitemap that is installed is definitely leveraged here. It leveraged the post sitemap, which makes sense because this is a post or a blog post. It also talks about something called as canonical. We'll discuss what this is, don't worry. But yeah, so overall looks good to me. Page fetch is successful. Crawl allowed, yes, perfect. Indexing allowed, yes, perfect. Crawled as Google bot smartphone. So one thing to know is Google, whenever it visits your website, it will visit, uh, typically it will visit as a smartphone bot. Previously, it used to visit or see it from a desktop perspective, but now it will see it from a mobile perspective because Google focuses on your website being mobile first, right? At the end of the day, they do have like 99% of the mobile traffic. So it obviously makes sense. Um, so it also tells you when Google last visited this URL. So it was on 6th August. Okay, fairly recently, not bad at all. And it also talks about HTTPS. The page is served over HTTPS. So this is like a security. I'll talk more about this as well. But yeah, so this looks good as well. So overall, all checks looks good. Now let's try and understand what these two things are. So it says view crawled page. So what this means is we can check what Google actually saw from this. So if I click on this, you'll notice something that just popped up on the right side. So what you will notice is it is very different from what we see of the website, because what Google captures is the code of the website. It does not capture the what the screenshot of the website looks like on the phone or something like that, right? What it tries to do is it captures the code of what actually was available on the website. So this includes what it had in, let's say, the head section, what was, let's say, meta robots, meta, some of the meta codes like canonical meta, meta property, and then let's see, meta description, meta title or the page title, right? So all of these things is what it will capture. So if you want to know what Google will typically capture, the most simplest thing to do is just right click on this view page source. If you're using a different browser, probably you'll see something else, but you just click on this. And this is basically what Google will typically capture, right? So this is the code. This is the front end code, or basically what is gets downloaded every time you visit a website. And this is basically what the crawler will see every time. So as you can see, it's a bunch of different code, the same thing that I just showed you guys, and you can just review it, right? In addition to that, you also have a screenshot option, but this is available only when you test a live URL. So I can just click on that. It'll take like a couple of minutes to get that. And yeah, like that's basically how it works. Now let's say once you have noticed this scroll page and all, and you saw this HTML that was fetched, you notice that based on the time that it was actually pulled, there has been some changes. So for example, in the index, what we noticed is, so this basically loaded with the screenshot and all. So this is what Google actually sees as a part of the screenshot, right? So this basically tells you what you can expect the bot to see. And this looks like a pretty decent website, to be honest, on the screenshot. So yeah, not too bad. In the more info, we have more details around what the content type is. If it is, let's say, an image or a PDF, it will say that over here. HTTP response code. Okay, this is also something we'll be talking about shortly. But yeah, it also says that what was the HTTP response or the server response, if everything was loaded or not, and if there were any messages. So yeah, so that's the best part about it, right? Like it tells you every single thing, and you can essentially test to see if your page is properly being seen by the crawler or not. You don't have to do guesswork, and that's the main benefit of this. And let's say, so that's what view crawled page tells us, right? And as we look into this, as you saw that this was last crawled on 6th August. Now, sometimes it happens that it takes even 30 days for a page to get crawled. And in such a scenario, let's say if you have made some changes to the page, maybe some information that you had on it was incorrect, and you want to make sure that the correct information is indexed. Maybe the title that you had earlier was wrong, and now you have fixed it. So in such a scenario, what you can do is you can request indexing as well. So basically, if you have made some changes or updates, you can re-request it to crawl it once again, and it will do that for you as well. So now, does it mean the minute you click on it, it will do it? No. It takes some time, but it will definitely try to prioritize it whenever possible, right? So that is what the index or what the view of Google actually looks like, right? And this is basically what the search engine also sees. And when you look deeper into it, you also get to find out what this looks like, what indexing overall looks like on Google Search Console. So what I just showed was just one page, right? But what if there are multiple pages? And this is a pretty good example for that. The website that I'm showing right now, as you can see, in the last 3 months, it had around 1 lakh clicks from SEO or Google search, right? So the reason is because it has decent number of pages indexed already. So what you can do is to understand what those are, you can just go to pages and you can see all of the details of it. We understand what is URL inspection, we understand what is performance, and let's try and understand a little bit about indexing, right? So we looked at sitemaps as well. Let's try and understand what is pages. When it comes to indexation, what does it actually look like? Let's take a look. So when I go to this pages section in indexing, what I notice is it will tell me how many pages it detected, and out of those, how many it indexed. So now if you notice, it says that overall it has detected a bunch of pages. So if I just look at the most recent data, it says that it has overall detected close to what is that? Not index is around 29,000, index is 2,700 something. So that means around 31,000 or so pages were detected by it, but out of that only 2,700 pages were indexed. Yeah, 31. So now what can I do with this data? How can I actually look into this? So the first thing is I can check what are the pages that actually got indexed. So I've just deselected this. So now I have only selected the indexed pages. And within this, I can see like, okay, these are the pages that got indexed. So if I want, I can also click on view data about indexed pages. And I will know like what are the pages that got indexed. Now, if you notice something interesting over here, it tells me that around 2,771 pages were indexed. And then over here, it says like from 30 July to 31st July, it says 2,737. So that means around 20, 30 plus pages are no longer indexed, right? Maybe there is some drop in it, maybe there is something that the Google bot detected, but this kind of a drop is very normal. But if let's say instead of something like this, what we saw is from 2,700 or something like that, maybe all of a sudden there is a big drop. It just became 2,000 or maybe it became 1,500. That's like a massive drop. And even if it happens over a period of time, that's a cause for concern, right? So over here, like in that's not the case, so that's good. But I'll also talk about what you should be doing if something like that happens. So yeah, over here, if I scroll down, I can see what are the pages that got indexed and when it was last crawled. I can also filter uh, like based on specific things like URL. So let's say if I want to see URL that's related to NL, I get all of those URLs that is related to D. I can also get those, and I can like quickly validate if all the pages that I want are indexed or not, right? Once I'm done with this, as you just noticed, there were quite a few pages that were not indexed, and it says 12 reasons. So let's try and understand what they are. Okay, so it says alternate page with proper canonical tag. So that's 16,623. What is this? So this is nothing but um, essentially it detected a bunch of duplicate URLs or content where the same content with multiple URLs. And that's the reason it says like there are already other pages that exist, and hence these pages, these duplicate pages did not get indexed. And this is a very common thing. So this is a normal reason. You don't really need to worry about it. You can safely ignore this, right? And the reason it did not index it is due to something that got added to it, right? Some parameters, etc. I'll talk more about that later. So don't worry, more's coming. There's a lot more coming, right? Then out of 29,000, that is 29,000, right? Out of 29,000, 16,000 or so have this, which is perfectly fine. Then 4,000 plus have a redirect, which basically means that it is going from the URL to a different page. 3,000 plus are not found. Okay, so maybe something that I should be looking at, and so on and so forth. So what are these exactly? These are the reasons why some pages were not indexed. And this is also something that I can use to understand and fix. Over here, there are a bunch of reasons. We'll be exploring that. But that is basically what Google Search Console can help you with. It helps you in not only tracking and understanding how your pages are currently indexed, but it will also help you in making sure that if something is not indexed, you can work on fixing the same. And that's what brings us to some of the common issues. So once we have gone through some of these things over here, we will try to debug whatever we saw over there as a part of issues. So let's try and understand some of the things around indexing, right? What are the common issues? So we looked at what indexation actually looks like. Yes, things are indexed, great. But what about the things that did not get indexed? So if a URL isn't indexed, if you have a specific URL that you found is not indexed, the best method is to just use your URL inspection tool on Google Search Console to identify why. And typically it will tell you why it is not indexed, etc. But if let's say you're dealing with hundreds or thousands of pages, you can essentially use the indexation pages section of Google Search Console, which we were on just now, to get the details of why and how many pages are indexed, how many are not indexed, what are the issues behind it, etc. And commonly, the things that you will notice are as follows. So monitoring indexation obviously is very important, right? Now, overall, if you look at it, some of the things that issues that you will notice is the first one is that there is a drop in indexed pages, but there are no error. You guys just saw a small example of it. That's not a big example, but that's a very small example of it. But let's say right now, maybe there are 10,000 pages of your website that is currently indexed. Okay, great. But over a period of time, what you have noticed is from 10,000, it starts to go down to 7,500, 5,000, 2,000. Now, if pages are going down or not being indexed, that's bad, because if pages are no longer indexed, or if the index pages are dropping, that means your page will not show up in the Google search. So as a part of that, what you will do is you will try to understand what is actually happening. Again, using URL inspection, you can actually find what could be the potential reason. But typically, the reason it happens is maybe accidentally the page was blocked due to the robots.txt, right? So in the robots.txt, maybe you mentioned that, okay, this page should be blocked or something like that. Maybe it's a login page, maybe it's a duplicate page, maybe it's a page that is something that Google essentially does not want to index for whatever reason, right? And you can get to understand that from the URL inspector. But if you see all of these drops, most probably it happens because maybe it is restricted by the for the crawler to visit because of any number of reasons. Sometimes those reasons could be technical, sometimes those reasons could be an accident as well. So usually that is what you should be looking at. Second is, as we just saw, there's a high number of non-indexed pages than indexed. So we just saw that overall there were like what 31,000 URLs, but out of that only 2,700 something were indexed, and rest of them were not indexed, which is like only 10% of it was indexed, and 90% or more was not indexed. Now, in such a scenario, there are two possibilities. The first is that a large number of duplicate pages, probably because it uses some or the other parameters like uh, type equals to dress, color equals to green, or sort equals to price. Or in the example that we just saw, uh, it was add to cart option. And for each add to cart, it was detecting a new URL, the crawler. So when these parameters are added, what happens is the content is not changing. The content stays the same, only the URL changes a bit. And that is probably the reason for such high duplicate pages. How do we deal with this? The answer for that is canonical URL, which we'll be covering shortly, right? And the second issue is probably because these pages like won't even be indexed. Maybe because they have the same content, which is like maybe it's like a page or a category page where you're just sorting or filtering through different products and things, right? A very, I would say, a very good example of this is the Amazon search page. So when you're searching for something on Amazon, you get this URL, search URL, and in that you have all of these different filters. So as you're using that, the URL will also change according to that. And in such cases also, the pages probably won't be indexed. Then there's server errors. So essentially this means the Google bot essentially can't access your URL or the website because it tried to access it, it waited a while and your site did not load. Your site was busy, the server was down, could be anything, right? So this is the third common issue that you find. The fourth is a 404 error. So 404 error basically means a website which has like now, usually what happens is a website server, as I told you guys last time, has multiple error codes or HTTP status codes. 404 basically means that there was no content that was found, right? And finally, the fifth common error is missing pages or sites. So this means Google couldn't find your page. It could be due to that this page was newly created and is not crawled yet, or that it's like essentially the page is dropped for indexation. So that means it was indexed earlier, but it is no longer indexed. So the best option again is to use the URL inspection to understand the potential reason. So these are some of the common issues, right? Now, something else that I added over here, and this is something that is also important to understand, is what are the common HTTP status codes? So what is a status code? Basically, what happens is when a website loads, it serves or it provides the files of those websites through a HTTP server, or in a simple term, a server. Now, these servers will show different status codes. Now, there's like a bunch of different status codes, right? If you are like a nerd who wants to like go through all of those, I've attached a link for that as well, but it is not necessarily. As someone who's into SEO, you will probably only need to look at some of these. From this also, you will only need to understand a few of these. So let me just go through really quickly what these status codes are and what it means. Typically, uh, if the status code, so if the status code says 200, so where did we see 200? In URL inspection, let's say if I add this one, I'll just search for this. Yeah, so I can ignore this because I've already checked on that. But view crawled page, more info. Yeah. So over here, you can see the HTTP response or HTTP status was 200. So if it is 200, that means it is good and it is okay. So 200 is normal. Now, there is another one that you should be aware of, which is 301 and 302. What are these? So sometimes what happens is maybe you are having a website issue, or maybe you're doing some maintenance on the website, and that maintenance is for maybe 2 hours or 4 hours or something like that. In such a scenario, what you will do is every time someone visits the website, they will, instead of visiting, let's say, google.com, they will be visiting google.com/maintenance. The reason is because you are temporarily redirecting every user who visits google.com to google.com/maintenance. So that is a temporary redirect. You're doing it only for 4 hours. Now, within that 4 hours, let's say if Google crawler shows up on your website, Google crawler will be confused. Why is maintenance loading up? So to make sure that Google crawler knows that it is just a temporary redirect and there is no action that it needs to do in terms of updating its pages, etc., you will need to use 302. However, maybe you have made a change in the URL altogether. Previously, the URL that was indexed was okay. So let's just say if you had a page which had 2020 in the URL as a year, and now that it is 2024, you want to change that part in the URL as well. So in such a scenario, you would be using a permanent redirect, which is a 301 redirect, right? Because you want to make sure if any of those old URLs are also indexed, those are also permanently redirected to the new one. Then 400 is bad request. So this basically means that the URL is incorrect. 401 is unauthorized. So this means that you do not have access to it. 403 is also forbidden, like it is not even allowing you to visit the website. 404 is not found. So this means there is no content, or the URL itself does not exist as a page. And 404, as we just saw, is a very common error, because oftentimes what happens is some URLs gets created, but there is no content in them at all. This is a very common thing that happens, and that's the reason it is called as 404. And finally, the next most popular is 500. So this is an internal server error. I don't know how many of you noticed, but there were a bunch of those issues over here as well. 500, right? So for these pages, there were some server issues, and that's the reason it did not get indexed. But yeah, I think I can understand and I can live with it not being indexed, because anyways, like these are not the pages that I want indexed. So that's fine, right? So that's basically some of the common HTTP status codes that you should be aware of. So let's try and understand a little bit better about both canonical URL and redirect, right? I've talked about this a little bit over here, but let me just show you what it actually means with some examples as well. So canonical URL, let's first look into that. So search engines, what you need to understand is, why is canonical URL even a concept? Search engines rely on unique URL and index all the pages they find on the internet. So as you just saw, a URL could, multiple type of URL could be created because of n number of reasons. And as such, now if Google search were to index all of those URLs, what will happen is it would have so much data which is like worth nothing. And that's the reason search engines rely only on the unique URL. That means it will rely on pages or URLs which has unique content. Now, while there should be a unique URL or a single page, often web pages can introduce slightly different URLs for the same piece of content. We just saw an example of that, add to cart. So a common reason for this is the use of URL parameters, the extra bits of data appended at the end of the URL. And the problem is that search engines can't decide what are important URL parameters for content and which ones aren't. So what we do is, as a solution, we ourselves tell to Google what is the canonical URL by using the canonical meta tag. This is a tag that is added to your page in the header section. And this line of code tells search engine that no matter what the URL might show up, the URL that they should be using should be the canonical URL when they are indexing the page, right? So this is a quick example over here on what the code actually looks like. And this is an example of Amazon. So the meta tag, this meta tag that I've highlighted here is added to the head section of a page that tells search engines which is the preferred page. So I actually got this entire content from Amazon's website directly, right? I just clicked on a random product on it. And when I looked at its code, within that particular code, the meta text and all, the canonical URL was this, right? So, but if any of you have noticed, Amazon's URL are never that small. It is never this small. Always, whenever you are sharing the URL or something like that, it will have a bunch of different things after it, right? Like something like this. Whenever you're clicking on any product page on Amazon, it will have a bunch of different things attached to it. So the canonical URL is this, right? And this is both the pages will basically have the same content. So let's just take a look at that. So let me just load this. And let me load this as well. Both of those URLs have loaded. And as I can see, this one is pretty much the same as this one. Now, in such a scenario, obviously Amazon would want only the most unique URL to be indexed or the most sleek URL to be indexed, not this long URL with a bunch of different parameters and data, etc. Right? And that's the reason canonical URLs are used. So no matter what page you're creating, it is always important to at least have a self-canonicalization. What that means is, if let's say you're creating a page which is website.com/SEO, you can just put a canonical URL for that itself, so that it is very clear that no matter what other parameters get added, Google will still have the right URL. That's basically what it is. It's the unique URL that you want indexed. Now, what does that actually mean? So in the inspect URL, if you notice, now if you don't declare a canonical URL, Google will select a canonical URL by itself. And when Google selects it, you don't know which one it is going to select. Sometimes it will select something which is absurd, which is not what you want. So in such a scenario, it is always best that you declare the canonical URL by yourself, and then it will take it, or most probably use the same one. So that's the main purpose of it, right? So that's basically what canonical URL is. How to declare canonical URL? So you declare it by using this link rel equals to canonical, and then you mention it. So that's how it works in code. I can actually show it how it looks in WordPress also. Let's just go to Carbon Lightning. the website that I was using earlier. So typically, if you use SEO plugin like Yoast SEO or all-in-one SEO, etc., it will take care of it automatically for you. So over here, I'll just quickly edit this. Let's scroll down. Now in this, as I scroll down, there is something called as advanced in Yoast SEO. I'll just click on this. And over here, it will say canonical URL. Now, if I wanted to use the same canonical URL, and if I don't want to make any changes, it will use the self-canonicalization. And I will show you what that is. But if I want to make sure that this is not the URL that I wanted to canonicalize, I can enter that manually over here. So I just need to enter the URL, that's it. So let me just show you what the page actually looks like. So this is the page. And over here, link, rel, canonical, this. So this is the same URL that I currently have available, right? Exactly the same. If I copy paste on it, it's the same. The reason is because this is this is the one that Yoast automatically adds. So now, even if this page gets loaded like this, maybe something like, let's say, source equals to SEO or something like that, and someone visits it, even then, it will still use the proper canonicalized version for indexation. So that's basically why this is important. Now, Yoast obviously takes care of it by default, so I don't need to really worry about it on WordPress. Similarly, if you're using a different content management system, there should be like a SEO tool which should probably take care of it automatically for you. If it doesn't, you should be able to at least mention this in the like customized fields of your page headers. And what that basically means is it will look something like this. This is the example of it. And finally, redirect. But basically, another reason that duplicate content might exist is because a web page may have moved from one location to another on your site. The old location and the new location could potentially be in the search engine's index at the same time. And to avoid this situation, whenever you move content around, it's important to implement proper redirect rules. Okay, so what does this mean? I just showed you a quick example of it, but let me just show something over here as well. Carbon lightning. So you guys just saw that I had this review page, right? Okay. Yeah, there it is. So I had the solar panel review in depth. Now, what will happen is maybe because this is 2023, I want it to be for 2024, which is current year. So in such a scenario, I will change the URL. So what happens is when I change the URL, the old URL, which is 2023, will cease to exist and it will show a 404 error. And since this is the URL that is indexed on Google, Google will think that this page does not exist anymore. So my ranking for this page will start to drop. So for such a reason, it is very important that I also redirect this old URL to the new URL, which is 2024. So similarly, a lot of times you will be making changes to the URL of the page. And whenever you do that, make sure that the old URL is also redirected or has the right content so that Google does not confuse or create like duplicate indexations of it. And that's the reason redirects are important, right? So yeah, that's basically what I wanted to talk about as a part of indexing. Okay, so let's look at the next part of it, which is rich snippets, right? So this is a rich snippet about rich snippets, right? What does it say? So rich snippets are also known as known as rich results, are normal Google search results with additional data displayed. This extra data is usually pulled from structured data found in a page's HTML. Common rich snippets types include reviews, recipes, and events. Let's try that, right? So I'm just going to do a quick Google. What are rich snippets? We have the same one over here, right? Now, if I actually, as you can see, basically, right, like this is very different from the results we see over here or over here. This is a normal search result, right? This is what we expect, that first there will be the name of the company or the website, then there will be the URL, then there will be this blue link which like Google expects you to click. And okay, I'm just going to go back. And then you have the meta description, right? So the blue link is the page title, and this is the meta description. So this is what we expect the normal search result to be. But sometimes you would have these featured snippets, right? Like this one. So it does say about like I don't need to click on it, but yeah, you can find out more about this, which we are anyways discussing over here. But feature snippet, as you can see, is a very prominent thing, because the minute I search for it, it shows up over here, right? And as I scroll down, you can also see even these videos are a part of some of the rich result. Let me see. Yeah, this is another example of rich snippets. So this rating, the review, the price, the stock, free delivery, 14-day result, 14-day return. What are these? These are additional information in addition to what is already available. And how do you actually get this? You get it by using something called as schema. So what are the examples of rich snippets? Let's take a quick look. This is an example of rich snippet. So obviously, as I said, right, a search result can contain more information than just a regular title, slug, and meta description. For example, when you search for a funny cat video, the snippet may contain the thumbnail of the video, the duration of the video, the upload date, and the person who uploaded it. Just like this. It has a thumbnail, the duration of the video, the person who uploaded it, and when it was uploaded, right? Then this is another, I would say, like around stock market that Google has. And then we have a bunch of different types, right? So for example, this is related to reviews and rating. This is for songs, which would include genre, release date, when it was recorded, when it was produced, and some of the other site links around it. This is rating with a bunch of different reviews, amount of time it would take, the amount of calories it contains. This is for a movie which has a streaming date, runtime, rating, genre, and release date. And finally, this is for a product. It says in stock, the price, the reviews, free delivery or not, 14-day return or not, etc. Right? So, what are these? How do you actually get those to show up in a search result? The answer is you do it by using schema. So knowledge graph is different. Yes. So knowledge graph is like typically it also uses some of your rich snippet data, but knowledge graph is quite different. Google usually partners with providers for knowledge graph. Okay, so let's try and understand how to get rich snippets. So there is something called as structured data. Structured data is a piece of code that you put on your website. So what is structured data? It's a piece of code that you put on your website. It's a code in a specific format written in such a way that the search engine can understand it. Now, obviously, for a search engine to directly pick up this data, it's going to be so difficult, right? So that's the reason you have to format it in specific order and a specific way. And that is by using structured data. So when I say structured data, what does it mean? It means by leveraging the schema or the structured data codes from schema.org. So big search engines have developed a project called schema.org where you can find all the structured data markups supported. So by the search engine, you can use this to find markups. For instance, if you sell shoes, you could show what color shoes you sell and what sizes you offer in the snippet via product schema. This is available over here. So this is a products related schema. And in this, as you can see, when you're using these different tags, for those tags, what it expects and some details around the same, right? Now, obviously, as I scroll down, you will notice there are so many different tags for it, right? So many different things. And then it also provides you like some examples around what it looks like without any markup, what it looks like with by using like, let's say, microdata, and maybe if you're using JSON or maybe you're using structure, etc. So this is something typically a developer would be helping you with. But then how can you do it yourself? And that is what we are going to talk about. So luckily, um, you don't solely need to depend on a developer for actually working with structured data. I'm going to show you two methods. The first is on using a WordPress plugin, how you can do it using WordPress. And second is how you can do it manually if you don't have WordPress at all. So let's try and understand. Now, these are some of the tools that you would be using for working with it manually. So there are three steps to it. The first is you need to identify the type of snippets that you want to use, and you can look at the previews of that over here. So this is a direct guide from Google itself, right? So developers.google.com, search docs appearance structured data article. So this is the article structured data, but let's open it. So what is this? Article structured data helps with article, news article, blog posting, etc. Typically, this structured data would look something like this with a thumbnail or with a specific image that you have as a part of your page and some quick snippet about the content of it. And they have provided an example over here. As you can see, um, uh, now let's say this is your HTML page. Within this, this is where your structured data script is provided. So it has the type of content it is. It's a news article. The headline of it, basically the headline of that particular news article. What are the images that you're using? What is the date it was published? What was the date it was modified? And who is the author? Person. So if the author is a person or an organization, that's what it is. The name of that person or organization and the URL profile of that author, right? So if there are multiple authors, you would have multiple authors listed similar to this. And if I click try it out in rich result test code, it will say if it is valid or not, right? So we'll go through it step by step. Don't worry, but that was just like quick example. So as you scroll down for this article, you can see proper guidelines around it. Like what are the different properties that are available or objects that are available, and how you can work with it, along with some examples as well. And if you look in the left hand side, you will see these are the different structured data snippets that Google search is like okay with and basically supports heavily. So book actions, breadcrumbs, carousel, course info, course list, discussion forum, Q&A, salary estimation, employer rating, events, FAQ, jobs, math solver, movie carousel, right? Then you have within product, you have product snippets, merchant listing variants, product variants, that is, your profile page, recipes, review snippets, right? Videos. So you have all of these different snippets. And as you go through it, it will also give you examples of what those snippets could look like. So over here, as you can see, when I selected video, it shows like a quick example of what it could look like. So over here, it's like this is how it could load the video. In the image also, it could show the video sometimes. In the video section, it could show it. And of course, in the discovery page of Android phones also, it could show it. So yeah, that's how you can identify different structured snippets data that is available. So this is like all the list of it. You can also see like different type of things. So for example, let's say if there's an event, or maybe you're conducting an offline event, etc., you can use this to actually get extra traffic from it, because Google also supports searching for offline events, etc., right? um, and yeah, so that's the main thing. At the end of the day, why would you want to use this? The reason is so that you can show more information on Google search, and when you do that, there's a high chance that you can also get not only better ranking but better clicks or traffic to your website, which is much more informed. So this is where you can find. So once you have identified the type of snippet and like that you want to use, you can now, if you're using WordPress, it's a much more straightforward way. So I will show that in the next slide. But if let's say you want to generate it manually, the way that you would do that is you would be using the schema generator tools over here. So over here, for example, schema generator tool, I have listed three. You can use any of these. It's not like you have to use all three of these. You just need to use one. I'm going to select the Google one, right? Now, what this does is it helps you create the schema that you want. So I'm just going to, let's say I'm going to open the Carbon Lightning page only, the solar panel one, this one. I'm going to copy this URL and paste it over here. Now, once I've selected or identified the structured data that I want to create, I will just identify that over here. So this is an article. So I'm just selecting articles over here, right? And then I will select start tagging. So what it does is it loads that web page for me. And over here, using this tool, I can directly like select the text that I want to use for tagging purposes. And if I don't want to select from here, I can directly enter the details also. So let's just do that. So I want this to be the title. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, right? And then it says article body. I'm going to select maybe some of these. Uh, Maybe I'll just keep it till here to keep it simple. Article URL. Now URL, I don't really have one. Image. I want to use this as the image. Date published. I don't think I have date published on this. Oh, that's something that I should definitely add. Author name. I have the author available here. So this is the author. And if I want to understand what are some of the things that I don't know, I can also like hover on it. I think this is supposed to be article name, if I'm not wrong. No, it's the name of the author. Okay. Or is it? Yeah, it's the name of the author. Okay. So in that case, this is going to be author type, I guess. But anyways, I'm just going to select this as the name of the author. URL, I can add that manually. publisher, aggregated rating, etc. Okay, so I've selected whatever I could find. I'm just going to add missing tags. So let's say if maybe I want to add the URL. So URL is going to be this one. What is that? Cover lightning, this one. Save, and the URL is also added. Now, once this is done, as you can see, I'm not writing any code here. I'm just selecting the right things. And if I want to add something manually, I can just do that by using this add missing tags. And once I'm done with all of this, I can just select create HTML. And it will automatically create microdata or the JSON format for this. The next step for me is I just need to copy this data, right? I just need to copy and paste it within my header of the website. That's it. So that's basically what I would be doing. And if I want to test it, I can go to this URL. I can copy this. I can go to the code section, paste the code, and I can select test code. It will test the code and it will tell me if everything is valid or not. And it says there are non-critical issues. So I can also understand like, okay, unnamed item. So looks like headline and author is missing, which basically I can add. So this is essentially how you work with it. If you don't have access to some of the schema generators, etc., right? If you want to, or if you have to generate these manually or understand how to work with it without having knowledge of proper code, this is how you can work with it. But if let's say you have something like WordPress, etc., there are plugins for this as well. Okay, so on WordPress, let me see the plugin that I have installed. Yeah, schema and structured data for WP. So this is the one that I have installed. And over here, if I go to my post, I'll just click edit. Now, all I need to do is I'll just scroll down. There's Yoast SEO. After Yoast SEO, you will see as you keep scrolling down, there will be something called as schema and structured data on this post. So it automatically fetched the right schema for me here. But if I want to make changes to it, I can do that. I'll just click modify article schema output, and it loads what it has already identified, right? The headline, the description, the article section, the article body, right? It has automatically created all of this for me, including the author type, person, and even my photo. Nice. um, all of these things it has automatically identified, and if I want to make changes to it, I can do that. So that's the best part about these tools. They know like what are the things and what are the different parts or aspects that they need to select. And based on that, it becomes super easy for me to directly not worry much about it. So if let's say you're using WordPress or any of those other tools, you can use these plugins as well. There is a plugin called as Google Sitekit. So just install that plugin, and from that, you'll be able to validate your Google Search Console access. So the process for structured data, I'll just do a quick overview on it, right? So there are 3 steps. The first is to identify the structured data type that you want to use. You can go to the developer for URL over here. So just go to that and you'll be able to find all the different type of articles and other different type of structured data types that are available. Select the one that is more relevant to like basically know like which one that you should be using. Once you have done that, the next step is to use one of these tools to generate the structured data. And once you have done that, you can test that in this particular website. So how do you actually use these tools? What you would do is you would basically just go to, let me just open this tool once again. You would go to the tool, you would select your already published page over there, or you can just copy paste that URL over here. And once you have done that, you just click start tagging. You tag the data or select the data over here. So for example, if I want to tag this, I can just select it and I can tag it accordingly, right? Based on the one that makes sense. Once I'm done with that, I can just like create HTML and get started with it, like by and implement it. So this is the manual method. If you want all of this to happen automatically, you can use the WordPress plugin that I shared over here. So yeah, if you want it to happen automatically, you can just use this plugin. You can also use WordPress.com, free version of WordPress.com. I don't know what. Actually, it's been a while since I've used the free version, so I don't know if you can install plugins in this. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. But yeah, at least you'll be able to practice a bunch of things if you at least create the free website, this free plan of WordPress. You'll be able to practice connection with Google Search Console, working with that, posting content, etc. You'll be able to work with all of those things if you at least work with the free account of WordPress.com, right? So yeah, that's what rich snippets or schema is all about. Okay, so let's talk about the next part, which is experience. So now, what is experience exactly? Let's try and understand this. So experience is so far what we have been doing and what we have been talking is all about how the Google bot sees our website and how we can make it easier for Google bot to work with our website as well. So in such a scenario, what does experience actually mean and why is it a part of technical SEO? The reason is the next part to make sure that your website is good in a good standing and people can actually visit and work through it is the experience that you're delivering to your users. Let's try and understand what this is. Technical SEO experience. Essentially, what is this? This is the experience that a user will have when they visit your website. So essentially, there are a few things that you should be taking care of. The first is that there is something called as Core Web Vitals. I will be showing how you can measure this, right? And this is a very important aspect for your website to know and understand what are or what type of performance users are seeing when they visit your website. Second is that it should be mobile friendly. I don't think I need to say this or explicitly talk about it anymore, but it is very important because we often forget it as like we work on it, right? What happens is most of the time when we are creating a website or working with a website, we would be doing that on a desktop. And as we are building it, as we are working with it, etc., we tend to forget what the website would look like on the mobile phone. And in doing so, we oftentimes would see that even if we are offering an amazing experience on the uh, like let's say horizontal screen orientation, something like the laptops, desktops, etc. The vertical screen orientation of your mobile phone is probably having a lot more difficulties. So it is very important that your website is mobile friendly because in today's day and age, almost 80 to 85% of your of your traffic is going to be from mobile phones. Being mobile friendly is an important aspect. Third is to not have a lot of intrusive interstitials. What is interstitial? Interstitial is nothing but pop-ups. Let's just go to any of the Indian news website. I'm just going to type it. Money control, yes. Oh, wow. This is an interstitial right when I try to visit money control. This is an advertisement even before I was able to visit the website, right? This is an example. Literally in the URL, if you notice, it says interstitial. Let's continue to money control. Okay. It has something over here related to push notifications, right? Oftentimes, website would also have some kind of a video popping up from over here, right? And then, like if I say no thanks, maybe something else will load, and there would be a bunch of different ads, etc. Right? But you get the point. Overall, it becomes very difficult for me to go through anything, and that's what an interstitial is all about. Okay, so that's basically what I wanted to show, right? That these obviously are not good experiences, and especially if I visit the maybe the mobile page, you will notice that it's even much worse. Like for example, if I let's say load something over here, it will show a bunch of different ads. It will show like a bunch of different things on the page, which are blocking me from reading anything at all. Like maybe it has this thing, get app. Sometimes they have like live chat and a bunch of other things. So the more you have those, what happens? The user will have a lot more worse experience by doing so. So it is always good to avoid as many pop-ups as possible. And finally, making sure that your website is secure by using SSL. Right. So these are the four main things. We are going to dig deeper into all four of these. Some of those are very straightforward. I think mobile intrusive and all, I've already explained those. But I think let's dig into the site performance a bit because that's going to be a lot more interesting. So let's try and understand first from the site performance, including the core web vital. So what about the site performance or the speed of the website? Site speed. Site speed is simple. How fast is your site? Now, I don't know how many of you know this or are aware of this, but the first big billion day sale of Flipkart server crashed. So, what happened when server crashes? People could not access the website, could not buy anything probably. So basically, what happened is the site crashed. It was so I think it was almost 10 years back or so that they had this big billion day sale, and that was massive. Literally the prices that they had was crazy because they were like spending a bunch of money on investor money, that is, on all of those things. And what ended up happening is because they all of a sudden got so much traffic, the website was not at all loading. It loaded for the first few minutes, but then it completely stopped working at all. And it was down for almost 1 to 2 hours, if I'm not wrong. So, and that's the thing, right? Like, now what happens is when the website is not loading, people will not be able to visit it. And if people will not visit it, unless and until they actually want something from it, they will abandon it. They'll be like, okay, if it is not working, I don't want to go on it anymore. So Big Billion Day was an exception because people knew that, okay, they are going to get a good deal. So they kept trying to go to it. But they are not going to do that with your website, right? Like, especially with SEO, where they have so many options. Like literally, if let's say if you're searching for maybe how to type on a keyboard, maybe that's a search query and you find a bunch of articles around it. Yours is one article out of 10. If they went to your website, it does not load. What will they do? They are like, I don't care. I have a bunch of other websites. I'll visit one of those. Right. And that's what happens. So site speed matters a lot. like unless and until you are offering something as tempting, people are not going to be just waiting until the website loads, right? And that's the main thing. Like, obviously, now does that mean it's simple? Not really. Like, even today, a lot of websites go down, and that's quite common. A lot of websites become slow. That's also normal. So it's not simple, but at the same time, there are a few things that you can do to make it easier. So the site speed, however, can be determined in various ways and at different times while loading a page. This includes the time until you see something on the page to happen or on the screen to happen, the time until the entire page is loaded, the time until the site is ready to be interacted with, and the time to first byte, the time it takes for your server to send back the very first tiny bit of information. What does that mean? So if I go to moneycontrol.com, I'm doing the cardinal sin once again. What happens? It loads something. It loaded the text on the top, and after a bit of time, then it loaded this advertisement. Now, if I go to this, the first thing it loaded are the ads on the top. Apparently, ads are faster. Then it loaded a bunch of other ads at the bottom as well. Finally, it loaded the menu, and then it loaded some more content over here. And finally, at the end, it loaded the ads on the right-hand corner. So as you can see, there is a sequence. First, it would load something, second, third, fourth, fifth. So, and all of those we could clearly see. Now, how do I visualize this? There's a tool for that as well. Let me just do that. Let me just put this at the bottom. I'll remove the responsiveness. Network. Okay. Now, disable cage. Let's throttle it to 3G. You guys don't need to worry about what I'm showing right now. Right? So let's just reload this. Okay. Now, what just happened is, as you can see, this is like a good visualization of how long it is taking for each of the elements to load. And as you can also see, there are so many different elements that are getting loaded. 229 requests so far, and the entire page has not even loaded. 231. 2 MB has been transferred. The resources are 3.6 MB in size, right? And I think it is still loading if I'm not wrong. Or is it stuck? I think it is stuck. Oh, wow. But you get the point, right? Like, as you can see, this is how long it took for the entire content of the website to load. So if, let's say, the content that you want people to interact with is somewhere over here, there's a high chance that some of the people will drop off in this time frame itself. Okay, finally everything loaded. Yeah, it went to this size. See, I don't think I would have waited this long, right? If I had other options. And this is why there are different stages to a website and different stages to how fast a website is. This is still going on. And that's what I mean. So it should be a fast website. This is something that is available in any of the browser like Chrome. So what I did is I just pressed F12 and then I went to network. Again, you don't need to worry about this. I'm going to show a much more simpler tool for you to do this. Right. So that's what site speed is. So let's try and understand a little bit more about this. The importance of site speed. If your website is slow, people will bounce off, bounce rate increases. And the bounce rate, if let's say the load time is up to 5 seconds, it increases by 90%. If the site takes 10 seconds to load, the chances that the bounce, but that's true, right? Like no one is going to wait like 10 seconds for a website to load. There are like so many other options. Why should they wait? So, and that's the reason Google has officially announced that page speed will be a ranking factor, and it is, including the mobile first index part. So there are a lot of ways that you can look at improving your site speed. I know a lot of you maybe not understand this properly, but a quick win is to make the images file size smaller and improve the load time, compress the files, use better servers, etc. So how do you actually identify all of these issues, right? So I'm not going to go through these because this is something again. If you're technically savvy, you can quickly understand these. But I'm going to show you ways of how you can actually work with this. So let's start with page speed insights. So there is this website called as pagespeed.web.dev. So what is pagespeed.web.dev? Over here, you can enter any website that you own, which you want to analyze and work with it, right? Now, in addition to owning the website, even if you don't own it, you can still analyze it. There is no issue with that. So let me do one thing, and I'm going to work with carbonlightning.com. I'm going to open, let's say, Mintra.com, right? And I'm going to open Geeta's website. Perfect. So now, if you notice, there are two sections of this. One is discover what your real users are experiencing. So this is something that shows up only when you have a lot of people visiting your website from a Google search, etc. Now, typically big websites are where you will see this. Even if the website is not too big, you will still see some data as long as there are at least, like, let's say, traffic in thousands per month for your website. And second thing that it shows is performance issues that it has identified through a simulation. So this is not a simulation. Real users one is not a simulation. It is based on what actual users are experiencing. And this one is a simulated thing that Google has built based on its bot. And if you notice, it has mobile and desktop sections. So you can check what the performance looks like in both of these segments. So in mobile, it has four different sections. The one that I'm going to primarily focus on is performance. So as we scroll down in performance, you can see it has some metrics over here. It has first contentful paint, largest contentful paint, and cumulative layout shift, right? These are what you call as the core web vitals. These three metrics help identify how users are experiencing your website overall. Total blocking time is basically, so I'll explain all three, don't worry. And then total blocking time in the sense like how long it takes for the website to load without blocking anything. And what is the speed index overall, how long it took for the entire website to load. So speed index is quite bad of this website, 7.4 seconds. And first contentful paint. So what is first contentful paint? This means how long it took before it was able to load anything at all on the website. So it took about 1.8 seconds. Second is, after that, whatever is the biggest element. So let's say if your biggest element is an image or a video or something like that, how long it took for that to load. So that was 2.3 seconds, which is fair. The third is cumulative layout shift. So what this means is, once the website is loaded, did the layout change? And I will show you a very good example that Google has for this as well. So as we scroll down, we also get this tree map of how Google saw this website load. If I click on view tree map, but yeah, as you can see in this snapshot, maybe I can zoom in to show a little better. Each of these are screenshots that it took to show like how each element of the page was loading. Correct. So that's basically what it shows over here. So it looks like in the first 3 slots, it did not even load anything. And then from the 4th slot, it started to load something. And that's the reason the first contentful paint is so poor. It is 1.8 second. So each slot is 0.5 second. So in the first 1.5 second, nothing loaded. In the between 1.5 to 2 seconds, something loaded. So that is the first contentful paint. Then slowly between 2 to 2.5, 2.5 to 3, 3 to 3.5, and 3.5 to 4. So I know how long it took for the content to load. So this gives me a good glimpse of how fast my website is. Now, as I scroll down, it also provides me diagnostics, in the sense it tells me what are the potential areas for me to improve. So it says reduce unused CSS. So this means like essentially if I have some code or some files that I can probably reduce or look at uh, minimizing. Initial server response. So it says like how long it took for just the server to show up or server to respond. So probably I'll need to work on the server a bit, eliminate render blocking resources and all. But as you can see, it's already at 90%, so I don't really need to work on it, except for maybe SCP, FCP a bit, and also the speed index a little bit. But mostly based on all of these checklists, and as you can see, the audits, the number of audits it did, it seems pretty decent, right? Similarly, I have all the other different areas as well, like serve images with low resolutions and all as a part of best practice that I can look at as well. But overall, this gives me a good idea of what are the things that I should be looking at. So let's just take a quick look at some of the other pages that I have loaded over here before I talk about a simple way of improving the score. So this was a page of, so it looks like there are already real users who are visiting the website, and its core web vitals assessment has failed. So it says the largest contentful paint happens at 3.3 seconds. So there's a possibility of improving that. Cumulative layout shift is 0. That's good. Interaction to next paint. So this is an interesting one as well. I'll talk about this. First contentful paint is at 2.9 seconds, and time to first byte is 2 seconds. So that means for first byte to show up, it takes about 2 seconds, right? However, the overall performance is rated at 83. And some of the things that Geeta can probably do to help with this are also mentioned here. Like, for example, this background image can be much more smaller, right? But this is not that big of a website. So let's try and understand what a big website looks like Myntra. Even Myntra has failed its core web vitals. What does that mean? It means that sometimes it all depends upon, see how bad this is. It all depends upon how you're optimizing and what you're working with and the type of users you're working with. Just yesterday, I think I was analyzing one of the websites which had a pretty decent site speed. Let me just load it 1 second. So as you can see, this is another website, Storebox. I was just analyzing this yesterday, and you can see its core web vital actually passed. FCP in green, LCP in green, INP, FID, everything is in green, right? And now the thing is, how can you make this happen, or how can you make something like this happen? Now, obviously, there's a bunch of different things, right? It's very complicated. As you just saw, there's like a bunch of different areas that you should be working with. So as a part of quick win, the main thing is that you should optimize your website with by having smaller websites, smaller file sizes, etc. Make sure that you're using the latest technologies so that it is much faster. You're combining files so that it is again much faster. You're using compressing the files. You're using the latest servers, etc. Now, all of this can be a bit technical. So the most easiest way is essentially use a plugin, right? What does a plugin look like? You can use WordPress plugins like Lightspeed Cache, W3 Total, or even like premium version of WP Rocket. All of these are pretty good plugins that you can use to optimize your website. I personally, for Carbon Lightning, I'm using Lightspeed Cache, right? All you have to do is in in this, once you have installed the plugin, there will be something called as Lightspeed Cache. The one thing that I like about it is the presets. You just go to this. You can select the advanced preset by default. You don't even need to worry about it. Just click apply preset. And once you have done that, so let's say, for example, I do this, like apply preset. And after that, I can just click on this button and clear or purge all the cache. That's it. What this will do is it will take care of all of these things for you by default. It will even like do some basic optimizations, etc., that are needed, and that should ideally help you improve some of the performance. But at the same time, as you notice, the core web vitals and your performance score can be a bit different. So, what are core web vitals? So, that is how you improve the performance, this performance score. But let's try and understand what are core web vitals, right? So, if you install the plugin, obviously there's a bunch of things that you can do with it in terms of optimizing and working with some of the different cache, compression, and all of those things automatically taken care of for you. Every other content management system will have that. But for core web vitals, let's first try and understand what these things exactly are. So I'm going to first talk about the uh, uh, the largest contentful paint. Actually, these are the three that have been promoted to core web vitals now. So let's talk about largest contentful paint. I've just clicked on this. And as you can see over here, it clearly says what is largest contentful paint. So it basically, if it is under 2.5 seconds, that means it is good, right? So this means whatever is the largest content on your website, how long it takes to load. So some examples over here for largest contentful paint, as you can see, in this, in the first few seconds, it was this part was the largest contentful paint. Next, this was the one. After that, this was the one. So it basically shows an example of this being the largest contentful paint of the entire page once it loaded, and how long it took to load this. Same with this one. Over here, the LCP is this one. This is the largest contentful paint. In Instagram, it's logo when you're trying to log in. In Google, when you're trying to do a search, the largest contentful paint is probably this one because it takes the most amount of time. Sorry, over here, like because it takes the maximum space, right? So that is basically how you identify LCP. Similarly, luckily we also have good examples for all these others as well. I'm going to just talk about these two right now. You guys can explore the others as well. And you can find more details around it on web.dev. But let's look into this. NIP is basically how responsive your website is for interactions. So poor responsiveness, take a look at this. When you click on something, it takes a lot of time to load. So let me zoom into this a bit and hide this. As you can see, it is taking so long to load, but over here, a good responsive website loads quickly. So this is a very strong part of the experience that your users will have once they load the website. And that is what INP is. Interaction to next paint. So how long it takes to interact with the next part of the content. So what is this? This is nothing but a sudden shift in layout. So let's say a website loaded and it's like order confirmation and you want to go back, but all of a sudden something loaded on the top, because of which it completed the order. What happened? Why did it happen? It happened because the layout shifted because something loaded later on. Something on the top, it loaded later. And if there is a shift in the layout as your website is loading, that means your cumulative layout shift score is high. And if it is high, that is bad. It should be 0. So what that means is there should be no shift in the layout as the website is loading, right? So these are some things that are not directly related to the performance aspect that you see here, but instead it is more related to how you're designing your website or how you're creating your website and ensuring that the type of images or the type of things that you use are that much more optimized, right? So that's basically what the site speed and core web vitals talk about. Screaming Frog SEO tool. So I'm going to provide like a quick demo of how it works and how you can work with it or use it. This is pretty good to identify a bunch of technical issues as well as some of the content related issues. But don't worry, we'll have like a pretty good walkthrough with this one. Okay, so let's get started with this. I'm going to start with this Carbon Lightning website only on this because this is fairly smaller website and I don't think it will have a problem in crawling the entire website because it's not that big. So let's see. Let's see. It has, okay, it does have a bunch of category pages, so maybe it is a bit big. Let me try this one. I've not created anything in this. Yeah, so I think this is a fairly decent site. There's an about me page, there's a home page, there are a couple of blog articles, and that's about it. So I think this is a pretty good one to start with. And I'll show you why I'm choosing a smaller one and then not like a bigger one. Right. So before I start, let's just try and understand what is Screaming Frog SEO or the Screaming Frog, this tool that is there. So this is the tool. So what it does is it is something that you install on your desktop, be it Windows, Mac, or Linux, and you can use this as a website crawler. So what it will do is it will crawl your website and help on improving your on-page SEO issues. So this includes both the content as well as the technical part, but primarily it is on the content. Primarily it is on the technical aspect, right? So what it will do is it will for the free version, it will download and crawl 500 URLs, and if you buy a license, it will become unlimited. Basically, there will be no limit. That's the main thing, right? So it does do all of these things. You can like go through it. If you download the app also, you'll be able to check it out. And these are the things that is included as a part of free version. In addition to that, in the paid version, you also have like, let's say, crawl configuration, JavaScript rendering, near duplicate content, mobile usability, crawling validation, structure validation, grammar and spelling checks, custom extraction. So there's like, okay, apparently crawl with OpenAI and Gemini is also there. But yeah, as you can see, there's like a bunch of different additional features that they have available with the license. So now, obviously, I'm not expecting that if you're just learning that you go ahead and make a purchase of the license because that wouldn't really make sense. Even me myself, unless and until I'm doing it for a purpose of actual work, I wouldn't use a licensed version, right? So that's why even for me, as you can see, it's an unlicensed software. So once you download and install the software, this is what it would look like, right? It's fairly easy to download. There's nothing like a registration or anything. You just click download and it will download the particular software for you. You select the operating system and done. Once you do that, it would have a bunch of different things on the screen, as you can see. There is the file where you can like look at different recent things that you have crawled probably, right? You can look at different modes like list, SERP, or spider. So SERP is like search engine result page that it has. Configuration, if you want to configure something, if you want to export some of the reports, get the sitemap, visualize some of the things, etc. Right? Like it has a bunch of different features, and these features are actually built over a period of time. Screaming Frog SEO, if I'm not wrong, it was created almost a couple of decades back. Probably 15 years is when it was. I'm not really sure when it was created, but yeah, it's been quite some time, and that's the reason right now we are at version 20 of this, right? And overall, this has been one of the easier way or simpler way to understand how a bot would look at your website. So to get started, you would just paste your website link over here. I'm just doing that. I'm pasting the website link. And after that, you can select the option. You by default just go with subdomain because that's like the normal one. But in this, what it does is it will go through all the different aspects, or you can also just have it extract URL. But don't really worry if you're just starting out, right? Just start with subdomain. You don't really need to worry about anything else. Enter your main domain name, select this and click start. That's what I'm going to do. So now what happens is once you do that, it will start to crawl the website. So this is the website that I asked it to crawl. So now it is crawling it. It is going on the landing page and it is identifying what are the links that are available. And it will click on every single link that is available. This is basically what the crawler will also do. Now, if you look at the website, as you can see, there aren't many links. There is this home page, there's about me, there is this uh, content link, there's like a read more link, but both of them are same, right? There aren't really a lot of links over here. But if I check this out, as you can see, it identified total 16 URL. And I can also see what those URLs are. So as you can see, it identified the home page. This is the About Me page. Then it also identified the CSS file that loads the content. This is the first link. I don't know what this is exactly. Okay. Then this is the second link. This is the author's page. And then there's like a bunch of other files that are related to working of the website. And finally, an uncategorized category page, right? So these are the pages that it identified. Pretty simple, pretty normal. And as you saw, there aren't really a lot of pages that are indexed or a lot of pages on the website itself. So that's the reason it just identified these. Now, in addition to that, I can also check the external pages that it identified, and we can also see like what those are. So LinkedIn it identified, Chrome extension it identified, and a bunch of other articles and URLs as well, right? If I go to security, I will be able to understand if like there are any issues or errors over there. So 200 means everything is okay. 404 means not found. So obviously this particular page is not found, and that's the reason we have that, right? And so on and so forth, right? Like you have all of these different things like response codes, URL. If you just want to validate every single thing, you can just check this nice little sidebar that they have created over here, which includes everything. Over here, it tells you like what are the different types of pages that are there, what are the HTML pages. You would probably be looking at the HTML pages only. Then in terms of security, are there basically any content which has HTTP or HTTPS? So if there is even one piece of content which is HTTP, probably good idea to move it to HTTPS because you should be using SSL, right? It says that there are some content or some content policies missing. So this is something that can be improved. Okay. And as I scroll down, right? I also get to know like some of the other things, like how many were properly loaded based on the response codes. As I can see, like out of 16, 11 properly loaded, two had a 404 error probably, and the three were redirects. Okay, so these are the redirects, and I can see like what they are. These are 404. Okay, interesting. So that's what it is, right? And their internal also, I can take a look at what the internal data tells me. If something was not found, yes, of course, this page is not available. Um, in terms of URL, if there is something. So as you can see, it has analyzed so many different things. It also analyzed the page titles for me. How many page titles are over 60 characters? If you remember, being over 60 characters will not have or show your page properly on the search engine. How many of them are over 561 pixels? So those on-page checklist is something that it is also helping validate as well over here. If there are any, let's say, meta descriptions that is missing, so apparently all three of them are missing meta descriptions. Meta keywords doesn't matter, it's not relevant, you can ignore this one. H1, if H1 is missing somewhere, if H2 is duplicate somewhere, so I can see over here there's a duplicate H2, right? And so on and so forth, right? Like there's so many different things it checks. Low content pages, soft 404s, readability difficulty, and then canonicalization. So let's say if there is a canonicalized page or not. If the pages are canonicalized, then that is good. And yeah, everything is self-referencing, so that's perfectly fine. Pagination, directives like index, no index, follow, no follow. I'll explain some of these things in the backlinking phase, don't worry. Hreflang. So if you're running or working with different languages than English, using these tags become very important. In this, you would basically be saying like, what is the type of language your website contains? So Google will also get to know about this. And yeah, like that's essentially what it has, right? Like all of these different things. Now, from this, for you to identify issues, it becomes a bit tough. So the best part is it also has something called as issues over here. So I can just click issues, and from issues, it will tell me what are the major issues that I should be looking to fix. So H1 is missing. This is a very like this is an actual issue. The priority, it also prioritizes the issues for me so that it becomes super easy for me. So this is like, okay, something that I should fix. This is an opportunity. Page title is over 561 pixels. There is another opportunity. This page contains low content. It has only 141 words. And then as I scroll down, it also lists all the low uh, priority issues as well for me. And on the top over here, it also tells me if there are any high priority issues, like if there is like a no follow, no index, if there are any pages without internal links, if there are any internal client errors. Right now, obviously, I will have to validate these myself. This is basically what it identified, but I will have to validate if what it is saying is correct or not. But this becomes fairly easy for me, right? I don't need to remember like what these issues could be. I can just run this, and I can just like over here, I can just export this, and maybe I want to export it in an Excel workbook, right? So I'll click save and open. Let's see, it's taking a bit of time. And yeah, so once I do that, as you can see, I have list of all the different things. They generously and graciously also shared how I can probably fix some of these issues, which is pretty good, right? Maybe I'll reduce this size a bit. Yeah. So basically, I will get to know from here, like, okay, if there are anything that I can do to fix it. I can sort it by maybe priority. Maybe I want to first check out the ones that are of high priority, and I'll just filter for that. And then for each of these, it also tells me like how I can probably fix the same, right? So this is the main reason this is a very good tool, because not only does it make your life easier and quickly just validating a bunch of different things if you are working with like hundreds or thousands of pages, but it also helps you quickly know like, okay, what are the potential issues and how you can probably go understand it, and also how you can potentially fix the same. So that's the main thing about it. So what I'm going to do is, this was a fairly small website, right? So it obviously does not have a lot of things, but let's try and do it with a bit bigger websites, right? So I'm going to select Dragon Flora. Okay, interesting. Let's open the website also. Let's do that with one of these websites. Sweet. Let's see what it does. So I have, oh, I thought I already started it. I have started this. Okay. And yeah, so as you can see at the bottom right corner, it is currently detecting different pages or different URLs and then crawling them. So far, it has detected 300 plus. Let's see, 315, 318, 321, right? It keeps going and going. Looks like there's a bunch of PDFs that this website has. Looks like it's almost done detecting, but it keeps detecting more and more URLs, right? So, okay, so while it keeps working, we can still access or go through some of the data. But anyways, it's almost reached. Oh, wow. Okay, so there's 479 URLs in this. Perfect. So it is done, right? So it has done this analysis. And now, as you can see, basically, this is the main URL. This is the like www is actually redirected to this. Perfect. Looks good. And these are all the internal pages or URLs that it has detected. As you can see, it clicked on every single button that it found. So page number 0 or something. So these are, I believe, paginations. So it went through all of them, every single button, and then looked at identifying like what it does and what should be done. It found the external links as well. And for some reason, it found a bunch of PDFs as well. Not PDF, oh, images, a bunch of images and CSS. Okay. So it has a bunch of images apparently. Yeah. And then it also has a bunch of CSS files as well. Right. So that's basically what it saw. So as I'm not going to go through all of this once again, but let's just try to go through the issues, right? And we can see overall it has identified 32 issues in total. It says out of that, there are 3 issues, 16 are warning, and 13 are opportunities. So let's go through these bit by bit. So I'm going to first go through issues. What are the issues that it identified? So let's see, 3 issues, right? So let's try and understand what these issues are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this a bit. And now it says there are 3 issues. The first one is this one. It says this URL is giving a 500 internal server error. Okay, let's just identify what this is. This is the URL. The status code says 520. And this URL looks like it's like a pagination itself, nothing else. So let me just open this in the browser once. Okay, so yeah, it says that there is a issue over here with indexing this. But I think that is probably because of this. So as you can see, there's like a bunch of different images as a part of the slider, and it essentially could not index one of these, is what I'm assuming, right? So okay, anyways, this is completely fine. I don't really need to worry about this right now. It does load the URL for me, so I'm perfectly fine with that for now. uh, Now over here, it says these are medium issues. H1 is missing. So it says in contact and the blog, H1 is missing. So let's just take a look. So when I open this, um, yeah, basically there isn't like a proper H1 or a page title. But yeah, that could be something that can be added over here, because I think these are H2s, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, this is an H2, right? So it is missing H1 is what it says. So there should be only one H1 per page. And if you add that, then that becomes easier. So for blogs and contact and all, this is something that happens quite often. So it is good if you add those two. Yeah, that's pretty much it with H1 missing. So there are two URLs which does not have an H1. And then there are all of these images where there is no alternate text. Now, what is an alternate text? Alternate text is something that is very beneficial for accessibility as well as for crawlers, etc., to read the or understand what your image is all about. So that's the main point of it. So if I open this image, for example, this is the image, and looks like I can also see where it got that image from. So if I scroll, maybe not. Okay. Image details. Okay, so when I go to image details, it tells me where it got this image from. It was from the home page. So on the home page, this image could use an alt text. So that's basically what it says. So same for this one, right? In product and services, this image does not have an alt text. This one, this one, this one. And essentially, if I add that, it becomes easier for me to make sure that all of these are also properly accessible by the crawler. So that's basically what it says. Similarly, I can go through the warnings as well. So it says like there are some no follow links, which is fine. This is fine. So I just need to check the warnings if those warnings are fine or not. And that is how I can proceed. So similar to that, I can take a look at this one, like no index, uh, email protection. Yeah, completely okay. Canonicalization. So it says pages that have a canonical to a different URL. Okay, so it just says like these are canonicalized pages. So when I go to gallery, what does that mean? URL details, let's see. It says it is canonicalized, and the canonicalization link is gallery itself, which makes sense, right? So essentially, all of these are additional parameters that are getting added. And for that, this is the canonicalized URL, which is perfectly fine. So I'm completely okay with this. And then canonicals missing. So in this particular, for this particular URL, there is no canonical, which is again fine because this is like a file. This is like a PDF file. So we cannot really do much for that, right? So that is basically how you would be validating each of these. And as you click on each of these warnings and issues, etc., you will be able to read the description and how to fix it as well. All you need to do is you just need to validate if those are actual valid issues or actual valid things that you need to fix, and then work through the same. Same goes for opportunities as well. Page titles below 30 characters. So maybe we can increase or improve the page titles for these individual pages. Below 200 pixels, low content pages. Maybe we can add some better content for these. Images over 100 KB. So that means maybe we can optimize these images a bit, and so on and so forth. Now, there is one question that is added, how to add alternative text for images. Let me just show that. You can basically, in the alternative text, you can mention uh, what the image is about. You don't need to just talk about the same category. You can also just mention what the image is about. That's it. So alternative text, the main purpose of it is so that if the image is not loading, that text will load instead, and people will be able to understand what actually is in the image. That's the main thing about it. The reason for that is to improve accessibility. So imagine, let's say if you cannot read, maybe you have vision issues, but you can listen. You go on a website and you ask your accessibility software to read out whatever is there on the particular website. It will read everything, and wherever there is an image, if there is no alternative text, it will not be able to read it. But if there is an alternative text, it will be able to read it and then explain what that is. So that is the main purpose of alternative text. Now, in addition to that, it is also used by the crawlers as well to understand what is there in the image. So, which is the reason why not only is it important for accessibility, but it is also important for your SEO. So, how do you add alternative text? So, let's say this is an image. Okay, so let's add an image, media library. Maybe I'll just upload something. Okay, so I've just uploaded or uploading an image. I don't know what is happening, but anyways, now as you can see over here, there is an option called as alt text. So what I would be doing is I would, once the image is uploaded, I can enter the alternative text over here and I can then click select. And that way it would add that alt text to the image for me. So that's basically how it works. So yeah, the image is uploaded and now it decides to load everything, right? Once that is done, I can be like, what is this image? I think this was Golden Temple. So Golden Temple travel image. That's it, right? And once I'm done with that, I'll just click select and it would load that particular image along with the alternative text for me. So that is basically how alternative text works, right? Now, obviously, this is not something that I want to add to this particular content. So I'm removing it, but that's basically how you add the alternative text. Right? Now, that is how you add it in WordPress. But how does it actually work normally? Let's look into that as well. Alt text W3 schools. They have a pretty good tutorial on this as well. I personally love W3 schools. Anyways, try it myself. Okay, so as you can see, this is the image tag in HTML, right? So this is image, img, src, and then the name of the image or the link of the image you can add here. Then there is another tag called as alt equal to, and your alt text is basically this. So whatever you update over here, it becomes your alternative text. It is not visible on the image, but instead this is visible in the back end of the image. So essentially your crawlers, etc., would be able to read it. So this is how alt text works. And when you want to implement it, this is how you would implement it as well to your images. So yeah, that's basically how you work through it, right? Like that's basically how you use Screaming Frog SEO. And trust me, this Screaming Frog SEO has made the lives of a lot of people quite easy because of how simple and easy it is to use, and also go through a bunch of different websites. Now, keep in mind, if your website is a bit bigger, like Dragonflora, for example, had less than 500 URLs, so I could look at all of those. But a normal mid-sized website would have somewhere around thousands and thousands of pages and URLs. So even if you get the paid version of Screaming Frog, you need to make sure that your IP address or your laptop itself from where you're searching does not get blocked. So that sometimes happens, but that I have seen that happen primarily with websites which have like 20,000 or 30,000 URLs. But yeah, that still happens. So if that happens, don't worry about it. Just reach out to your server hosting provider or the person who manages your website's technical side and ask them to whitelist your PC. So that's basically it. But yeah, that's where we finished technical SEO just now. Let's get into off-page SEO. So far, we have been looking and working on relevance. We have been trying to understand what is the best way to identify keywords for which our business is relevant, and then making sure that that relevance is something that we can talk about as well by the means of the content and making that content accessible through technical SEO, right? So that is basically what on-page SEO is all about, ensuring that you're able to identify relevant content and are able to talk about the same. So it's at the end of the day all about relevance that you can control. But off-page SEO is not at all about relevance. It's about authority, as you guys rightly remember. And when I say authority, this is something where you try to influence others into giving you the authority. And this is very similar to how politics works. So that's why every time I talk about off-page SEO, I bring in politics a little bit. I'm not a political guy or anything. I'm very bad at it, frankly speaking. But the basics of politics, right? It's essentially when we say that someone has political power, that what it means is that person has political authority in making or doing something that they want. In terms of SEO, that authority translates into getting the keyword ranking that you want. In terms of politics, it's getting that power that you want. In terms of SEO, it's getting that ranking that you want. That's basically how it works. So in politics, what happens is you would gain authority by having other people vouch for you, saying that this is the person to go for any of those problems, right? Any of those specific problems or whatever problems that you have. Uh, and the same goes for SEO, right? You're basically ensuring that you have the right authority to talk about the specific topic that you want to talk about. So let's say if you're talking about how to buy an AC, you're through off-page SEO, you're ensuring that you have enough authority or you have gained enough authority to be able to talk about it as well. And now, here's the fun fact. Just like in politics, um, like at the end of the day, if you want to win, you have to understand how to play politics. You cannot just be like, as long as I have the right policies, I'm going to win. That's not how politics works. Same goes for SEO, right? It's not just having the right content and winning through that. That's never going to happen. You have to get your hands a little dirty, and at the end of the day, that is what we call as the gray area. You're not completely doing illegal things, although there are people who do it, but you should not do it, right? And uh, because if you do get caught, all of a sudden, all the authority that you have built up will go down the drain. And that's exactly what happens with SEO. And that's the best part about how you can parallelly relate to both of these things. So in SEO, some of you might have heard of this thing called as white hat, black hat, right? Black hat is where you're trying to illegally or you're essentially trying to game the system or game the algorithm into thinking you have the right authority. That's essentially what black hat SEO is mostly about. So you will try to identify ways of getting a bunch of backlinks. For example, maybe you want to get like 5,000 backlinks from that one good website or something, whatever that is. That's black hat SEO. And just like the legal system, etc., have evolved over a period of time. Like today, for example, everyone have a cell phone and they can record people, and that has made the politicians much more conscious about what they are doing. The same thing goes with SEO as well. You cannot execute those black hat techniques because in doing so, Google or any other search engine is going to easily catch you because they know what to expect. So now, does that mean you should only do what they actually want you to do? Kind of. At the end of the day, in an ideal situation, in an ideal world, how does democracy work? Democracy works wherein, I know I'm going a little bit on the civics side, but that's not something that I'm very good at, anyways. Well, I'll try. Okay, I'll try. So, in democracy, the way that it works in an idealistic scenario is that every person who is trying to vote is aware of every person who is standing in the politics or in the particular field, right? And fighting to maybe get that PM post or president post or whatever that is. They are aware of the policies, and by being aware of every single thing, after analyzing every single thing, they are making a sound and wise decision. That is how ideally democracy is supposed to work, right? But that is not how it actually works. People vote based on the brand image, based on the brand authority, based on just that, okay, this other person is also doing it, so that's the reason I'm also going to vote. And similar kind of things happen in the SEO side as well. At the end of the day, it's all about how you influence other websites to provide the vote of confidence so that you can increase your authority. And that's basically what is off-page SEO. It's not completely white hat because Google says like you should not be building backlinks by reaching out to people, but and at the same time it is not black hat because you're not doing it in a way wherein you're like, okay, I just want to go crazy and get some bunch of backlinks, but it's somewhere in between. It's the gray area. So Google uh, is aware of this gray area as well. Every single SEO expert is also aware of this gray area, but every single other person still does it because they also understand that this is how it works. But that's basically what it is, right? So let's try and understand a little bit more around that. So off-page SEO, what are we going to look at? We are going to try and understand what is link building, what are the different types of backlinks, traits of a good backlink, and backlink or link building strategies. So off-page SEO, let's go through this. Off-page SEO refers to actions performed beyond your website for the purpose of improving the position of the website in the search engine results page. So as I just said, if you want to rank number one, you are trying to perform certain actions which are outside the scope of your website, outside the scope of on-page SEO. And that includes through various different means and methods, right? But the primary driver of that is links or backlinks. So how does Google know if a website has higher authority or not? It knows that by checking what are the websites that are providing the backlinks to your website. So let's say if you own Myntra. Now, Myntra is a massive brand. if you think of it, it has done so many different things to build up its authority. It has worked on a lot of brand advertisement, brand marketing. It has worked on a lot of different type of campaigns. It runs a lot of advertisements. But at the same time, in addition to that, a lot of websites also have URL to Myntra. Today, if you go on Google and if you type in uh, top shopping websites in India, there's a high chance there's going to be a bunch of articles. Now, I don't know if this is true. I'm just making it up. But there's a high chance that there are going to be a bunch of articles which will list out Myntra as well. Why will they do that? Because it has that kind of authority that by default, you will be saying like, okay, Myntra is the website and this is the link for it. This, if you click on it, you can go to myntra.com. And what happens with that? That link is basically a backlink for Myntra. So when it comes to a website, typically backlinks are the ones that are linking to you or inbound links for you. That's basically what it is. And the more inbound links that you have, the higher the authority that you have. But it's not that simple. It's not just about getting a bunch of backlinks. There are a lot of other factors involved, and that is what we are going to learn today. Right. So as I just said, it's the most important content, a component of SEO, and any SEO campaigns that ignores quality link building will fail. So your website with backlinks equals to high ranking and traffic. At the end of the day, that's how politics works. Okay, I'm probably going to stop talking about politics for a minute here. But yeah, that's basically how it works, right? So if your website does not have good links pointing to your website, links that convince the search engines your site is valuable, it may not be possible to rank on search engines. So the way that a crawler works is, now think of it this way, just like the crawler comes to our website, it will also go to other websites. And on every website that is goes, it will check what are the links that are available on all of them. And by checking those, it will identify uh, how many times when it comes to the external links is your website being mentioned. And those external links becomes backlinks for you. So what is link building anyways? Let's try about learn about this. So when it comes to link building, it does not mean that you are literally going to a website and placing your link. That is not what it means. A lot of people get confused. This is not something that you can do. You have to literally influence someone else to do it. And that is what link building is all about. Now, there are process of it, but basically link building is the process of getting links from third-party websites or basically other websites and having them point to your website. These links are called as backlinks. So there's a pretty good example in this image here. So let's say this is your website and this is some other website. And on their website, they have provided a link back to you that is a backlink, right? Now, it does say strong backlink and all. We'll talk about this a bit more, but that's basically how it works. A good backlink is the one that is also contextually relevant. Like if you are talking about how to run a marathon and the website is about Fitness Weekly and they have provided a backlink to you, that's good. That's a good vote over there. So that is what backlink is all about. And you need backlinks to rank. Like I said, backlinks are like votes to your site. Each of these votes essentially tells the search engine this content is relevant, credible, and useful. More votes you get, the higher your site will rank in Google and other search engines as well. So if this is your website, all of these backlinks are like votes to your website. Now, why is link building important? Links from other sites help your site in ranking in 4 ways. These two are some of the things that you may have noticed in some of the tools, like for example, SEMRush, Ahref, if any of you have used it, right? But there is something called as page authority and domain authority. So getting links from other websites will help in adding value to the page and improving the authority of the page, and at the same time by adding value to your entire domain as well. So let's say if you have 10 different pages and you get one link for each of those pages, not only will it add value to those pages, it will also add value to your entire domain as well. So that those are the two things. Then the third is it also helps the search engine understand the topic of your website. So imagine this. Let's say every backlink that you have is coming from, let's say if you are an electronic store, and every backlink that you have is coming from uh, uh, tech websites or electronic related websites, etc. That tells the search engine that, okay, your website is also tech or electronics related, which is good. But if those links are coming from maybe pet related website, health related website, or wellness related websites, etc., then search engine will also be confused. So having other websites uh, provide relevant links for you will actually help increase and help the search engine understand the topic of your website as well. And finally, those links can also help you get traffic from those websites. So let's say if I'm on any of these websites, I can just click and go to that website and become a visitor of it as well, right? So essentially, you would also get some traffic from it as well. And that is why backlinks are important. Okay, so that's the reason why we should be building backlinks. I think all of you understand why backlinks are important, but what kind of backlinks to build? So there are backlinks that make very small difference, by the way. These are backlinks coming from low authority and websites that are kind of relevant, not exactly relevant. Then there are backlinks that can make a lot of difference. These are from websites which have a lot of high authority and they are also highly relevant. These are the ones that you want. And then there are backlinks that can also hurt your rankings. So keep that in mind. It's not just about going out there and getting a bunch of backlinks, but there are also links that can hurt your ranking, and you should always avoid those. So those are spammy or link milling websites, or let's say bad PR backlink, etc. So overall, there are different types of backlinks. We will talk more about what those different types of backlinks are. But essentially, what we want are the ones which have high authority and high relevance, right? So types of backlinks, let's go through this. The type of backlink that you want is a do follow link. So what is this? What is do follow? Essentially, if a link does not have this attribute, rel equals to no follow. Even before we get into this, what is a link? A link looks something like this. Let's open one of the websites that I have, for example, Carbon Lightning. I'll go back to this once again. It's loading. Let's open this. Now I have some links here. These are external links. So these are backlinks for these websites. So this link is for sunpower.com. This link is for lg.com, etc. Now, if I right click on it, even before I do that, as you can see, this says link over here, right? But if I click on it, it will not open something like link. If I click on this, it will open sunpower.com and basically the website of SunPower. Looks like it's a 404 website right now, but yeah, 404 page, but sunpower.com and something, right? So it will basically open that sunpower.com/products/solar panels/X series. And similarly, Neon 2, Panasonic, etc. So all of these are different links. And as you might have noticed, what we see here is not what opens. What we see here is called as the anchor text. What does that mean? So this is a text that anchors the link. Essentially, that shows or has the link. And this text is the one that I would click. And if I click on it, the link would open. So in this scenario, link over here is the anchor text. And the URL of the anchor text is sunpower.com/product/solar panels/X series. Now, what does this look like in HTML? Let's look into that. I'm going to click inspect. Okay. So this is what the link looks like over here. I'm just going to open this a bit. So this is the highlighted part. A is basically anchor, and then href means you're adding the URL. So this is the URL. Target equals to blank. This means that the link should open in a new tab. This is again not relevant. This is something that you typically add if you want to make sure that it opens in a separate tab. Then rel equals to. So when it comes to a backlink, a lot of attributes related to backlinks are added in rel equals to. So rel equals to, it says no referrer, no opener. This is a very common attribute. You can pretty much ignore these attributes. If you see these attributes, that means there's nothing for you to worry about. This is a normal link. And then it just says link. This is the anchor text and this is the URL, right? So basically, this is what a do follow link looks like. And this is a do follow link for sunpower.com. Now, in this scenario, there aren't any attributes that you should worry about. It just shows no referrer and no opener. So both of these are very common attributes. These are typically used as a part of security attributes. So you can ignore this. So since we can ignore both of these things in the link, what we are left with is the URL and the anchor text. So whenever you're looking for a do follow link, it means a link which has just the anchor text along with the URL. And when you see any links like these, that is a good link. So now this link is a backlink for sunpower.com. This link is not a backlink for Carbon Lightning, right? This is a backlink for sunpower.com. So it will benefit SunPower. It will not benefit my website, which is Carbon Lightning. So this is what a do follow link is. And this is exactly what you want for others to do. Basically, if you want a backlink, you want others to provide a similar link like this. So even over here, for example, that is what I have provided as a quick example here. So what I did is I just selected a link. I did a right click on it. I did inspect. And within that, I saw that this is the link A href. So this A is still here /A, right? So this is the entire link. And in this is the anchor text and AMA hosted today. I can also see this anchor text over here. And this is the URL. So this is a backlink to reddit.com. Basically, a do follow link is the one that does not have rel equals to no follow. So in rel, we just saw it had no opener, no referrer. If it does not have no follow, that is good. But there are no follow links as well. A good example of these are comments on the blogs or forum posts, etc. And in fact, even when you go to any Wikipedia article, at the end of that article, there are citations. These are external links, right? So, and essentially, if you do an inspect HTML for them, you will notice that these are generally marked as no follow. So this is what it looks like. Rel equals to no follow. That's basically it. So if a URL, in addition to the anchor text and the URL itself, if it has rel equals to no follow, then that means that that is a link that is of no value for SEO. Now, why is something like no follow attribute even exist? Why does it exist? The reason for that is because sometimes you don't want the crawler or the bot who comes to your website to follow an external link. And that is very common because you are providing that link for the reference of the users who visit your website, the actual people who visit your website, not for the bots. And Wikipedia is a very good example of that. Now imagine, given Wikipedia has like hundreds of links sometimes for the most popular posts or most popular articles on it, what happens is if it would do a do follow for every link, then the crawler will become crazy. It will not be able to go through every single Wikipedia article. Instead, it will just keep going through all the external links instead. And Wikipedia will start losing its ranking as well. So to avoid that, it has provided a no follow. And in addition to that, because it is also not validating all of these links, because at the end of the day, Wikipedia is what? Wikipedia is a collaboration of all the people who are making it happen, right? Or who are providing these citations, etc., and validating it, vetting it, etc. Even you can edit Wikipedia content, by the way. Will it add value to your website? Not really. But that's what Wikipedia is all about. So that's the thing, right? And that's the reason it has to use no follow. And by using no follow, the crawler will know that this is a link that it should not go to. But if you noticed, in my website in Carbon Lightning, I did not add the no follow link. The reason for that is because that's a different strategy. My website is very new. So all I'm doing is I'm using an external link to help validate some of the claims that I have mentioned on my website. So that is something that you should keep in mind when you're using these links, right? So a good example of that is this one. So in this, if you notice at the end over here, I have mentioned sources. Each of these sources are linked to specific websites, and these are government or high authority websites. Now, the reason I've added backlinks or provided backlinks to them is because, in a way, I'm telling Google that even though currently I don't have authority, the content that I am sharing comes from other high authority websites. And for Google to validate that, I want to make sure that it is a do follow link. So that's the reason these are do follow links. So that is how normal backlinks or natural backlinks are generated. These links are backlinks to other websites. These big links are not backlinks to my website. These are outbound links. So what that means is it is going outside of my website. Inbound backlinks, links that are coming into my website, are the ones that will help my authority, but it will help my authority only if they are do follow links. If it is a do follow link, it will not help. So essentially, when it comes to a backlink for you is the one that is an inbound link, a link that comes to your website. So in addition to no follow, there are two other attributes that are like Google has started to recognize as well, which are sponsored and UGC links. So what are these? So these are also similar to no follow link. Basically, if the link has sponsored or if it has UGC, the crawler or the Google bot will not follow it at all. So sponsored are basically paid links. So if let's say you have paid for a backlink and it shows the sponsored attribute, that is not a backlink, that is still a no follow. Keep this in mind. And if you have, like, let's say added links on Medium, Reddit, etc., and if it has rel equals to UGC, that is also a no follow link or as equal to as no follow, because that is a user generated content. So keep that in mind, that as long as if the thing that you want is a do follow link, that is what you should be looking for. And if it has no follow, if it has sponsored, or if it has UGC, that means that is basically worthless for you for SEO authority. Now, the thing is, I have told you what are some of the things that you should avoid in a backlink, but what are traits of a high quality backlink? So we'll go through those 5 traits and then we'll talk about some of the strategies. So the first trait is that these backlinks come from trusted high authority sites. So as I mentioned, SEO backlinks in SEO is like a vote. And if someone in high power is voting for your website, that's good. So that's basically what it is. So think of it this way. Would you rather get a backlink from New York Times or some random website which has zero authority? Obviously, the answer is New York Times, right? So when it comes to building high quality backlink, you would want to make sure that they come from high authority websites. So there is a concept called as domain authority. Essentially, the more authority a site has, the more authority it can pass on to your website as well. Can authority be transferred? It cannot be transferred per se, but you can at least pass on a little bit of authority when you get a backlink, and that builds up over a time, over a period of time. So that's basically what happens, and that's what Google thinks of as well. So what is authority of a website? A very simple way to understand this is how important Google thinks your website is. Now, the thing is that Google does not have any number or any official metric around authority. So, because of this reason, the only way for us to understand or know the authority of a website is by using third party tools. So, that is the reason that every third party tool like SEMRush, Ahref, Moz, any of these, they also have an authority score. But the authority score will be different because the way that they measure the authority score is going to be different. So, what does it mean for you? Two things. One is that the authority score that you see on these tools are supposed to be used with a grain of salt. What that means is those are directional. It does not mean an actual metric or number that you should focus on heavily. But instead, those are directional numbers that will help you understand where you stand overall in terms of authority. And the second thing is that since these numbers are generated or created by an algorithm of these third party tools, there are also ways to game or mimic it. There are websites which do it as well. So don't fall into the trap that if a website's domain authority on Moz is 50, that means it is a good website to get a backlink from. You should check for two things. One is it should have a high domain authority, and at the same time, it should also have good organic traffic, because both of them are always together, right? So that is how you would be checking the authority of a website if you are pursuing it to get a backlink from them. So authority of any web page is combination of number of external backlinks and their quality, relevance with the content, the traffic, etc. Right? Authority of all web pages contribute to overall authority of the website. You can check the authority using tools like Moz. So let's just do that. I'm going to load up Ahrefs. So one thing that Ahref has is obviously it has like paid plans and all. Oh, it started the starter one, but it really has like nothing of value. I really like these free tools that it has. So what I'm going to do is it should have an website authority checker. So I'm going to load this up. Okay, so let's check the authority of Amazon.com. Obviously, it will have a very high authority. Let's just check that anyways. Yep, it has a authority or domain rating of 96. It has these many backlinks. Of course, it does. It has these many linking websites, right? And 91% of them are do follow, 74% of them are do follow. Makes sense, right? Now, let's check Carbon Lightning, my prized possession of a website that is literally nothing. Obviously, I'm expecting it to show me a zero authority or zero like the domain rating, but let's see. Yep, it is zero. Apparently, I have a backlink. Wow. Okay. I don't even know who that is. I'm actually going to check. Okay, interesting. I don't even know what this website is, but yeah, apparently they have provided a backlink to me. Whatever that is, right? So this is the domain rating. Now let's check a mid-level website. What can be a mid-level website? I think that Storebox one that I showed last time. Yeah, this is the one. Let's just check with this one. Yeah. So this is 25. It has 6,000 backlinks. 95% of them are do follow, and it has 191 linking website. 75% of them are do follow. You guys notice something interesting here. Basically, what is happening is there are 191 websites which are providing a backlink to it, but overall, there are multiple pages within these websites that also provide backlinks to it, because of which overall the number of backlinks it has is 6,000. However, when it comes to your authority, this numbers matter more than this. So this should be higher, or at least like this is the one that you should focus on, not this. Linking websites. So the total number of unique domains that are linking to your target, right? 75% of them are do follow, and yeah, the domain rating is 25, which makes sense, right? So this is basically how you can understand or identify what is the authority. Now, the higher the authority, the better it is. The second question was, how can you know the traffic of a website? Typically, you cannot know that, but one thing that you can definitely do is there are again tools for that. I think even Moz, if I'm not wrong. Okay, Moz does not show that. But yeah, typically what you would be doing is you will be checking the type of keywords that those websites rank for, and if those are like high search volume keywords or not. And that's a very simple way of getting to know it. Another way is basically just, let's say, use some of these extensions like the keyword surfer extension. So I don't think I have that installed right now. Let me just install it. Or I think Keyword Surfer should have that by default. Anyways, I'll just add it to the Chrome, not a problem. Anyways, like I'll just add this and show you like what there are a bunch of different tools that can provide you an estimate of it, and that's basically what you want to check. So in this scenario, I've just installed this tool. And this gives me an estimate for this website, right? Like how many visits it has. Look like it is not able to estimate for this one. But for LinkedIn, it is able to estimate the monthly traffic. For domain in India, okay, India. I think if I change the location, it will probably tell me. But you get the idea, right? There's a bunch of different website. Let me check UK. I think it should show. Oh yeah, now it shows, right? So United Kingdom, because that's where it is, it has some traffic. So 25 domain rating for that makes sense because this is B2B as well. So it should not have a lot of traffic anyways. So this is what you would be doing as a part of the check of authority, right? You would be checking the authority as well as the traffic that it has. Yep. So that's the first rate, right? It should be of high quality. Second is that the anchor text, you guys saw what is anchor text. So the anchor text should ideally have your target keyword. So if your target keyword is, let's say, buy shoes online, and you want people to buy shoes online on your shoes website or shoes link, then that should be the URL and the anchor text should be your keyword. However, something to keep in mind is that you should avoid anchor text spamming as well. So what this means is if every backlink to your website has the same words in it, it doesn't appear natural. So for example, if you have 100 backlinks and all of them are pointing to your website and 95 of them have the same exact anchor text or the same exact keyword that is your primary keyword, it is a very strong signal to search engine that this anchor text is spammy in nature, right? So and the only exception to above is when you're using branded anchor text. So if let's say I want to get backlinks and I have gotten 100 backlinks and all of them are solar panel reviews, solar panel reviews, solar panel reviews, right? The anchor text says that. So in such a scenario, it doesn't appear natural. So I should be avoiding that. And instead, I should be getting maybe 95 of them I can get for carbonlightning.com as anchor text. And the rest I can get maybe something like solar panel reviews or something like that. Uh, so the first thing that I talked about was it should be, what was that? It should be of high authority. It should have relevant anchor text. And the third is that it should be topically related. This is something that I talked about earlier already. But yeah, as you can see in this image, um, basically, if you are getting a backlink, ideally it should come from someone or a website or a topic that is actually related to the link as well. If it is not related, then there's a high chance that it is a spammy link or probably it is not of high value. There's a high chance that it is of not high value, but that's the main thing. If it is topically related, that increases the quality of the backlink. The fourth is it should be a do follow link. So avoid no follow link. I talked about this already. And the fifth is also a very important one. So the backlink should always come from a new domain every time. So let's say if a website X links to you multiple times. So the first time it links, great. Second time it does, okay. Third, fine. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and so on and so forth. It's not going to matter at all. You guys know the concept of diminishing returns. That applies to backlinks as well. So if the same domain is providing you a backlink multiple times, it will have diminishing returns. What is a good example of diminishing returns? So imagine it as this. If you are hungry and if you eat a meal, maybe you like biryani and you have biryani, right? If you're hungry, you have biryani, great, you're no longer hungry. Then I'm like, okay, fine, have more biryani. Maybe you'll eat second time as well. Maybe you'll go for third as well if you're very hungry. But what about the fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, 7 plates, 8 plates, 9 plates, 10 plates? By the 10th plate, you will start to feel sick. You don't want to eat it anymore. You will be like, this is not what I want. And you will start to see negative, uh, uh, like basically negative effects of it. The same applies to SEO as well. If the same website is providing you the links multiple times, the first link will have value, but the rest of them will have diminishing returns. So whenever you're trying to build backlinks, it is always a good idea to get backlinks from new website every time instead of going for the same website again and again, because that will not add much value. So when I showed the linking website, that means those are the unique websites that are linking to that particular website. And maybe some of those websites have provided multiple links to it. But the main thing that you should focus on is what are the unique websites that are providing you the links. Okay, so those are the 5 traits of a good backlink, right? And yeah, high authority, and making sure that it is basically a to follow link. It is also having backlinks from new domains. It is also at the same time, what do you call it? It is topically related and it is not doing anchor text spamming, right? So these are the five traits of a good backlink. So whenever you're doing link building, keep that in mind. Now, as we go through it, I know some of you are like, when am I going to learn how to build these links then? How can you find the right people to give you the links? And that is where it becomes a little tricky, right? And that is where we have some link building strategies as well. Because Building links is almost equal to trying to do sales pitch in a way. The only difference is that since both the parties are going to benefit in this transaction, and there is no exclusivity, you will get better responses. So let's look at some of the link building strategies, right? I have, I think, 2 or 3 strategies in this. If I'm not wrong, maybe there's 4. But the ones that you should be primarily focusing on are like only a couple of them, right? Rest of them are more opportunity based. So let's just go through it. The first thing is, before you even start building links, there are some things that you need to keep in mind. Make sure you have key pages for popular products and services on your website. What this means is making sure that your website is actually ready to get backlinks. If your website is not ready, all the efforts towards getting backlinks is going to be nothing, worth nothing, in fact. So make sure that you have key pages for popular products or service on your website. So let's say if you are into flower business, make sure that you have pages related to flowers or pages that sell flowers so that you can create backlinks for those. Second is focus on creating inbound links to these key pages. Oftentimes we create links just to homepage, but it is much better if you create links to the key pages instead of homepage, because you would want to increase the authority of the pages which make the sale than the homepage. Homepage will anyways get high authority because of the transference of it. So make sure that the backlinks are geared towards those key pages. Third is link velocity. So this is the rate at which a piece of content or a page earns link over time. It should appear natural. So what this means is, let's say if you just created a page today and tomorrow you went on Fiverr, you found this nice Fiverr gig where the person says, I will give you 1,000 backlinks per day. You were like, $5, 1,000 links, let me just do that. And maybe all of those are like very high quality and all of those things that I talked about. But a new page all of a sudden gets 1,000 backlinks for the next 10 days. There's like 10,000 backlinks overall. That is unnatural. Unless and until your website is like Times of India or something like that, wherein you have published some good news and people are sharing that news all over the website, it is not natural. So basically, the velocity or the rate at which you are getting backlinks for your pages should also be natural. Typically, you can build a few links per month is also fine. Sometimes getting even 1 or 2 is fine. Sometimes getting 5 per week is also fine, as long as you have good authority or good traffic from SEO already. But don't just go crazy and build like hundreds or thousands of links per day. That's not what you should be doing. It should appear natural. It should be something which is within the realm of reality. uh, Fourth is that whenever you're approaching a website for guest posting or link building or anything at all, it should be on relevant, trustworthy, and high authority sites. And finally, uh, one of the basic thing is analyze your competitors' backlink and identify link opportunities to understand what could be the potential areas or potential websites that could provide you the link. So this is typically how you get started with it, or how you prepare. This is you just preparing yourself. Sorry, I've just shaken the desktop. But yeah, this is just preparing, right? This is where you're just like, okay, I am ready to get started. Once you have all of this, then you can start applying different strategies. So these are the 4 strategies that I'm going to talk about. One is link insertion. Second is guest posting. These 2 are a lot more active. Third is creating linkable assets. This is a passive strategy. wherein you're creating assets or creating things which would help get you backlink automatically or naturally. And fourth is more of an opportunistic strategy, wherein if you find an opportunity, you go ahead and grab it. That's basically what it is. So let's try and understand this. Let's start with the active ones first, which is link insertions, and then we'll go to guest posting. So what is link insertion? A link insertion is also known as niche edit. It is a process of getting a website owner to include a backlink to your website in one of their existing posts. So what this means is you find a good website where you saw that, okay, there is a content that is relevant to your website as well. You would reach out to that website owner and ask them to include your website's URL into that existing content. So that's basically what you're doing here. So since the content is already there, there is less friction and they are more eager to actually add your link. Once they do add that link, it's pretty much that, right? So there are some things that you should keep in mind as a part of this. The first is that the website is topically relevant. The post that you where you want your link to be inserted should also be topically relevant. The website should have organic traffic. I mentioned this earlier as well, but it should have some organic traffic from the target location that you have. The backlink should be do follow backlink, already mentioned in the good traits. And of course, it should not be marked as sponsored because link insertion are typically something that you may have to pay for quite often as well. So what does it actually looks like? What is the process for this? In simple, the process involves wherein you are first prospecting for backlinks. So you're focusing on identifying websites which are likely to provide backlinks by analyzing your competitor's backlink profile. So what you're doing is you're basically looking at your existing competition through SEMRush, for example, and trying to see what are the websites that are actually providing backlinks to them. Since they are your competitor, there's a high chance that those backlinks are coming from relevant websites. So from that, you can build a list of maybe 100 to 300 prospects wherein you have maybe identified other pages where they don't have link and those are topically relevant as well. Once you have created that list, you would be doing an outreach. So you can use tools like Snovio, or just you can directly just write an email to them. And you need to send like personalized emails. Maybe if you want to make this more scalable, send around 20 to 30 personalized emails per day. And obviously make sure that you're avoiding spam filters and all. Don't go like email blasting and all, and ensure that the email content is compelling with personalized subject lines and creative, value driven messaging. Finally, once you have negotiated with them, now obviously you would expect a response from them, right? Once they have responded, negotiate with them on how you can add the link. Maybe you are providing some value, etc. And once all of that is done, you would finally have them place your link. So upon positive responses from prospects, proceed with link insertion, but be prepared to negotiate if they ask for compensation or have specific requirements for backlinks as well. So this could mean they may ask for money to get that backlink or add that backlink, or they may also ask for something else, like maybe they want some piece of content, or maybe they want a backlink of their own on your website as well. It could be anything. They may have multiple different requirements. So be prepared for negotiations accordingly. So this is an example of link insertion wherein this is an existing content where the link was inserted to the target website. But let me just show you what the outreach email typically looks like as well. I think that would provide you some context on how these outreach emails are created. See, that's the main thing about link insertion. And even with guest posting, you would be pretty much doing something similar. Only thing is, I find, or the reason I'm talking about link insertion first is because link insertions are mostly much more scalable. In the sense, over here, it becomes much more easier for you to get your links inserted into existing content than creating content and then trying to have those posted on the website, etc., which takes a lot more time per link. So this is an example of an outreach. So someone else did an outreach to me, and where they're like, "Hi, I'm Kai from Softlist.io. We blog about business productivity tools and solutions. And this is a subject, right? So they're like, okay, I'm reaching out to you because I noticed that your website is potential asset for work efficiency and project management content. By including Softlist.io on your resource page, you can attract new visitors who are interested in learning about the latest tools for productivity and efficiency. Here is our website. In exchange, we would be happy to include a link to your website on our own page, which I believe would be mutually beneficial arrangement. Let me know if you have any questions, right? So over here, this person is directly saying like this is what they can offer. Then there could also be something like this, right? Friends from this, I hope you are having a wonderful day. I handle public relation for this. I came across your website doing some research and noticed you have some great resources. I would like to suggest another resource that I believe will be beneficial to your readers. This, please review it at your earliest convenience and let me know if you think this is a good fit. I'm looking forward to hearing you soon. So in this, there is no mention of a compensation or something in return. Now, in this, I can definitely just respond to this person and be like, okay, yes, I want this from you, or this is something that I'm going to charge for the link or something like that. What will happen is, based on that, negotiations will go through, and finally, based on my agreement, I will agree, and then I may add a link to this particular URL that they are sharing. So that is how the outreach emails typically look like. But yeah, that's basically how link insertions work. Then there's guest posting. Guest posting is again very similar to this, but only thing is you would be reaching out to websites that allow you to post content on their website. So this is basically, okay, let's just go through this slide, right? So by writing guest blogs, sharing ebooks or visual assets with other websites, you can build links by asking them to use your asset and link back to your website. You guys saw an example of that outreach email as well. As an example, let's check out guest blogging. So guest blogging is relevant, industry specific, and gives you opportunity to brand yourself as an industry expert and thought leader. Posting on guest sites that already have millions of fans is an easy way to draw traffic to your website. A very simple way is to identify guest posting website is search for the niche plus write for us. If you do a Google search for this, you'll be able to find all the other websites that allow guest posting. So let's say if I want to storage solutions plus write for us. See, right for us, right? So this is one website that allows guest posting. Cloud storage solution, okay, maybe not that relevant. Right for us, okay, these are related to hosting and all, but you get the point, right? Whatever solution that you're offering or whatever it is that you work on, just select that product or service, search for right for us, and you'll be able to find a bunch of different guest posting websites for that. So this is basically how you can find a bunch of different websites. And typically on the pages like these, they would have instructions, specific instructions on how you can write for them. So looking for guest blogging opportunities, these are the guidelines and how to submit. So you need to reach out to this particular email. Now, what happens is, as long as you're following those guidelines, you can like go ahead and create some content for them and work with them. You can also sometimes just directly reach out and then cross check like, okay, this is what you're planning to do, or if you have any questions, etc. as well. So this is like a very straightforward and easy way of doing guest posting as well. So link insertion is more direct, wherein you're scaling based on existing content, and guest posting is where you're essentially reaching out to existing websites which allow you to write for them. And whatever content you write, you can also provide or include your own website's link in that. So that's how you get a backlink for guest posting. So that is the second method. As I told you, both of these are more active methods, right? So guest posting and link insertion are active ways for you to reach out and have them include your link so that you can get a backlink. The third one is creating linkable assets. So this means creating assets or creating content that people would want to link to. So these are the ones that normally earn backlinks naturally. These often includes resources like infographics, original research, in-depth guides, etc. But before you create any asset, you must understand that what people in your niche are linking to. So a very simple way is to check out your competitor's backlink profile, and you'll see or understand what are the different type of content that people generally link to or provide backlinks to, and you just need to create similar ones, right? So that's basically what it is. So a good example of linkable asset would be anything that you may want to link back to or provide a link back to. So let's say, for example, if I had provided an in-depth analysis of how solar panels function, people may want to provide a backlink to this website. But in instead of that, what is happening is I found this how do solar panels works from US Department of Energy. Yeah, so I found this thing, right, like from National Renewable Energy Lab, talking about cell research efficiency and all. And this is like a very good research. This is an original research that they have published over here with a bunch of different PDFs, charts, etc. So this is something that takes a lot of time and effort. And I can definitely provide a backlink to it because this is of such high value. So if you are able to create similar assets, that will naturally attract people to provide backlinks to it. And finally, by examining your competitors' backlinks. So in addition to doing active and the passive methods or strategies of link building, you can also look at examining your competitors to see and reverse engineer what they are doing. What type of content tends to earn more backlink for them? Who is linking to leaders in your niche? And look for different patterns, right? Like what are the different top pages, topics, style, length, and format. So, for example, does your competitor write about how to style or controversial subjects? And it is basically able to get backlinks through those. Uh, what is the format? Is it long content? Is it short content? Are they using a lot of images, videos? Do they use a lot of pictures, graphics, GIFs? And what is the style of writing? All of these things will help you understand more about what are the different areas and what are the different ways that you can build backlinks, what are the different websites that may be interested in getting your backlinks, or even what are the directories where you can get yourself listed, just like we saw with Storebox. So that's basically like how you like some of the strategies of how you can build backlinks overall. Next up, I'm going to give a quick demo on SEMrush. I already did this a little bit, but I want to show a few other things. Let me just open it up. So SEMrush, we looked at how you can do a little bit of competitive research. But let's do it once again. I'll just run some website over here. Let's see, which website should we run? Um, 3PL companies in Bangalore. Okay, let's go with this one. Okay, what does this look like? So this is a website that has major traffic share from India, but it also has a lot of traffic from US, etc. But basically what this does is when you run it, similarly in SEMRush or Ahrefs, etc., for any website, it will provide you a lot of information about their rankings, their authority score. DA equals to authority score. Yes, it's the same. They will also tell you about how much organic traffic they are getting, how many backlinks they have, right? It also tells you about pages per visit. Like these are some of the additional metrics that they sort of show. As you scroll down, you can also see a trend. It looks like their organic traffic decreased in 2023, and it has recovered a little bit ever since, right? As I go down, I can see these are the top keywords that they are currently ranking for: software companies in Hyderabad, good firms, cloud computing companies in India, medical billing companies, right? These are the keywords that they are ranking number one for. Branded traffic, they have around 5%. So that means most of the keywords are non-branded keywords. We also have a split by intent. Looks like majority of it comes from navigation, informational, and then navigational is the major. And then these are other similar websites which also have similar set of keywords or similar set of keywords that they're ranking for. So clutch.co, manifest.com, DesignRush, these are some of the other websites that are also ranking for similar keywords. Looks like DesignRush has a higher density of overall keywords and traffic, etc. Clutch.co also has a better one. So these are the two that are like proper competitors, right? So this is basically how you can quickly understand each of the different things. Yeah, 33% commercial. That's pretty interesting, actually, in fact. Yeah, absolutely, right? So this tells you basically in a very nice overview of how things are running for them. So now what we can do from this is, let's say if I want to understand the keywords that they are ranking for, and if this is a good competitor for me, I would go to the details of this, and I will get all the not all, but at least a significant list of keywords that they are ranking for. And if these are the keywords that I want to rank for as well, I can basically get those and do that. It's still loading. Yeah, there it is, right? It also tells me the intent, if it is commercial, navigational, informational, and what is the URL that is ranking, what is the keyword difficulty, the volume overall, what is the percentage of traffic, how much traffic they are actually getting, right? Let me see, there should be something over here for paid one. If I go to domain overview, so this is the organic segment, and this is the advertising research. In advertising, they don't have anything right now. So major traffic is coming from organic. And next thing that I can basically do is I can also do a backlink audit of this. So there is like a backlink analytics audit, etc. So I will just click on backlinks over here. And what this will do is this will help me understand uh, how their backlinks overall look like. So as you can see, they have total 32,000 websites that are referring to it. But they have like 5.1 million backlinks. But what matters is this: referring domains are these. Monthly visits that they get are almost like 500,000, and organic traffic that they get is 133 or 137,000. Now, out of that, we can also see the overall distribution of the authority score. So very good and niche relevant is what it says. So what this means is the backlink profiles look natural, right? The link power is very good. So basically measures how many backlinks this domain has, as well as their overall quality. Organic traffic, an estimated of how much organic search traffic this domain gets. You can also take a quick look at the network graph if you want to do something fancy over here to understand like how the backlinks are overall there. And we also have like a nice authority score trend in the last 12 months over here. We get to know the referring domains. Looks like they have done some backlink building in the last few months. Number of backlinks have definitely declined, however. So maybe the referring domain have gone up, but the number of backlinks declined. But as you can see, okay, these are the anchor text. Good firm's badge, good firm's logo, digitans, empty anchor, good firm, clutch badge, Upwork badge. Okay, so it looks like what they're doing is, since they are a aggregator, a lot of them are adding their badges or certification that they are listed over there as well. So this gives you a pretty good idea of what they are doing and how they are getting all of these backlinks. So what I would do is, as a next step, I can look into a few things. Now, if I go to backlinks, what I can do is I can basically filter these based on follow. It is still loading. Yeah. Based on, I want to make sure that these are do follow links. So do follow means follow. Okay. Now I will have the data of what are the overall links that are follow links, right? So what I can do is, as a part of this, I can also look at the backlinks that this company has lost. And let's say if this company, I'm a competitor of goodfirms.co, what I can basically do is I can identify if any of these lost pages have content that is relevant to me or relevant to my site. And based on that, I can identify if maybe I want to reach out to them and get some links. That is a very simple way of doing a research of your competitor and trying to get some backlinks for wherever they lost it. So if any of these make sense for me, I can reach out to them, right? Second thing that I can do is I can go to index pages. And in index pages, looks like overall, they have 1.3 million pages indexed. So probably they have a lot more pages, but these many pages are what indexed. Basically, what this means is these are the number of pages that Google has indexed of their website. Now, out of this, what I can do is I can select this. What are the broken pages? And from this, I can see if there are any pages that currently have significant number of backlinks. And if those pages are relevant for me, I can basically go to the backlinks of theirs or the domains that are providing these backlinks. And then I can also reach out to them by creating a similar page or asking them like, okay, why don't you link to my page, which is much better. Okay. So basically that is what I can do from this. So for example, this page, it is currently not found. What I can do is I can just click on all the domains. And then in this, I can essentially go to these websites if they make sense to me. Let me just sort by this first. Authority score. Looks like these are very small domains, so doesn't really matter much. But yeah, as you can see, like this is another opportunity that I can find, wherein if there are any websites that have good authority score and they are pointing to links that are broken, I can essentially ask them to replace that with my link. So these are some of the small things that you can do to quickly get some backlinks as well. So let's try and understand something. Let's just go to overall let's just go back to this. Okay, so referring domain, let me just go to this. Okay, now if you notice, this one domain has provided 1.3 million backlinks. So let's just take a look at this. Okay, so looks like what is happening is probably they have provided a backlink in the footer or a header section. They have around 1.3 pages, 1.3 million pages. And since they have provided it in the footer or header, it is that backlink is replicated across all of the pages. So let's just validate that. See, they have put it in the footer. So that's why the number of backlink are shown for every single page. So if they have 2 million pages, it will show that this one domain has provided 2 million backlinks just because it is in the footer. So that is basically what is happening here. Does that mean it's good? Doesn't really matter. As long as there is one backlink, that is also good enough. Okay. So this is typically how you do your competitive analysis. Now, obviously, SEMRush has a bunch of different tools and methods of doing it. And you can like use all of those. In fact, you can also use something like site audit to do like a quick SEO audit as well. Yeah, so that's basically how you kind of look into your competitor, right? And try to identify what you can do with them. Now, SEMrush, personally, I think it is a pretty good tool, but also it is quite pricey. So, like it has a free version as well, but it is quite limited. But you can still use it to explore what the tool looks like overall. So, what about the free tool? These are two which are available. The first one is small SEO tools. These are like small things that it has like a combination of all of them, and you can basically try to quickly like use some of these to get what you want. These tools are ad supported, and even these have some limitation, but it is still a bit better, like text analysis, which plagiarism checker and all. They also have like a design tool, image editor, keyword tool. This is related to SEO, backlink tool, right? But yeah, these are still some decent tools that you can use, and they are available for free because they are supported by advertisements. And then there is SC Optimer. Okay, so SC Optimer. So what does SC Optimer does? It is a pretty good tool to do a quick audit of your website's SEO. It is pretty comprehensive in the sense of the checklist, but it is still limited because at the end of the day, this is a free tool. So let's try and understand what it looks like. So what it does is it checks 5 to 6 different areas of your website. And from that, it tries to identify the different things that needs to be improved. And yeah, 5 different things. It's almost finished. Yeah. So this is where it is. So it checks your on-page SEO. It checks the links, usability, performance, and social media. So it's like a full-fledged audit. But at the same time, this is like a quick audit. What that means is it just checks your homepage. It is not checking other websites. Sorry, not other website, other pages of the website. It is not checking things around, let's say, how overall it is impacting, what are the different type of ways that you can improve it, etc. It is not going as deep as Screaming Frog SEO does. That's basically what I want to say. But at the same time, it still provides pretty good results. So let's just take a look at both of these, right, and try and understand what it is. So Kanti Veda looks like this is, what is this website? Kantiveda.com. Home Organic. Okay, interesting. So basically organic products. Perfect. Sounds good. Now, what it says is on page SEO, there are things that can be improved. Links, it's F. Social can be improved apparently. Performance can be improved and usability can be improved. This is how it is scoring you across the entire diagram. If your like if this chart has more blue area covered, that means the better your website is. Now, does that mean every single thing that they say is right? Not necessarily. You will have to use your own understanding and context of the website to see like if that is a high priority or not. So over here, it also prioritizes things for you. Like it provides like recommendations, execute a link building strategy, include meta description tag. Looks like you don't have meta description tag on this page. Uh, Reduce your total page size, increase length of title tag, add H1 header tag, improve side load speed. As you can see, there's a bunch of different things, right? And if I want, I can take a look at those independently or individually as well. So for title tag, it says it should be between 50 to 60 characters in length. Meta description is not there. It shows like a quick snippet. Obviously, this doesn't look that great because the meta description, as well as there can be improvement with the title. Um, okay, language, it has detected English US. H1 header tag is not being used. So as you can see, it like provides like a pretty good overview, right? It also talks about keyword consistency in the page and the frequency of those, different phrases that are added, amount of content there is, image alternative text is not there. So all of the things that I sort of talked about or mentioned is something that it will do a quick audit of. Why is it providing this for free? Some of you may ask. The reason is because this is doing it just for one page. In a comprehensive audit, you would be looking at multiple pages. And that is where SEO Optimer makes money, right? So usability, it can be better. It shows this pop-up right as it renders. And on tablets, looks like it is not rendering properly. Bunch of different optimization for speed, email privacy, performance results. It like shows like how it is working overall, a bunch of other things. So this is basically a pretty decent report. And if you want, you can also run it. It is free version, right? Like it is a free thing that you can run. So that is basically what an audit typically looks like. I know I just cut it pretty quickly, but that's basically what it is. Now, how does an audit transform from auditing the website to, let's say, doing an SEO? So the next thing is to understand and identify what an SEO actually does. So most of the things that we talked about were about SEO in general, but how would you actually approach an existing website? So let's just talk about that a little bit. So the first thing is obviously when you're approaching an existing website, what you will do is you will try to understand uh, what they are currently doing and how they are. You can probably run something like SEO Optimer to understand how they are currently doing. You can also run the Screaming Frog SEO tool to understand what are the different links, what are the different issues. It also provides like a list of things that you should be improving, right? According to along with priorities and what it is, etc. You can look at those. From both of these, you can identify what you can do to improve it. But overall, in addition to this, what you should also be looking at is you should be looking at the website itself. Visit the website, try and understand what is the structure. How are they linking each of the pages together? Are they utilizing all the right things or not in terms of is their content built based on a keyword strategy, or it is just built for some reason? Is it properly categorized or not? If it is easily accessible or not? Their robots.txt, their sitemap, how they are indexed. Are all the pages are indexed or not? Check their Google Search Console. Check how the users are navigating the website once they visit. If they already have some traffic, see if they are visiting the website. Uh, what is the user doing? You can do this from Google Analytics, right? You can check, like, once they visit the first page, are they going to other pages or not? What are they doing? Are they achieving the goal that they want or not? And once you get to this point, right, you yourself will get a lot of ideas of what you can do, what you can improve, and how you can fix things. And only after that, you just need to create a list of things that you would want to do to fix the existing setup. Once you have done that, the next step then starts from the basic keyword research. So once you have done all of this, you will do another set of keyword research. You will try to see if the current set of keywords that they are focusing on or their website is focused on, is it good? Can we improve the content? If you identify new set of keywords, see if you can create some good content for that. After that, follow the entire set of things that I talked about throughout all of the 7 sessions previously, right? From keyword research, go to on-page SEO, go to technical SEO, check everything, check if their entire setup for technical SEO is proper or not. Are they using the schema properly or not? If for the new content created also, if they are doing it or not. Are they applying the Google Eat methodologies or not? And so on and so forth. You would also be then looking into backlinks, what type of backlink they currently have, what are the different opportunities around that, can you get some links for them? And that is how you start to build an entire data around not just what is the challenges right now, but you will also be able to identify what you would want to do. And this audit that I'm talking about is not a simple audit. This sometimes it takes about 2 to 3 weeks of time for you to just work on it. And after you have comprehensively built it, that becomes like a plan that you can follow for the next 1 year. So that is essentially how you should be thinking or approaching any existing website as well, right? So yeah, that's basically how you do SEO. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to talk about a success measurement a little bit, about what are the key metrics that you should be looking at. So success measurement, as it says, SEO not only involves the analysis of basic metrics like traffic from organic search, but it also requires a holistic approach to measure success or measure business outcomes and making adjustment based on the data. Sales is one of the important business outcome that they're looking for as a part of SEO, which makes sense. At the end of the day, why invest money and resources and time on SEO if it is not going to achieve a business outcome, right? And that is the entire reason businesses invest in SEO altogether. So what are the challenges when it comes to measuring SEO value? The first thing is that you don't own the data, right? What this means is every SEO data that you see is provided from Google. Basically, Google Search Console will tell you if your website is good or not, if your website is indexed or not, what kind of impressions you're seeing, etc. And then obviously, uh, sometimes you may not have proper analytics setup or proper ways of measuring setup. That's also a big issue. Tracking is properly not set up. There are not proper people to help out with this. And at the end of the day, you don't trust the measurements that are currently set up, right? So this is based on a survey that was conducted, but this tells you that what the major challenges are. So when it comes to measuring, the simplest and easiest way is essentially to use an analytics tool like Google Analytics. Now, does that mean you will see 100% measurement? Not really. It will, but still be around 90 to 95% of the measurement. So for a small website, it doesn't really matter much. But when you're working with, let's say, millions of traffic and millions of websites, millions of pages, that is when you will start to see the major issue or challenge with this. So the first thing is, that the first thing is that you should install an analytics solution like Google Analytics. Second is define your business objectives and KPIs. Similar to sales, for some of you, it may be traffics, or some of you, it may be leads. For some of you, it may be just getting newsletter signups, right? So what are those? You need to define them and then configure those within the analytics. So in analytics today, you can also set up events to make sure that you're measuring those business objectives in terms of the traffic, in addition to the traffic that you're getting as well. So overall, what are the metrics that you should be tracking? The metrics that you should be looking at least from SEO perspective, are the first one is keyword ranking. How can you look at keyword ranking? You can use tools like SEMRush again. Or you can also, like, for free, you can use Ahrefs. There's like a free tool in Ahref for checking your ranking. Let me just open that. So this is a free tool, keyword rank checker. So what it will do is, we looked at good firms, right? So let's say I want to check good firms ranking for 3PL companies, right? So let's just take a look at that. So this is the keyword 3PL companies. The domain is this, United States, check ranking. And it tells me that, okay, where my website or good firms ranks, which is at 47 right now. And it also tells me, like, what are the current websites that are ranking 1, 2, or 3, right? So this is basically how you can check your rankings. Now, there are tools that just help you with rank checking as well. So you can use some of those too. What's my rank, for example? What's my SERP, I think. But there is rank tracker, multiple different rank trackers, right? Like, you can track your rank. So for your website, for example, it will give you a list of for what keyword, what is your position, how much traffic you're getting, etc. And so on and so forth. So the first thing is, as I mentioned, keyword rankings, tracking these are important. Backlinks. What are the quality of backlinks and what are the quantity of backlinks? Measure that, monitor that. What is your domain authority? You can get the authority score from multiple different third-party websites. What type of organic traffic you're getting? Organic traffic is going to be separate from paid traffic, social media traffic, or direct traffic. How much time someone is spending on a page? What is the bounce rate? So, and then how much mobile traffic you're getting? Typically, it is going to be around 75 to 80% these days. And finally, what is the click-through rate for your SEO? So for example, when someone sees your listing, are they clicking enough or not? And if they are not clicking enough, that's something that you should be fixing as well. So yeah, that's basically the ways that you sort of measure and work through SEO. What you need to remember is, everything that I taught you guys so far is more of the foundational concepts. Once you learn this and understand this, and as you dig deeper into it, you will notice that there are a lot other things that will show up. And that is quite common. At the end of the day, it's up to you, your grit, and how you go through them, which matters, and how you, like, tackle those things. Because at the end of the day, SEO is ever changing. And this is something that you guys will also know and understand because of how everyone is also fearing AI, and at the same time, how everyone is like looking at different search. Google keeps releasing different algorithm updates, and so on and so forth. So it is very important to keep yourself updated.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.